everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's Product Management full course. In 2025, product managers are more important than ever as companies focus on innovation and improving user experiences. The demand for skilled product managers is growing fast. Product managers are the ones who take ideas and turn them into successful products, handling everything from planning to launch. With businesses investing heavily in new technologies and customer-centric solutions, the need for talented product managers is only going up. In this course, we will guide you step by step through the product management roadmap from coming up with ideas to bringing them to life. You'll learn the key skills like market research, building product roadmap, managing stakeholders, and making smart data-driven decisions. We will also dive into using AI to create smarter products. You will get a clear understanding of how product management differs from project management, the concept of MVP, SCRUM framework, and how to manage a product lifecycle. This course will help you to kickstart a successful career in product management. Also, just a quick information, guys, if you're interested in becoming a certified product manager from SP Jain School of Global Management, you can gain expertise in AI-powered product management courses, ChatGPT and Google-powered top product tools with 100% interactive live sessions led by industry experts and SP Jain's top faculties. The Professional Product Management course by SP Jain School of Global Management prepares you to become a product manager via an exhaustive curriculum covering all the aspects of product management. So hurry up and enroll now and find the course link in the description box below and in the pinned comments.
With the rapid growth in technology, there is a tremendous transformation in the need for products. Products are something that we practically can't live without. In our daily lives, we use thousands of products. Could be a mobile phone, laptop, headphones, or many more. But we are not just dependent on the hardware products. Applications are a part of our lives as well. From ordering daily required stuff online, to binge watching, to ordering food online, to being socialized. Applications have made our lives easier. Taking an example of Netflix as a product. So far in the last 3 years, we have seen an extreme growth in its worth. In 2020, Netflix total worth was $238.89 billion, whereas in 2021, it has reached to $267.46 billion. It is expected to have a total worth of $293.64 billion till the end of 2022. To cope up with our changing demands concerning the need for the product management makes it easier to fulfill our daily product requirement and create enormous business growth. To understand more about product management, let us move ahead with our session. Hey guys, welcome to this video where we are going to learn what is product management. But before we start, if you haven't subscribed to our channel, then click on the subscribe button and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Let us proceed and talk about the objectives of our session. Today, we will start our session by understanding what is product management and why is product management important in today's modern era. After that, we will be talking about the areas of product management and the life cycle of product management. Moving forward, we will understand the difference between product management and project management and the skills that are necessary to thrive in product management. At last, we'll wrap up this session by talking about the companies that are hiring product managers and the future of product management. So without any further delay, let's proceed and understand what is product management. Product management is managing the process of the product throughout the life cycle, from strategizing to design and development to branding of the product. Product management involves strategizing of the products to enhance business and create customers' value. It also involves creating product roadmaps to design and develop the product. It involves specifying functional requirements and creating blueprints to develop the product as per customer requirement. Once the product is developed, it is important to manage the customer feedback, and only then the price of the product is finalized. Let us proceed and understand why product management is important. So, product and market are the two essentials of marketing. Product management plays a crucial role in the success of the product, as product management is the voice of the market inside the industry. Product management helps in creating customers' value and business benefits. Now, let us proceed and talk about the areas of product management. So, product management is divided into three key areas: product discovery, product planning, and product development. Let us move ahead and know what is product discovery and what are the various parts that product discovery follow. The very first phase of product discovery is alignment, where the team is created and a task is allotted to the team to work on a particular project. The next phase of product discovery is research. The research work is done to know what are the requirements of the product and what does the user need from the product. The team researches on the problem statement and check whether the gathered data is correct or not. The next phase of product discovery is ideation. The team starts to find a solution for the problem statement. In the next phase of creation, the team starts to create a prototype of this product and test it within the team or maybe outside the team. In the next phase of validation, the product is validated to know whether the product is worth spending the resource, money, or time or not. After product validation, the refinement process is done. The process of product discovery is aligned to meet the need of the business goals. After product discovery, product planning is the next area of product management. Product planning involves 4 steps. Number 1, identifying profit. The process is done to check the success of the product and to know what would be the profit out of it. The next phase of product planning is evaluation of the product. The product is evaluated to check the suitability and safety of the product for the users. In the next phase, we have allocation of the resources and time plannings. The resources needed for the product are allocated to the team, and a particular time period is planned to provide the product to the customers. The last phase of product planning is complete pre-product planning. So before we start the development process, it is necessary to plan and execute every task so that the development of the product should be complete without any further delay. Once the discovery and planning are done, the product is moved towards the stage of the development. Product development follows the process of idea. The solution for the problem statement is already there in the discovery phase. Now the development team start to work on that idea and start to develop the product using that idea. So once you walk into the step of product planning and you have the idea of what to do and how to do, it is important to do some market research as well. This research will look out for a market to sell your product. Now you got the market to sell your product, it is important to do some development of the product. In the planning phase, we have already created the prototype of the product. The prototype is already tested in the team. So now the development team will start to develop the product using that prototype. Once the product is developed, product validation is done. The product validation means the product undergoes the validation process where the product is tested through every aspect of the testing process so that the user doesn't find any difficulty using the services of the product. And once the product is validated, it is launched into the market. Launching means to provide the services of the product to the users. Now, let us move ahead and talk about the life cycle of product management. The first phase of product management is product framing. The step involves creating a vision of the product and identifying problems and defining its success. The next phase of life cycle of product management is research. Research means to learning from the people about the need and values of the product. The next phase of life cycle is designing. In this phase, the team synthesize visions, ideas, and research in the prototype of the product. In the next phase of plotting, the testing and solution of the product is done in the real time with real people. After plotting the product is launched into the market. Launching means to send your product into the wild and let it flourish. And once the product is launched into the market, it is important to do the measurements. Measurement means using matrices and data to check the success of the product and plan the improvements for it. Now the question arises that what is the difference between the areas of product management and the life cycle of product management? So the areas of product management describe every sub phase that come under every phase of product management or that come under area of product management. Whereas the life cycle of product management represents the workflow of product management as a complete process. A lot of us tends to get confused between product management and project management. So let us proceed and understand the difference between the two bold terms. Product management leads to the external market operations and management, whereas project management leads to the management of internal operations. Product management deals to the project given to the whole company, whereas the project management deals with the particular project given to the manager or the team. The life cycle of product management is product framing, research, design, plot, launch, and measure, whereas the life cycle of project management is initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and closing. In product management, manager must be good at market research, strategic thinking, and business surveys. Whereas in project management, the manager must be good at planning and budget organizing. Moving on to the skills that are necessary to thrive in product management. The skills that are mandatory for a product manager are technical skills. The manager must know how to perform some specific task. The knowledge could be of any programming language or some specific tools. Presentation skills. The product manager must have the ability to deliver the presentation in attractive, creative, and informative ways. Analytical skills. The manager must know how to provide the information in shorter ways and get the conclusion. Communication skills. The manager must be able to deliver the information in such a way that the audience can understand it properly. Time management. The manager must have the skills to manage the time efficiently. Team management. The manager must be able to lead a group of the people working together to achieve a common goal. To choose a right field as a career option, it is necessary to know what would be the scope of the field in the market. So let us take a look at the companies that are hiring product managers. There are more than 40,000 opening in India and more than 15,000 opening in US for product managers. The companies that are hiring product managers are Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Salesforce, Uber, Swiggy, and many more. Product management is a role that takes the complete responsibility for the success of the product. And product management is a career that fits everyone that have the skills and ability to work on. So to build a career out of it, start it now. And what do you understand? What does a product manager do? Do let us know in the comment section below.
If you ever wondered what a product manager does or why the roles is so crucial in modern businesses, this video is for you. We'll explore the day-to-day responsibilities of a product manager, the key skills required, and how they act as a connective tissue between customers, technology, and business goals. So let's first understand what is a product manager. Let's begin with the basics. What exactly is a product manager? At its core, a product manager is a person responsible for guiding a product's development from its initial concept to its final delivery. They identify customer needs, align those with business's objectives, and ensure that the product delivers value to customer while fulfilling the company goals. Product managers are essentially the CEO of the product, a term popularized by Ben Horowitz. This doesn't mean they have direct authority over teams, but rather they are responsible for defining the product vision, rallying teams behind it, and ensuring the product meets a success criteria. Their goal is to balance business priorities and user experience technological feasibility. Now that we have understood the broad definition, let's explore the specific responsibilities of a product manager. So let us now understand the core responsibilities of a product manager. The first step is to understand the customer. The first and foremost responsibility of any product manager is to understand the needs and the pain points of the customer. So this requires building empathy for the end users. Product managers often engage in market research, customer interviews, and data analysis to uncover user needs.
This empathetic approach helps them create products that truly solve customer problems. The second step is defining the product vision. Now, once they have a deep understanding of customer needs, product managers set the vision for product. So this vision isn't just a vague idea, but a clear roadmap that guides the product's development. A well-defined vision outlines the product's objectives, the problems it will solve, and what success will look like. Now the third step is prioritizing features. Product managers must prioritize features based on customer needs, technical constraints, and business goals. They often have to make tough decisions about what to build next, balancing whether users want against or what is feasible for the development team. Effective prioritization ensures that the most impactful features are built first, maximizing the product's value. The fourth step is collaborating with cross-functional teams. Product managers work closely with designers, engineers, marketers, and also the sales team to bring the product vision to life. So they ensure that all the departments are aligned and working towards the same objective. For example, while engineers focus on building the product, designers work more on the user experience, and the marketers plan the launch. The product manager acts as the glue that holds these pieces together. So as we have covered, a product manager's job is all about coordination and alignment. But what are the specific skills which are essential for success in this role? Let's talk about the essential skills of a product manager. The first skill is empathy. Empathy is one of the most important skills a product manager can have. So being able to put yourself in the customer's shoes allows you to better understand their problems and design solutions that meets user needs. So whether it's through user surveys, interviews, or customer feedback, empathy is what drives a successful product. The second skill is strategic thinking. Product managers must have long-term strategic vision for their product. They need to align their decisions with the company's overall goals, ensuring that the product contributes to the broader business objectives. This involves constantly analyzing the market competition and future trends to make informed decisions. The third skill is technical understanding. While product managers aren't required to be engineers, they must have a solid grasp of technology behind their product. Understanding the technical constraints and opportunities helps them make realistic promises that aligns with engineering's team capabilities. The fourth skill is having communication and leadership. Since product managers are the key points of contact between various teams, strong communication skills are essential. They must clearly convey the product vision, explain priorities, and resolve conflicts. They also need leadership skills to inspire teams to work towards a common goal, even without having direct authority over them. With these skills in mind, let's explore how the product manager's role differs from other similar positions. So, product managers versus product owner. The term product manager and product owner are often used interchangeably, but they refer to different roles. A product manager is responsible for the broader strategy and vision of the product, while a product owner is more focused on the execution and day-to-day task of managing the product development. Product manager focuses more on setting the product vision, defining success metrics, and working with stakeholders, whereas the product owner works closely with the development team, breaking down tasks into actionable sprints and ensuring the team is executing accordingly to the product vision. In agile frameworks like SCRUM, the product owner is more of an operational role, while the product manager operates at a strategic level. Now that we have understood these distinctions, let's dive why these product managers are so vital to a company's success. So why product managers matter? Product managers play a pivotal role in ensuring a product success in the marketplace. So even without effective product management, companies risk building products that either don't meet customer needs or don't align with business goals. The product manager ensures that a product delivers both value and customer to the business. They also bring together different teams to work toward a common goal, creating alignment across design, development, and marketing. This holistic approach leads to better, more successful products that customers love and businesses benefit from. Lastly, if you're inspired to pursue this career, here's how you can start your journey as a product manager. If product management sounds like the right career for you, here's how you can get started. First, you have to build foundational knowledge. Learn the basics of product management, including popular frameworks like Agile and SCRUM. There are many other online courses and resources available to help you get started. Second, develop empathy. Begin interacting with users and customers to better understand the pain points. This will help you practice empathy, which is the key to building a successful product. Get experience. Look for opportunities to manage smaller projects within your current role or volunteer to work on cross functional teams. Gaining experience with product roadmaps and feature prioritization will help you transition into the role. With dedication and the right skills, you can embark on a rewarding career as a product manager. And that's it for today's video. We have covered what product manager does, their key responsibilities, the essential skills needed, and how to start your journey in product management.
Let's start. It says, what is product management? It's the process of guiding the development, marketing, life cycle of a product from initial idea to its retirement. The role sets across business, tech, customer experience. Let's go ahead and have a look at a very simple example that we all are very well aware. Let's look at Uber. Now, we all know that Uber has a platform that is available across iOS, it's available across Android. Now, this particular app can be used, let's say, for booking. Let's say you want to cancel, let's say you want to pay, so on and so forth. You have multiple options that you can have using the access of Uber. Consider a scenario wherein, let's say, if I am the owner of Uber and I would like to have this kind of app being developed. It will have multiple features as we use them today. In order to get this done, I need someone who knows how to work with a tech team, who understands what are business goals, who understands that, what is the marketing that I'm looking at. He's someone who, let's say, understand user experience. He can take feedback from users. Now, this one person, in simple words, is in charge because he will be the one leading the initiative to make this particular platform a success. This particular role, learners, is the role of a product manager. This person works across, let's say, marketing, development, across the life cycle of a product. For example, when Uber started, they would accept payments using Paytm. Now they also accept cash and so on and so forth. Therefore, this person is in charge of the entire life cycle of the product. Now, let's look at some of the roles and responsibilities of a product manager. Consider again this scenario wherein I, being the owner, let's say, of Uber, I would like Uber to do everything. Cab. I want food delivery. Let's say I want to book a truck. You know, let's say I would like to get in something called quick commerce. I want to do everything. As an owner, I'm saying this. Now, it's a fact that everything cannot be done at once. This is where the role of a product manager comes in. This person would define what exactly is the scope, as in what exactly are we going to achieve now? What can be done at a later stage and what should be ignored? This person takes care of this responsibility. Again, everything cannot be launched at once. Therefore, this person launches the product in phases. Phase 1, let's have an option of booking a cab. Phase 2, let's give an option for the driver also to cancel. Phase 3, let's add multiple payment options. All of these phases are defined by the product manager. Now, since he is handling, let's say, the owner of the product, he is also handling, let's say, different phases. He's working across multiple teams. This person is defining the scope. This person is also defining different versions of Uber app. This is where we come to the roles and responsibilities that the product owner would define the vision. The product owner, let's say, would work across cross-functional teams. Now, as we said that, it has to be launched in phases. This is where something called roadmap or the product roadmap comes in the picture. That means you prioritize which features should be launched, what are the timelines we are looking at, and if users have emphasized a particular feature, then that should be given some priority. That's the reason a product manager extensively works keeping in mind the customers and the user requirements. That could be done through multiple ways. It could be understanding the market trends, it could be even looking at competitors. One interesting example is that Rapido is another platform offering similar services to Uber. They have launched a completely new model for drivers, which another competitor, Ola, also implemented. Therefore, you learn a lot from your competitors as well. Since you are, let's say, performing lots and lots of roles and taking responsibilities, there are some of the core skills that every product manager requires. I think it's no doubt that communication is the topmost, because your entire job role comprises of explaining, let's say, the tech lead, we need to get these three features done. Marketing team, please tell me from where we are getting our maximum leads. Okay. Recruitment team, all right, I would be needing three more, let's say, associate product managers. Therefore, communication is your 80 to 90% of your job. That's the reason you work extensively using this skill, because you'll be aligning all the stakeholders. It could be the owner of the platform, which say would want everything to be done. It's your job to convince that person, hey, not everything can be done at once. And once you're dealing with so many teams, conflicts are bound to happen. Therefore, you need to have this kind of a collaborative environment. Now, here's another scenario, learners, which says strategic thinking and prioritization. Let's say I would like to have Uber as an all-in-one logistics platform. You know, you could even book, let's say, an air freight. You could also book, let's say, a container ownership, so on and so forth. That's what I am thinking strategically. I want everything to be there on Uber. However, resources are limited. That means you can't have everything on one platform at one go. This is where, learners, you will be balancing a lot between strategic thinking and prioritization. Let's have a look over here. It says, about understanding the broader picture. Okay, my broader picture is all in one logistics platform and aligning your product decisions with the company's goals. Therefore, this product should have all in one logistics services, including air freight. Prioritization says is about determining which features or tasks should take precedence. Start with cab service, take some feedback, get some revenue, then maybe you can go to the next one. The product manager also needs to focus here. He can't only say to the owner that he, prioritize. In this way, what's going to happen is the PM would lose his job. At the same time, the PM would have to listen to this aspect as well, because it says you need to think several steps ahead, making sure that every feature change contributes to long-term success. That means if you are building a cab business and the long-term strategic thinking is moving towards other parts of logistics, you need to keep other market trends. You need to keep user requirements at non-stop learning phase, because all of this is a part of your strategic thinking. Then comes prioritization, that you make tough choices, that hey, in the short term, let's run a trial run. Let's say we'll run a small trial run for air freight and get some feedback. Okay, in the long run, we can prioritize air freight above any other form of logistics. Therefore, a good balancing is needed. It says market and user research. Learners, these days this is extensively done using AI tools as well. All right, I'll give you one example over here. Today, when we book, let's say, Uber again, there is an option to choose that whether I want a driver who is, let's say, talkative. Will I, need a cab which should have AC on, cold, or so on and so forth? All of these feedbacks were given by the user that, hey, driver is not switching on AC, or let's say he's too much talkative, so on and so forth. This is where your user research comes in, and this is how your new features develop, as we see in Uber today. Could be multiple ways. You could have data coming in from your platform, which you could analyze, or you could directly have an interview with, let's say, a user. You could have surveys. However, a lot of tech is used in this, and tools like Google Analytics, Mixpanel play an important role, because they give you real-time data on how your platform is performing. So you get real-time answers to user requirements. Technical understanding. Now, learners, it's a very common, what do you say, saying that to become a product manager, you must have tech background. You must be an engineer. You must be from computer science, IT background. That is, however, not the case, because you are, I'll just put this in red, you are not a coder. You are not a developer. You will not be taking care of databases. You will not be the one designing UI UX. It is not your job. There are people who are meant to play this kind of a role. Your role over here is fostering collaboration. Therefore, some knowledge of tech and excellent collaboration communication will get the job done. That means you must know what right questions to ask. You have the responsibility of defining the scope. If the developer says, I can do this, you need to narrow him down that no, it has to be limited to just two features. Now, since you have, what do you say, a bird's eye view of the business, you have bird's eye view of tech, you should be able to anticipate some kind of potential issues. For example, if you launch this particular feature, what are the backlashes competitors have faced? Therefore, you should be aware of these potential issues. Now it says data analysis and matrix. Like I mentioned, certain tools like Google Analytics, Mixpanel, all of these tools require no coding. They only require you to analyze data. For example, let's say Google Analytics tells you about Amazon. Let's say you're the product manager at Amazon. Now, through Google Analytics, you're getting some inputs which says that people are not using, let's say, the search option more. Or maybe people are not using Amazon Pay more. Or deliveries in, let's say, Bangalore's Whitefield have dropped drastically in the past 1 quarter. You get these kind of data which will help you to make decisions. That let's say what could be going wrong. Don't we have enough delivery partners, or is there some kind of a delivery shortage? Therefore, data analysis and decision making would comprise your day-to-day task. This would encompass, let's say, what are the conversion rates. For example, you ran a marketing campaign and you were expecting the conversion rate somewhere around 12 to 15%. That's your marketing team's job. They have already told you. However, the real conversion rate that we got was even less than 5%. So that's your job to look into the issue. Similarly, things go for user engagement. Your UI UX in charge told you that, hey, with this kind of a new UI, we could enhance the user experience. However, you see that the time spent on the platform has not increased. Then again, it's your job to look at these kind of issues. Again, we come back to the reason of the existence of a product manager, which is the user. It says putting yourself in the user's shoes and understanding their struggles, needs, and goals. Let's look at another example, which is something that we again commonly use on a day-to-day basis. And let's look at that example of a Gmail. Today, if you open Gmail, you even have an option of Gemini coming up on the top right corner. That means users are, let's say, using AI tools today for almost all of their tasks. Should that be present while they're writing their emails? Obviously, yes. Great. Should that be present in day-to-day handling of emails? Absolutely, yes. Therefore, give an option of Gemini to Gmail. That means you understand what users are doing actively today, how are they performing those tasks, and then you implement those features. For example, a very common document that you will be preparing as product managers is called the PRD. This document could take almost a week's time to get done, but using something known as Copilot by Microsoft, it can be done in less than 5 minutes. Therefore, if the user is using Copilot, then let's incorporate Copilot in all of MS Office offerings. That's what Microsoft has done. That's how you take care of user and you put yourself in the shoes of the user. Remember this one thing, learners, you are not the boss. The product manager has no authority over a developer to tell him or her to do a particular task. No, that is not your authority. You don't have the authority over marketing team to tell someone to run this kind of a campaign. No. You run the show without authority. Obviously, there are other ways you can exert authorities, but yes, those are best avoided and they do take time and they do leave a bad impression. For example, you could talk to the tech lead and say, this developer is not doing up to the mark. So it creates some kind of a friction within the team. That's the reason, learners, it's all your soft skills that will run the show for you. You would say you lead with influence and not hierarchy. It's about guiding your team, sharing the vision, and having non-official power. We'll come to the last, let's say, soft skill that we are looking at is adaptability and decision making under uncertainty. Now, I'll give you another very commonly used example. Yes, here we are at the Gmail part. Now, if Gmail today sees that uh, 15 GB is what we are offering to, let's say, free users. Okay. However, with rising demand for data storage, users are requiring more. Okay, they can open another Gmail account. That's great. They get another 15 GB. But managing these two, one file or one picture present here, one file, one picture present here, may or may not make sense, right? So let's launch a loyalty plan because people are creating more and more Gmail accounts and they are also not happy managing different accounts. You're also creating trouble because again, you're not generating revenue. So let's have a loyalty plan wherein we offer 100 GB. Apart from this, they can have multiple accounts under this umbrella. That's again how you adapt to changing user requirements. I think we discussed about Google Analytics tool, Mixpanel tool. These tools are used for analysis of, let's say, whatever data your platform is generating. Jira is extensively used in product management tech teams to run your show. Which developer or which feature is at what stage, which developer is handling what part of the feature, so on and so forth. Again, we've got Plan, Trello. You would be using extensively for creating product roadmaps and collaboration with your team. Let's start discussing on a very interesting topic, product roadmaps. This is one thing, learners, knowingly or unknowingly, we tend to do this in all products, all stages of whatever we are doing in our professional life. I'll explain more how. See, the question arises, what is a product roadmap? Consider a scenario that WhatsApp has just launched. Now, it is, in simple words, an instant messaging app. Alright, consider it just newly launched an instant messaging app. Today, what we see on WhatsApp, it has got variety of features. Calls, video call, audio call. It has got an option of creating groups, communities. It has an option of file sharing, maybe online payment. We can share locations, photos, PDFs, so on and so forth. It's a huge platform today. Consider a scenario wherein you are the product manager at WhatsApp. Now, you have lots and lots of ideas what you can do. As of now, you're just an instant messaging app. You think that first thing we can add a video call, second thing we can add another type of voice call, then we can also add sharing of files. The question arises, you can't do all of it at once. Therefore, a product roadmap is like a map that shows where your product is going. Let's say today you decide to launch a new feature. Let's allow file sharing apart from just sharing messages. Okay, this is your first step. The product is now heading towards a direction of file sharing. Also, it is a plan that tells everyone what features and improvements will come and when. Now you can tell your product development team or you can tell your tech team, first we're going to share the file sharing system. Then we're going to launch voice calls. Then we're going to launch video calls. After this, we're going to launch live location. After this, we're going to launch groups, communities, and at the end, payments. Now your tech team is well aware. They can prepare their tech architecture keeping this product roadmap in mind. Therefore, it is helping teams know, hey, you know what, we need to build this feature next. Also, it shows the big picture and important goals. Let's say in the end, we want WhatsApp to become not only an instant messaging platform, but also it should become something like WhatsApp business, wherein people can actually order online, a small e-commerce store. Now the team is well aware of the big picture and important goals. This is where your product roadmap comes in the picture. Now, we've already discussed why product roadmap is important because now everyone knows, including your tech team, your marketing team, let's say you have a PR team, everyone is aware this is the direction the product is headed. Therefore, all your team members can focus their efforts on stages that have been defined as per this roadmap. Your marketing team can highlight WhatsApp business the moment it is launched. Similarly, your PR team can reach out to small businesses to show how this could be beneficial. If at all you have an option of, let's say, video calling, then your marketing team can highlight that do simple video calls free of cost using WhatsApp. Then they can further highlight that you can even schedule a meeting. You can then even screen share while you're doing a video call. Therefore, everyone is on the same page. Everyone has prioritized together that what is most important at this point of time. They also know that the product is going in the right direction because everyone has cumulatively decided this is the direction we are going to take. That's the reason while building a product roadmap, there are multiple stakeholders involved. We look at key features and functions. It says what should be included in a product roadmap. As we discussed with WhatsApp, we must have key features that we're going to launch next, or maybe some kind of improvements. For example, WhatsApp launched something called as video calling. After they launched video calling, they further enhanced it by screen sharing on video call. They further enhanced it by launching, let's say, scheduling a video call. In this way, you're aware of the key features and improvements. Nothing works without timelines or deadlines. So if you have highlighted over here multiple features that you have to launch, everything will be backed by separate timelines. Goals or reasons for each feature? Simple, because you can't have, let's say, a payment option until you have a wide adoption rate. Therefore, through instant messaging, video calling, voice calling, file sharing, let's have a good customer base and then launch the payment option. Progress status, it also covers if multiple features were to be launched at this point of time, where do we stand? It says, how does the roadmap help with planning and communication? Your all stakeholders are now well aware because they were involved in the planning stage and they're now aware on how the product will proceed. They understand what to expect. Now, once the tech team knows that there are 8 features being planned, they know that the payment feature is coming last. They know that immediately we are looking at screen sharing. They can keep their resources ready. They can continue their hiring depending on the capabilities needed. Therefore, it helps you to manage your resources better as your stakeholders know what is expected. And once you have done these things well, you don't waste time and resources. Let's consider this example that if you want to launch a chat feature next month, the roadmap will show it clearly so everyone prepares for it. In this way, everyone works in the same direction. There are multiple types of roadmaps. Let's have a look at this. Something called timeline based, goal based, or feature driven. Timeline based, it shows features what will be built according to dates and months. This is good one for prioritization because you've got first 1 month of launching just the instant messaging, then next 1 month for file sharing, then next 1 month for, let's say, sharing location. Timeline based helps you track and avoid delays. Goal focus, it shows outcomes without exact dates. Now, I'm bored. Let's say I'm continuously looking at this timeline related roadmap and I'm only chasing these, what do you say, timeline based milestones. Okay. Now I'm bored because I'm continuously working on this feature or this feature that I lose touch with what is called the big picture. As an employee, I can lose motivation in operational tasks that I lose track of big picture and obviously it affects my performance. This is where your goal based roadmap comes in the picture. It keeps the final destination alive for all employees and all stakeholders. Feature driven list down built focusing on what, not when. Use feature driven for small projects or flexible plans. Let's say you are a newly launched tech startup. Consider this and you have launched a brilliant platform on the App Store or on the Play Store. Now, since you're not as scaling or you don't have as wide reach as WhatsApp has, you have a very simple to the point features. Okay, add login feature, add, let's say, a dashboard to view performance. Third, raise query. That's it. 3 features, job done. Maybe used by 100 users or maybe used by 500 users. Therefore, when you're working on a small scale, you look more of like a feature driven because this is one feature that has to be done. And since you don't have a very big team, you don't have a very big budget, you don't have good amount of resources, your timeline in feature driven is by default a smaller one. Therefore, you don't focus on when, because obviously what you're doing is on urgent basis. So everyone knows this is going to be done sooner. Let's look at step number one, which says user research. Learners, whatever product you're developing, and you've divided, let's say, a product roadmap into various milestones as we discussed for WhatsApp, you can't do that based on what you think. Therefore, if WhatsApp wants to continuously launch new features, this demand has to come from users alone. If users raise a demand, please allow me to, let's say, share my live location or my current location, then only WhatsApp will start investing resources. Therefore, talking to the users, finding out their pain points helps you in doing your user research to better allocate your resources. Now, users have given a simple problem that we find it difficult to share files. Gmail is one option, Dropbox is another option, but not everyone is using email. And plus, it's not as user friendly to share over an email as compared to WhatsApp. So now this is a problem they have identified. It is your job to come from this problem to a feature. This is where you define what your features would be. Let's say features are things your product can do, like sending messages, tracking steps, or adding friends. The same thing, learners, let's say sharing in WhatsApp, can be done through multiple ways. Maybe you can have a separate platform for this. Maybe you can have an option of choosing what file you want to send. Or for location, you could share using Google Maps. There are multiple ways of doing that. You narrow down which you feel could be the best way. It could be just adding a plus button. Click on the plus button, go and select what you would like to share and just share it. Decides which are most important to build first. That let's build, what do people share most first? Pictures, then PDFs, then links or videos. Okay, so keep this in this order and then start development. As we proceed, learners, many a times there are lots of answers that we can get from competitors. For example, remember Instagram stories? Initially, can anyone guess where you started seeing stories first? Stories feature. It was, I believe, Snapchat. Then it was adopted by multiple other platforms, including Instagram. Therefore, many a times, what features to have, inspiration can come from your competitors. If competitors love story feature, customers are enjoying, let's say, Snapchat story, so why don't we implement it on Instagram? That's how sometimes market trends, competitors can give you a good idea on what features you need to develop. Let's create a product roadmap, learners. Pretty straightforward. We'll begin, let's say, once we have identified the purpose, we'll identify the audience. I'll show you how this is to be done using Excel. All right. So let's say we have identified the purpose that you need to help people share files better. Who's going to be the audience? Everyone using WhatsApp. It could be an elderly person, it could be a youngster, it could be a teenager, it could be anyone. Therefore, we have identified the audience. Now the feedback comes that it should be there, very simple. I just can click on the plus button, maybe attach and share. That's a job done. Now let's launch it and see what all themes people would like to use it. Okay, people are happy using this way. Next, what we have is, let us now break this entire development process into some kind of task and milestone. This is where building a roadmap comes in, which you're going to build in Excel next step. First, we'll choose a format. Let's say we'll can be a timeline in Excel or could be anything. And then we go to our development phase of making a roadmap wherein we add milestones and we break down, as we saw over here, we break down into specific tasks and milestones are actions. All right, let's say we need to build something like this using Excel. How do we start? Step number one would be just mention these three things: planning, implementation, and closing. Because implementation is where the work actually gets done. So let's say you divide it into phases. Straightforward. You just need to enter text. When we go to the next step is we enter some kind of a timeline. We are now building, learners, a timeline based roadmap. So we enter the timeline, let's say starting from April going till Jan. Once you have done this, we'll quickly, as you can see, merge certain cells. Now we have got lots of open spaces to start building our roadmap. We took up any shape. Let's say we have taken this shape in the planning phase, and then we start making it as a flow. that let's say this is where your planning is going to end. This is where your next stage of planning will continue. As you can see, the implementation phase has started here once majority of your planning was done. So implementation phase one, when phase one is about to end, phase two, similarly phase two about to end, phase three, and then side by side you start closing. Let's say if your phase one is complete, you start closing it once you are nearing the end of the phase three. That's how learners, you create something like of a flow, we call it swim lanes. Then you add some text over here to highlight what is it that you're trying to make. For example, deploying, network building, resource planning. As we go next, we have multiple options of how do you identify that this particular step or phase has ended. This is where something known as milestones come in the picture. So identify having a milestone here. Now these milestones have been identified, you have been able to complete with different phases. This is where your product roadmap is now completed and your work can start. There are multiple tools. Jira is one. Excel, we saw how it can be done. Trello, Notion. There are multiple tools freely available to make a product roadmap. Remember this, as I told earlier, there are multiple stakeholders to be involved. You'll have the development team, you'll have the product manager, you'll have marketing team, PR. You've got options from finance, you're from HR, because everything depends on resources. And all of these people need to be aware of what resources they have so that they can have better resource planning. Now, when everyone's there on the same page seeing the roadmap, they can allocate the resources accordingly. Keep your roadmap simple, learners, so that it's easy for everyone to understand. Do not add too many technical jargons from any domain. Focus on the goals, especially the milestones, so that you can celebrate certain small victories. Update the roadmap regularly as plans change. Remember, learners, roadmaps are not permanent, they keep on changing. Maybe a regulatory change comes up and you need to switch your last feature to the first one. So keep it flexible, and most importantly,
Today, we'll start this session by understanding what is product management and who is a product manager. Following that, we'll cover the different type of product managers and their roles and responsibilities. Moving forward, we'll learn the difference between a product manager and a project manager and the skills that are necessary to start your career as a product manager. And stick till the end because we'll wrap up this session by knowing the top companies that are hiring product managers and the average salary of a product manager. So without any further delay, let's move on to the first phase of our session. What is product management? Product management is managing the process of the product throughout the life cycle, from strategizing to design and development to branding of the product. Product management involves strategizing products to enhance the profits of the business, creating customers' value, creating roadmaps to get a clear idea of how to design and develop the product, specifying functional requirements, and creating blueprints. Then the development of the product is done as per the requirements. And once the product is developed, it is necessary to take customer feedback and finalizing the price of the product. Now, let us understand who is a product manager. The product manager is the one who leads the team by managing the product throughout the life cycle, from strategizing to design and development to branding of the product. The product manager is the mini CEO of the product as he leads the product within the organization. The product manager is an important organizational role that focuses on long-term vision for a product. The role concentrates on the marketplace and plans the success of the product by analyzing the market needs for the product. The product manager sets the strategy and roadmaps for the product in order to provide a relevant and valuable product to the customers. The product manager acts as an association between business, developers, and users. The product managers can relate to different operations based on organization working for. For example, research and development, marketing and sales, or testing or maintenance for the product. The product manager is the individual who looks after delivering a valuable product to the market, addressing the market needs. The primary focus of a product manager is to gather the market requirements and strategize the product as per that only. The manager ensures that the product meets the needs of the market and the customer. This role is responsible for providing business to the company by developing new products and improving the already existing products. Now that you know who is a product manager, here's a question for you. What according to you is the best product in the market and why? Let us know in the comment section below. Now, there are various types of product managers. Every organization defines the role of a product manager in its own ways. On the basis of roles and responsibilities, the product managers can be differentiated into various different types. So let's move ahead and understand the different types of product managers. The very first type of product manager is a product manager. The manager manages the entire product life cycle that looks after every aspect of a product. That is strategizing, road mapping, development, branding, etc. The other type of product manager are product owners. The product owner is an individual who defines the user stories and create a product backlog. The product owner is the primary point of contact on the behalf of the customers. The third type of product manager is distributed product manager. The manager looks at the various distributed models of the product teams, that is B2B, business to business, B2C, business to customer, or B2B2C, that is business to customer. The next type of product manager is platform product manager. The one manages the internal stakeholder platforms involving web, mobile, softwares or hardwares. Moving on to the next type of product manager is technical product manager. The individual works with the engineering team and the internal stakeholders, that is design team, development team and the technical leads. The last type of product manager is growth product manager. The manager focuses on improving the business growth by looking at the customer's growth, acquisitions and the activations. Now, let's move ahead and know what are the roles and responsibilities of a product manager. The product manager looks after a lot of works and operations of an organization. Some of the responsibility of a product manager includes defining the vision of the product, creating strategies, creating customers' value, building roadmaps, specifying functional requirements, organizing the teams, designing and development of the product, data analysis, and monitoring the product performance. When it comes to product management, many of us tend to get confused between a product manager and a project manager. So, let's move further and know the difference between a product manager and a project manager. The product manager deals with all-round needs of a product, from strategizing to design and development to branding of the product. On the other hand, a project manager deals with applying techniques to complete a particular project. The product manager focuses on building up the value of the product, but the project manager focuses on the work coordination. The product manager owns the what. On the other hand, the project manager owns the how. The product manager must be good at market research and strategic thinking, whereas a project manager must be good at planning and budget organizing. The product manager brings the idea related to the product into the marketplace. On the other hand, the project manager uses specific skills to deliver a valuable product. Now, let's move further and know the skills that are necessary to start your career as a product manager. The skills that are necessary for a product manager are strategic thinking, leadership skills, time management, empathy skills, communication skills, analytical skills, presentation skills, customer orientation, and self-confidence. To start your career in product management, you should be aware of the future scope of the field. So, let's take a look at the companies that are hiring product managers. The topmost companies that are hiring product managers are Google, Microsoft, Amazon, TCS, Oracle, SAP, HCL, Wipro, Zoho, and many more. Now, let's move to the end of this session and know what is the average salary of a manager. So, the average salary of a product manager in India is 10 lakhs per annum, whereas the average salary of a product manager in US is approximately $90,000 to $1,60,000 per annum. With this, we have came to the end of this session. But before ending this session, which company would you like to work for as a product manager? Do let us know in the comment section below. So to get a push in your career to start as a product manager, start learning now.
So guys, let's start by understanding what is product market fit. Guys, product market fit refers to the moment when company's product resonates deeply with its target customers. It's when customers not only buy the product but also use it regularly and recommend it to others, helping the product gain attraction and sustain growth over the time. This concept is critical for any business that wants to achieve long-term profitability and also success. Entrepreneurs and venture capitalists like Mark Anderson, who is widely credited with popularizing the idea, describes product market fit as finding a good market and creating a product that meets the needs of that market. It's not just about launching a product, it's about ensuring that the product satisfies a significant demand within the chosen market. Without this alignment between the product and market, growth will be significant and demand will be chosen within the market. So guys, without this alignment between product and market, growth will be stunted and profitability will be difficult to achieve. Dan Oslin, a renowned product management expert, developed a framework known as the product market fit pyramid, which helps basically companies navigate the process of achieving this alignment. Now, let's try to move ahead and understand why product market fit is important. So guys, Alex Schulz, Facebook's Vice President of Growth, has emphasized that one of the common issues he observes in the company that he advises is misconception around product market fit. Many companies believe that they have achieved it when they actually haven't. Why does it matter so much? Why do venture capitalists frequently require evidence of product market fit before investing in a company? And why do Mark Andersons divide the startup journey into two distinct phases, before product market fit and after product market fit? The answer is pretty simple, guys. Until you confirm that your product has a large enough market of customers willing to pay for it, your company shouldn't focus on scaling other strategic objectives like upselling and before product market fit. These efforts are premature and potentially counterproductive. For example, guys, spending money on advertising or expanding sales team doesn't make sense if you haven't first proven that there's sufficient market for your product. Achieving product market fit means that your product has demonstrated enough value that a significant number of people want it. It's at this point that the business can begin focusing on growth strategies. But before reaching this stage, the primary goal is to validate that the product solves a real problem for the market. In short, guys, product market fit is the foundation for long-term growth. Without it, even the best of the sales and marketing efforts are likely to fall short. So guys, as you can see all over here, so there are certain reasons like product market fit is important, like I have mentioned, sustainable growth, resource efficiency, investors' confidence, customer loyalty, and competitive advantage. So these are some of the main reasons why product market fit is important. But now the question arises, who is responsible for the product market fit? While product market fit is often associated with the roles of product managers and marketers, the reality is that it's a company's wide responsibility. Every team from sales to customer support and finance plays a role in helping the company reach this milestone. The product team may be at the forefront of creating a product, but customer feedback from sales and support teams can provide invaluable insights. The finance department also plays a key role by tracking key metrics that indicate invaluable insights and also whether the company is making progress towards product market fit or not. In essence of achieving product market fit, it requires collaboration across all the departments. It's not just about developing the right product, it's also about making sure that the entire organization is aligned and focused on meeting the needs of customer. Now, let us talk about a very important question. that how to measure the product market fit. So guys, there's no definitive metric to tell a company that it has achieved product market fit. However, several indicators can signal that you are on the right path. Andrew Chen, a venture capitalist, offers some useful guidelines for assessing the product market fit. The first one is customer feedback. Like, are customers showing a willingness to switch to your product? When your potential customers try your product, do they express a preference for it over other competitors? Market differentiation. Like, have customers who previously rejected other solutions now turn to your product? Are you offering something distinct that captures their interest, like the competitive grouping? Do customers intuitively understand which other products yours competes with? If they place your products in the same category as leading alternatives, it indicates you are playing right in the market. So guys, as you can see all over here, now let us try to understand some of the other measures. The next reason is product understanding. Like, do customers clearly grasp what sets your products apart? If they can easily identify your product's unique selling points, then you are on the right track. Next, we have the retention rates. Like, how do your metrics such as customer retention rates compare to those of your competitors? Strong retention is a good sign that you are providing value to your customers. These signals encompass both qualitative and quantitative measures, reflecting that product market fit is just not about numbers, but it's also about customer perception and behavior. So guys, now let us discuss about some of the qualitative measures. For example, we have first one, that is word of mouth. According to Mark and Reason, one of the best indicators of product market fit is when customers start promoting your product on their own. They essentially become your sales representative by recommending your product to others. Next is media attention. Like, you get increased call from media outlets and analysts suggest that your product is gaining visibility and credibility in the industry. Frequent media coverage can indicate growing market interest in your offering. By tracking both qualitative and quantitative metrics, company can better understand where their products stand and on the path toward product market fit. Now, the biggest question arises, how to achieve product market fit? So guys, there is no universal formula for achieving the product market fit. The Dan Olson's book, The Lean Product Playbook, provides a 6 framework that helps team towards this goal. So guys, the first is determine your target customer. First, identify who your product is for. This involves understanding the demographic, psychographic, and behavioral characteristic of your ideal customer. Without a clear target audience, it's difficult to design a product that meets the real needs. Next is identify the underserved needs. It means that you have to assess the unmet or poorly met needs of your target audience. By identifying the gaps in the existing products, you can tailor your solutions to address those areas. This step is very crucial for differentiating your product from the competitor. Next is define your value proposition. Based on the needs you have identified, craft a value proposition that clearly communicates why your product is the best solution for your target audience. You have to also tell what unique benefits does it offers and how does it solve the customer problem more effectively than the alternatives. Specify your minimum viable product. So guys, specifying your MVP feature set is very important. An MVP is the simplest version of your product that still delivers value to your target customers. The goal is to focus only on the core features that addresses the most pressing customer needs, rather than trying to build a fully featured product right way. By launching an MVP, you can give the feedback and iterate quickly. Develop your MVP, then once all the MVP feature set is defined, the next step is to build and launch it. The initial version of your product should be focused on delivering the core value proposition while allowing you to gather data and insights from real customers. Next is test your MVP with the customers. Finally, once the MVP is live, collect feedback from your target customers. Use this feedback to refine and improve the product. Testing helps validate whether your product meets the needs of the customers and market, and also provides the valuable insights for future iteration. Achieving product market fit is an ongoing process. It requires continuous refinement of your product based on customer feedback and market conditions. However, by following this structured approach, your team can stay focused on the key elements that drive the product market fit. So guys, we have come to the end of this video. And before that, I want to say something. That product market fit is a vital milestone for any company. It is the point at which your product gains enough attraction in the market to support sustainable growth. Without it, even the most ambitious business strategies are unlikely to succeed. The journey to the product market fit is often challenging, and it requires both a deep understanding of the customer needs and willingness to iterate on your product. But guys, once achieved, product market fit can unlock the potential for rapid growth and long-term success.
For cracking an interview, it's first essential to understand what product sense is. Product sense and product managers consistently display a strong sense of the product. So let's move ahead with this session and understand how to crack a product sense interview. But before moving ahead, don't forget to subscribe to our channel so that you never miss an update from Simplilearn. So today we'll start this session with what is product sense and how to develop a product sense. Moving ahead, we'll understand the product sense interviews and how to gain product sense. Following that, we'll take a look at what a product sense interviewer is looking to see and some sample questions. And stick to the end because we will wrap this session by providing you with some tips to follow to crack the product sense interviews. So let's start with the session and understand what is product sense. Understanding a product's requirements is known as having product sense. One of the actual hard talents that good product managers should possess is product sense. It's a key element of product development and any product strategy. It is a crucial talent for designing goods with people in mind. A product's success depends on addressing consumer demands, and product sense is a form of foresight. Many businesses prioritize product sense while choosing individuals for PM positions. True product sense goes well beyond the design and user experience of the solution. One of the components of the product sense equation is anticipating the downsides and trade-offs of each product decision, and knowing which ideas to reject is also included in it. Understanding why a product would or wouldn't function is necessary. And product sense helps you identify the issues your product resolves and how to add new features that work similarly. The ability of PMs to understand products has long been mysterious. Now let's understand how to develop a product sense. Strong product sense is a quality that product managers consistently exhibit. They also provide value that meets client requirements while updating such items. Most product management use scenarios have this goal in mind. Though it is sometimes simpler said than done, improving revenue and profit margins may mean sacrificing these objectives. Product managers and leaders may improve this ability and develop their intuitive sense of user demands in a variety of ways. There are 3 components that make up product sense. Number 1, compassion. This is the capacity to mimic several distinct personalities who are not like you in terms of their thought processes. Having the ability to state that in this circumstance, this sort of user will respond in this way, or to assert that our business partners would react in a certain way, or even that our rivals will see our move in a certain way. One crucial aspect of product sense is the ability to honestly do that well. Going above and beyond to get into users' shoes, into their thinking, and into their problems helps you develop a strong product sense. Talking to various people and partners is a definitive technique to increase your empathy. Don't just converse with them and accept what they tell you as you go about doing this. The most crucial component of developing this empathy is to try to understand why they are saying what they are saying. Although you won't always have the user in front of you to ask what would work, you may accurately forecast it by knowing why they feel or act the way they do. Number 2, originality. The ability to think creatively and generate fresh solutions to a given circumstance or challenge is the most elusive but significant component of product sense. It is the responsibility of the product manager to specify the construction process. You may develop the key talent of creative thinking to do this. It might be a force multiplier to be able to come up with novel solutions to consumer issues. In addition to providing sensible answers, the top product managers also inspire innovation. After all, nothing has ever been constructed before without the use of creativity. Setting strategy, prioritizing new ideas, and putting them into practice all need creativity. And number 3, domain knowledge. When you have a deep understanding of the industry you work in, ideas for what kind of product to create and how to create it will automatically come to you better and more accurately. To be more precise, I'd advise putting your attention on understanding your users and consumers, the competitors and what they're up to, and any opportunities or constraints presented by technology. Functional expertise is concerned with the product management process, whereas domain expertise is focused on the market. I contend that this is distinct from talents. The art of influencing is one such. Influencing is a crucial ability for PMs since they have a lot of responsibility and limited control over other people. The market, consumers, industry, opponents' products, and etc. are all part of the domain experience. Yes, some technical expertise is required, but the market is still the major concern. Otherwise, you run the risk of becoming technology driven, missing market possibilities, or misinterpreting client wants. Now, let's move on to the basic detailing of the product sense interview. Product interviews not only attain questions based on the product sense, but also analytical questions and case studies. In most cases, the product sense interviews hold on to the questions like, which is the product you like the most? Why do you like it? And what kind of improvements do you want to make to it? Or the interviewer can ask you about a particular product, maybe just like Google Maps. The interviewer can ask about how you would improve Google Maps and its services. The questions about actual products are occasionally included in the product sense interviews. A product's design and strategy might also be the basis for these inquiries. For example, what design principles would you use to create a YouTube clone app that runs in the background? Regardless of whether a product is digital or physical, the solutions for its design or marketing tactics always stay the same. PM interviews evaluate 3 key competencies: product sense, execution, and behavioral competencies. Every employer has a unique interview process, but they all assess the same fundamental competencies. Hard as it may be to admit, most interviewers need rapid thinking and responses. Quick thinking is facilitated by frameworks. Your interviewer for the execution is searching for if you can quantify what matters and apply analytics to make data driven judgments, if you can identify and balance various trade offs to make wise product selections, and if you can efficiently use your limited time and resources to have the greatest impact. Now let us understand what the interviewer is trying to see in you or trying to judge you on. The interviewer mostly asks you about the 4 things based on a product: context, prioritization, creativity, metrics. Context. The interviewer will ask you about the context of the problem statement. Do you get the context of the problem? Are you able to empathize with which context the product is going to be used? Who will be the users of the product? And what will be the difficulties the users will face with these particular products? How can we resolve such difficulties? And many more. Prioritization. Are you able to prioritize from all the major points, segments, and use cases you have developed, the appropriate collection of segments and pinpoints, supporting your decisions with logic and data? Such questions are asked by the interviewer. Creativity. The interviewer will always want you to provide a creative solution for the problem statement, because this is where your ability to think of a creative solution to the problem and your ability to design comes into being. Metrics. The interviewer may ask if you can come up with the metrics against which you will judge your product intervention. Well, these are the 4 primary aspects around which the product sense interview will roam. The interviewer is going to check your ability to think, design, strategize, and create. The interviewer doesn't expect you to come up with a solution that will change the whole face or the product. They are typically trying to find out if you have the structure of the product based on the problems and their solutions in your mind. Before moving ahead, here's a question for you all. What is your favorite product and why? Do let us know in the comments below. Now let's know what makes a product manager gain a thriving product sense. Designing products training. Good PMs are familiar with design, and an MBA is beneficial. The subjects of product design and innovation are 2 of the favorites of usual PMs. Some used to create stuff and get feedback throughout several rounds. It might be challenging to take criticism on the job seriously and promptly. Case studies in marketing. Academically speaking, marketing includes products. Product, pricing, location, and promotion are the 4 Ps. The MBA program is a marketing masterclass. And in the case of study simulations, you compete against other teams. And in that way, you pick things up much more quickly. Hard skills. Great PMs need to influence without being in charge. These frequently involve knowledge of corporate operations, research techniques, and best practices in product management. Here, hard skills are crucial. Clubs, happy hours, and corporate outings make up half of the MBA. Your social abilities will significantly advance as a result. Network. In the field of product management, networking generally entails locating decision makers, significant stakeholders, influencers, and other experts and forming productive connections with them. Now, I know people who manage billion-dollar hedge, VC, and PE firms. And there's just no likelihood that, as a manager in technology, I would know these folks. Analyzing a problem related to metrics. Choosing the appropriate metrics to track and examine results in better informed choices being made throughout the product development process. These metrics provide the business with tangible proof of the components of the product or customer experience that are not connecting with customers. This data driven knowledge may be used by the product, marketing, and sales teams to better understand the drivers of their consumer profiles. The corporation uses this information to better its products going forward. Measuring impacts. The next stage is to express specifically what you expect this adjustment to accomplish once you have identified the relevant measurements. Goals that are SMART, or MT if you prefer, and make it obvious if they were achieved are good goals. Moving on, let's know what your product sense interviewer is looking to see. Can you clearly articulate who you are building for, why, and how it fits into the meta mission? Can you provide thoughtful reasoning for why Meta should or should not focus on specific aspects of the broadest possible product opportunity at hand? Can you provide a thorough vision for your desired MVP experience to test out your hypothesis, as well as your desired end state for this product, say 3 years out? This comes down to concretely defining priorities and goals. Can you zoom out from your personal user needs and think about how this product could scale and provide maximum value to Meta's global user base of over 3 billion people? Product sense interview questions will typically be in the form of one very deep hypothetical, what would you build for X, with a series of follow-up questions to understand your thought process. Let's now have a look at a few sample questions. The interviewer may ask you, how would you improve Instagram stories? Build a Facebook product for travel. How would you build Facebook Birthday if it weren't there? How can we improve Google Maps? Create a photo sharing app for Google. Build a music app for Facebook. Moving on, let's have a look at the tips that you may follow to crack the sense interview. Knowing what the interviewer can ask, you should understand what aspect the interviewer is looking for in you. Adhere to the framework. The product sense interview is all about following the structural framework to provide an ethical and practical solution to the problem given to you. It's not every time about creativity. The solution should be more practical. The interviewer is majorly looking for your structural approach to provide the solution. Questioning. The approach is your interviewer's main area of emphasis. You are not required to respond as soon as you hear the question from the interviewer. It's acceptable to take a break and ask the interviewer a clarifying question if you're having trouble comprehending what is being asked of you. This will help you realize exactly what the interviewer needs to know. Even if you think you understand the question, you should nevertheless paraphrase it to make sure you're not missing any important details. Reiterate the structure you're going to use after a brief pause of 10 to 20 seconds. And give a layout while responding to the question so the interviewer can see your response more clearly. Research the firm and become acquainted with its main offerings. It's the firm that's hiring you, so at least they are going to ask you about their concerned product as well. Being familiar with their products will give you a vision of what exactly the company wants from you, and you will be able to structurize your opinions. So, before going for the interview, you must go through the company's background, its workings, and its products. Be versatile. Most interview discussions don't go as expected, so never impose a framework. By checking in with the interviewer regularly and stopping, you may make the dialogue casual and free flowing. Define the product goal. Instead of using a statistic, define the product goal in terms of the customer problem. Metrics are only a way to measure progress. They are not the driving force behind product development. People's issues are resolved through products. For instance, Google Maps' objective is to assist users in navigating the world, not to boost the volume of route searches. What quality of a product makes it good or bad as per your experience with the products? Do let us know in the comments below.
Today, we'll start this session by understanding what is the product and product management, and then what is project and project management. Moving forward, we'll understand who is a product manager and a project manager. Following that, we'll take a look at the difference between product manager and project manager. Next, we'll have a detailed look at the roles and responsibilities and the skills required to start a career as a product manager and a project manager. For choosing any professional career, it is important to have certified knowledge of that profession. So we'll also take a look at the certifications required for both product managers and project managers. We'll also talk about how a product manager and a project manager work together. And stick till the end because we'll wrap up this session by talking about the salaries of a product manager and a project manager. So without any further delay, let's get started and know what is a product. A product is offered to deliver its services to the users by putting efforts to be produced. For example, Google Maps for directional services. It can also be defined as a tangible item that an alliance creates to serve the customer's need. For example, Uber for taxi services. A product is designed to create customers' value by solving their problems with convenient evolution. And it doesn't have any explicit life cycle and has more permanence, which means that a product doesn't have any fixed end date and needs continuous discovery and development. Now let's understand what is product management. So, product management is managing the process of the product throughout the life cycle, from strategizing, designing, and development to branding of the product. The product management involves strategizing products to enhance the profit of the business, creating customers' value, creating roadmaps to get a clear idea of how to design and develop the product, specifying functional requirement and creating blueprints, and development of the product as per the requirement. And once the product is developed, it is necessary to take customers' feedback, and then only the price of the product is finalized. Now that we have an idea of product and product management, let's take a look at what is a project. A project is something that results in the product as an outcome. It is a fleeting effort commenced to construct a remarkable product or service. It can also be defined as the process of providing services to the user by focusing on scope, resources, and quality of the output. All the products have a team to work on, a budget to complete the task under a specific amount, a schedule to follow, and some expectations to meet the need of the customers. We can also determine a project as the process of executing a plan which involves taking requirements of the customers and building the solution. Projects are the temporary efforts to meet the need of the business to organize by providing services to the user. Now let's move further and understand what is project management. So, project management is defined as the process of planning and organizing the resources of the company to complete a specific task. Project management plays the same role irrespective of the belonging industry. It is the role that specifies product of an organization. The main objective of project management is to determine the goals and objective of the project. It also creates a quality assurance check to ensure the standards of the project. It is the approach of applying skills and techniques to complete a project as per customer's requirement, and it helps to get a predictable project planning and execution process. The primary constraints of project management are time, cost, scope, and quality. Now let's know more about product and product managers. So let's move further and understand who is a product manager. A product manager is a person in an organization that is responsible for product development as per the customer's requirement. The manager allows the task to the development team and manages the coordination regarding the product developed between the customers and the developers. The product manager monitors the product and the market and develop the competitive analysis. The product manager is an association between the business, developers, and the users of the product. Now let's understand who is a project manager. A project manager is an individual who plans and organizes the resources needed for the project and looks after the specific need of a project of an organization. The product manager determines the goals and objectives of the project by approaching skills and techniques needed to complete a particular project. The project manager helps to get a predictable project planning and execution process. The primary task of a project manager is to determine the scope of the project by using different methodologies of product management. For example, Agile, SCRUM, Prince2, etc. The manager leads the project throughout the life cycle of the project, from initiation to planning to executing to monitoring and controlling to closing of the project. Now, let's move further and understand the difference between a product manager and a project manager. The product manager deals with the all-around needs of the product, from strategizing to branding of the product. On the other hand, the project manager deals with applying techniques to complete a particular project. The product manager focuses on building up the value of the product, but the project manager focuses on work coordination. The product manager owns the what, and the project manager owns the how. The product manager must be good at market research and strategic thinking, whereas the project manager must be good at planning and budget organizing. The product manager brings the idea related to the product into the marketplace. On the other hand, the project manager uses specific skills to deliver a valuable product. The product manager deals with the external market operations, whereas the project manager deals with the internal operations of an organization. The product manager manages the product till its complete success, whereas the project manager manages the project till it's delivered to the customers. So far we have understood about product managers and project managers. So here's a question for you guys. What is the another title for a project manager? Do let us know in the comment section below. Now let's take a look at the responsibilities of product managers. The product manager manages the product throughout the life cycle, from initial stage of planning to the final stage of complete success of the project. The product manager strategizes the product by planning for the particular product. It's the product manager's responsibility to create customers' value by fulfilling the customer's requirement for a product. And the manager builds the roadmap for a product following which the product is created. The manager manages the specifying functional requirements to lead the team about the product. And the manager continuously manages and monitors the development of the product. And once the product is approved, it is sent out in the wild for branding and launching into the market. Let's proceed and know the responsibilities of project manager. The project manager evaluates the initial intakes that are necessary for a project. To finish the project on time, the project manager makes sure that the project is delivered to the customers on time. To manage the performance of the team by continuously monitoring and controlling the work in the team. To manage the proper communication and coordination in the team. To achieve the goal and objective of the project within the given time period. To meet the customer's requirement and make them happy. For being a product manager, one must have all the skills that are required for the profession. So let's know what are the skills that are necessary to thrive in product management. Skills that are necessary for a product manager are strategic thinking. The manager must be able to plan successful future for the product. Leadership skills. The manager must have the skills to lead a group of the people working together to achieve a common goal. Time management. The manager must be good at managing the time and complete the task under the given time period. Empathy skills. The manager must be able to understand the employee's mindset and thinking. Communication skills. The manager must be able to communicate easily with others in order to understand the other person and make him understand his own perspective. Analytics skills. The manager must have the ability to gather information about the product and analyze the information by having a market research about that. Presentation skills. The manager must be good at presenting his thoughts in a creative and attractive ways. Customer orientation. The manager must know how to put the needs of the customers over the needs of the business. Self-confidence. The manager must have self-confidence because only then he or she will be able to lead the team. Now, let's know what are the skills necessary for a project manager. The skills that are necessary for a project manager are: the project manager must have a good knowledge of project management methodologies. For example, Waterfall, Agile, SCRUM, Prince2, and many more. Risk management. The manager must be able to identify and control the threats to the organization's earning and capitals. Basic knowledge of project management tools. The manager must have the basic knowledge of project management tools, for example, dashboards, reporting, timesheets, and many more. Cost management. The manager must be good at managing the project cost to provide maximum benefits to the organization. Adaptability. To become a manager, one must be able to adjust to different conditions and circumstances. Critical thinking. The manager must be able to think rationally and understand the logical relationship between the ideas. Now let's move on and know what are the certifications available for a product manager. The certification that fits best for product managers are Product School Product Management Certification. The Product School offers two types of product management certification. One is Product Manager Certification and the other one is Senior Product Manager Certification. The Product Manager certifications help learners to learn how to build digital product end to end, from discovery to optimization and to develop a portfolio project with the help of your instructor. And the Senior Project Manager certification assists the product managers to enhance your technical hard skills and learn to leakage advantage to make informed decision and build strategic skill set to help guide your team in context of the marketplace. Pragmatic Institute Project Management Certification. The certification concentrates on defining the roles and responsibilities, focuses on the right feedback from the right sources, and building buyers' products. It also pledges the product managers will accumulate functional skills tools, and templates in the field of management. The institute has its branches in over 50 plus countries and have over 10,000 plus hiring companies covering the topmost MNCs as well. The institute provides provision methodologies, adaptable resources, battle tested strategies, and the world class support to the organizations. Simplilearn Professional Certification in Product Management. Simplilearn's professional certification in product management is one of the top 4 worldwide certified programs in product management. This course is in partnership with SP Jain School of Global Management and involves 4 months of rigorous live training with SP Jain top faculties across Australia, Dubai, and India, along with live sessions from top product leaders. This program prepares you to become a product manager via an exhaustive curriculum covering all the aspects of product management and educates you on the latest industry trends, advancements, and related industry applications from top products experts via live sessions. The program provides a 150% salary hike and is connected with 2,900 plus hiring partners. The program will take you towards product strategy, new product ideations, product development, product lifecycle management, designing thinking, UI UX, and many more different concepts of product management. The top companies that are hiring product managers via the Simplilearn product management course are Amazon, Microsoft, Google, IBM, Adobe, LinkedIn, Deloitte, Airbus, and many more. Now let's take a look at the certifications available for project managers. The certification that are fit for project managers are Project Management Professional, that is PMP. Project Management Professional is an international acknowledged professional designation proposed by the Project Management Institute. Gaining a PMP certification can help you in acquisition in your professional and personal growth. The PMP certification can help you showcase your skills and get your work globally recognized. It allows you to prove your experience and competence to lead and direct projects. PMI Agile Certified Practitioners. The PMI ACP training empowers you to become a skilled Agile professional with knowledge of broad range of Agile methodologies. ACP is PMI's fastest growing certification, and recently ACP PMI has been updated with additional of the Agile Practice Guide. Certified Association in Product Management. The Certified Association in Project Management is a vendor neutral entry level certification to help individuals formulate project management skills. It is one of the several certifications issued by the non-profit Project Management Institute, that is PMI. Certified Scrum Master. The CSM certification course is focused on providing an improved understanding of Scrum methodologies and their implementation. It helps you to become a certified Scrum Master, a designation offered by Scrum Alliance to which who you have completed a CSM certification course and demonstrate their understanding by passing the exam. Project in controlled environments. It is also known as Prince2. Prince2 or Project in Controlled Manner Environment certification is a process-based project management method that offers a systematic approach to delivering a successful project with clear templates, processes, and steps. So far we have understood a lot about how product managers are different from project managers. Now let's understand how product managers and project managers work together. So, a product manager sets the trajectory for a project by creating visions of the and goals by doing market research and knowing the customer's requirement. And the project manager brings these visions and goals into the reality by working on the projects and develop the products. With this, we have came to the end of this session. But before we wind up, Let's know what is the average salary of product managers and project managers. The average salary of product manager in India is approximately 10 lakhs and in US is approximately $90,000 to $1,60,000. The average salary of project managers is 10 lakhs in India and in US it is $75,000 for a freshers and $140,000 for an experienced person in US. Let us know which profession you are aiming for. Do let us know in the comment section below.
Why product backlog is important? The product backlog is a fundamental component in Agile and Scrum methodologies, serving as a dynamic, prioritized list of features, enhancements, bug fixes, and other changes that are needed to improve a product. Prioritization. The team can prioritize tasks based on the product's requirements and the value they bring to stakeholders. Transparency. The product backlog offers a clear view of upcoming work, ensuring everyone understands the project's direction and goals. Flexibility. It allows for the easy integration of changes and new ideas into the product development process. Focus. With a well-defined list of tasks, the team can concentrate on completing the most valuable ones first. Efficiency. It enables the team to select work from the backlog as they have capacity, optimizing workflow and productivity instead of being overloaded with tasks. Let's understand what is a product backlog in Agile. The product backlog in Agile is like a big to-do list for a project, specifically for those projects managed using Agile methodologies, which are approaches to software development that emphasize flexibility, collaboration, and customer feedback. Imagine you're planning a big party which represents the final product. Your to do list, the product backlog, includes everything you need to do to make the party happen. This list might include tasks like send out invitations, buy decorations, plan the menu, and so on. Each task is important for the party to be successful. In the context of a software project, this list includes all the features, functions, requirements, enhancements, and fixes that need to be addressed to make the final product meet the customer's needs. These items are typically listed in order of priority, with the most important or urgent items at the top of the list. The team working on the project will regularly review this list, often in a meeting called the backlog grooming session. But what is backlog grooming? Let's understand. What is backlog grooming? Backlog grooming is a term commonly used in agile software development. Imagine you're planning a trip and you have a list of things you want to do or places you want to visit. Your list might include things like booking flights, reserving accommodations, and planning activities. Now, think of this list as your backlog in agile terms. It's a list of tasks or features that need to be completed for a project. Backlog grooming is like going through this list regularly to make sure it's organized, prioritized, and ready to be worked on. Here's how it works. Reviewing and adding items. You start by looking at the items on your list backlog and making sure they're still relevant and needed. If there are new ideas or requirements, you add them to the list. Prioritizing. Not all tasks are equally important. You need to decide which ones should be done first. So, you prioritize the items on your list based on factors like customer needs, project deadlines, or business value. Breaking down tasks. Some items on your list might be big and complex. It's easier to work on smaller, manageable tasks. In backlog grooming, you might break down big tasks into smaller ones so they can be completed more easily. Estimating effort. It's important to have an idea of how much time and effort each task will take. During backlog grooming, you might discuss and estimate the effort required for each item. This helps with planning and resource allocation, ensuring clarity. Everyone involved in the project should have a clear understanding of what each task entails. Backlog grooming provides an opportunity to clarify any doubts or questions about the items on the list. Keeping it up to date. Backlog grooming isn't a one time thing, it's an ongoing process. You should regularly review and update the backlog as the project progresses and new information becomes available. All right, so after that, as the project progresses, the team selects items from the top of the product backlog to work on during each development cycle called a sprint. Now, what is sprint? A sprint is a time box period, usually 4 weeks, during which the development team works on a set of items from the product backlog to create a potentially shippable product increment. Sprints provide a focused, concentrated effort to deliver valuable work within a short time frame. At the beginning of each sprint, the team selects a set of items from the product backlog based on their priority and capacity to form the sprint backlog. They commit to completing these items by the end of the sprint. Once the sprint is over, they review the work and present it to the stakeholders, usually the customer or client, for feedback. All right, now let's understand what's in a product backlog. A product backlog serves as a comprehensive checklist for a project team, outlining all the tasks required to enhance the product's quality. It encompasses various elements: user stories, brief narratives detailing desired features from the perspective of the end user, structured as a type of user, I want an action so that a benefit value. Bugs issues. Any flaws or malfunctions within the product are documented here for resolution. Tasks. These entail specific actions necessary for fulfilling a user story or rectifying a bug. Enhancements. Suggestions for improving the product's functionality or value, not necessarily related to troubleshooting. Technical work. Tasks related to enhancing the product's technical aspects, such as code-based refinement or software component updates. Knowledge acquisition. Activities aimed at empowering the team with essential insights or skills for making informed decisions, such as research or exploration tasks. And there you have it. We've explored the ins and outs of the product backlog in Agile. By understanding its importance and how to manage it through backlog grooming, you're well equipped to steer your projects towards success.
It's a pleasure to welcome you to our new video discussing the top 10 tools for product management. In this video, we will discuss what considerations should be taken before choosing a tool for product management, and then we will look out at the top tools for product management. But before we start, let's brush up on your knowledge. So here's a question for you all. What does a tool stand for? Do let us know in the comments below. Software for product management is an administrative tool used to produce and enhance a company's goods rapidly and effectively, along with successfully enhancing business profits. These tools allow product managers and their teams to gather fresh concepts and develop detailed strategies to turn them into actual products. Although these technologies are typically utilized by product managers and product teams, they also give other departments, such as marketing and sales, additional clarity and insight into product development. Product management is used for product analysis, development tracking, and road mapping. Whenever we concern tools for product managers, we often mean the basic handful of tools that the majority of us use daily. These product management tools typically consist of software for product analytics, development tracking, and road mapping. However, a product manager's duties go beyond simply gathering product perspicuity, surveying the backlog, and evaluating the product plan. Whether you are a beginner or an experienced product manager, you should utilize the right tool to ensure you are not overlooking a crucial aspect of your job. Product managers are frequently in charge of organizing the examination, choice, and purchase of product management solutions for usage inside their company. It might be challenging to choose the best product management solution, though. Now let's move ahead in our session and know what considerations should be taken before choosing tools for product management. Depending on the requirements of the business, each product firm will have a unique collection of tools in its accumulation. The set of tools that the product team employs to manage their operations is known as product management tool accumulation. These tools are frequently integrated, where they perform well together and complement one another. The product development efforts may succeed or fail greatly depending on the choice of product management tools. So, to have a successful product, there should be some considerations to follow up on before choosing a management tool. So, let's take a look at the concerns one must heed before choosing a product management tool. The very first consideration that should be taken is to recognize the demands of your product management staff. Making a charter with a list of questions for your new product management tool is an intelligent method to assess the requirements of your product management team. The charter will aid in outlining particular demands and may be used as a benchmark for assessing items. The next consideration that should be considered is to do some product research. It's time to research the various product possibilities after you have a clearer idea of your demands and criteria for a product. Reading product reviews and seeing product demonstrations are the most significant ways to accomplish this. You'll have a deeper grasp of the features and how each product functions by doing the research for the product. Moving on, we have to consider items depending on product needs. Following your research, it's time to analyze the items in light of your unique needs. Start by grading each item according to how effectively it satisfies your needs. To rank the various items, you may add a column to each need to rank the various items. This stage will enable you to evaluate and contrast several solutions and decide which product management suite is best for your team. The next consideration is to aim to stay within your budget. When looking at product management solutions, budget is always an important consideration. But if you work for a startup or a smaller firm, it's much more crucial. Keep in mind that some of the top goods could have steep asking prices as well as ongoing costs. The simplest method to achieve this is to set a predetermined budget for your product tool and use it as a guide when weighing various possibilities. Then we have to make sure that the tool is with effortless use. Make sure the tool you use is simple to use before you buy it. Although it should be obvious, certain technologies are quite complex and need users to undergo many days of training. The technology that works best for you and your team will be the one that you find simple to use. Many tools allow you to try them out for free, so you may decide whether to buy them before you use them. The next consideration is reporting in real time. Find a product tool that offers real-time reporting to save time. Creating reports that reflect the product's current condition will gather data from many parts of the product management systems. Moving on, we have a reputable interface. Although there are a lot of tools available, some of them appear somewhat dated. Expandability needs to be your main criterion when selecting a tool. Opting for something attractive looking doesn't hurt either. The last consideration that should be taken is security. Scalability is great, but if your data isn't secure, neither is the integrity of your product. Examine the security features that your desired tool supplier offers. To keep your client data private and isolated from everyone else's, choose a different dedicated hosting platform. Let's proceed in our session and know what top tools are used for product management. How do you assess and determine which tools are best for your team? Consider your firm and product size and development stage as a starting point. A tiny firm with one product manager, for instance, probably won't require or have the funds for numerous tools. You could pick a few applications that provide a wide range of integrations and features. A huge organization, on the other hand, would require specific tools created for complex work streams and several teams. The very first functioning of product management is user tracking and analysis. User tracking enables you to follow online visitors while they browse your website anonymously and via a variety of methods. A product manager's research creation process includes user tracking in terms of analysis. A wide range of tools is accessible for tracking and gathering data about the demands of the user for the product. These tools may be quite useful for gathering information and understanding how users of your software or visitors to your website interact with your offerings and content. Platforms for product analytics collect and assist you in analyzing what those customers do, but merely what they say and think. You'll want a product management platform, such as Done, that provides distinct analytics and insight into how customers utilize your product. User tracking and analytics can be done using Pendo. The tool used for user tracking and analytics is Pendo. Pendo assists businesses in determining who is using the features and products they are developing. You can find out which features people like and don't like, as well as how they move across your product range with the help of our product analytics tools. Additionally, You may examine how product adoption differs depending on an account, a user's job, or their attitude. Their objective is to provide product teams with the knowledge they need to do their duties more effectively and make daily decisions with less difficulty. Although in app messaging provides our customers a method to quickly and simply put these insights into action, product analytics are fascinating and powerful. In the end, your capacity to experiment and influence behavior change within your product is what will help you grow your company and give your consumers better experiences. Apart from Pendo, the other tools that can be used for user tracking and analytics are Amplitude, Gainsight, and Google Analytics. The next functionality for product management is product strategy and road mapping. So, product strategy and road mapping is a basic exercise in product management. Even though PMs are renowned for their adaptability, mapping out your course reveals the type of stakeholder negotiating abilities and data driven planning that make product management so successful. Our knowledge of PM's experiences indicates that product board goes toward the making things easier side. AHA is also practical and founded on reliable theoretical understandings of how product managers operate. When choosing your road mapping tool, remember that product managers are reportedly trusted by Airtable, Airfocus, and RoadMonk. The tool used for product strategy and road mapping is Product Board. Product Board is used to prioritize features, create roadmaps, collect customer input, and validate concepts. All the tools required to create a user centered product. The road mapping capabilities of Product Board are noteworthy. Depending on how you operate, you can organize product features into release, sprint, period, or now, next, later buckets, and you may customize roadmaps for different audiences. For instance, you may develop roadmaps that are customer centered or that are expressly geared for leadership. The other tools used for product strategy and roadmap development are Product Plan, RoadMonk, and Airfocus. Moving on to the next functionality of product management is flowcharting. Even while not all product managers utilize flowchart and diagram software, it is still an excellent approach to do a task that many PMs ignore but really shouldn't. You and your organization will benefit from having a greater understanding of the whole client experience with your business after creating a customer journey map. A correctly made journey map will display every interaction a person has with your business, from their initial visit to your website or their first phone contact from a sales representative through their eventual purchase and use of your product. The tool used for flowcharting is Microsoft Visio. Visio's flowcharting and diagramming capabilities can be useful for outlining any particular elements of a user's workflow or experience with your product. The flowcharts you generate using these tools may help you get insights into how to strategically prioritize your product roadmap, since they provide a visual representation of that workflow or experience rather than just a list of the stages your client will take. Apart from Microsoft Visio, OmniGraffle is the other good tool that can be used for flowcharting in product management. Now let's move ahead and know the other functionalities and tools for product management. The other functionality of product management is presentation. A key communication skill for a product manager is the ability to present. It is a component of conveying the product strategy to the company and the team developing the product. Additionally, it is a component of consumer communication. We frequently draw attention to the poor performance of roadmap presentation tools. However, this does not imply that Keynote or PowerPoint shouldn't occupy a significant position in your toolbox for product management. For distributing your high level goals, ideas, and plans within your company and to external audiences like clients, presentation decks may be quite helpful. For instance, vision boards may be a potent tool for selling a group of executive stakeholders the vision of your product. Additionally, using presentations to teach salespeople or educate industry analysts about your product may be quite successful. The best tool for presentation is Microsoft PowerPoint. One of the most often used tools for presentations is PowerPoint. It is a component of the Microsoft Office package and is usable for domestic, commercial, and academic uses. PowerPoint dominated the presentation industry and was most well known for its templates and usability. This program enables anybody, from amateurs to experts, to create presentations utilizing text, graphics, video, audio, and data tables. You may deliver the presentation as you like by using a range of animations and transitions. Other than PowerPoint, Keynote, Google Slide, and SlideShare are tools that can also be used for presentations. Moving on to the next functionality of product management, it's prototyping and wireframing. Design teams experiment by turning their ideas into physical prototypes, which might range from paper to digital. To capture design concepts and user testing, teams create prototypes with varying levels of realism. You may improve and evaluate your ideas using prototypes, allowing your company to release the proper items. You must put a lot of effort into demonstrating that your product concept can be realized before bringing it to fruition. More technologies are emerging as a result of the growing significance of user design and easy consumer journeys. They also employ techniques to minimize discomfort and streamline the delivery process. The number of web based apps available has increased due to this popularity. Some, nevertheless, are a little questionable in terms of usefulness. Most people are using multipurpose applications that may be used for prototyping, designing, and whiteboarding. If you're searching for a versatile tool that is also great for prototyping, we may suggest Figma. The best tool used for prototyping and wireframing is Balsamiq. Balsamiq Wireframes is a quick, low fidelity UI wireframing tool that simulates sketching on a whiteboard or notepad while using a computer. It effectively pushes you to put your attention on structure and substance rather than wasting time on early debates about colors and details. With wireframes, you may quickly produce new ideas, discard the subpar ones, and identify the best solutions. The alternatives of Balsamiq for prototyping and wireframing are Sketch, InVision, and Adobe XD. The next function of product management is product development. Product development involves bringing a new thing or item to market or enhancing already available goods to boost sales. A product is initially merely a sample. For a firm to become something that can be sold on the market, a lot of time and money must be invested. The idea, design, development, and marketing of newly developed or freshly renamed goods or services are all phases in the process known as product development, sometimes known as new product management. The entire process of creating a product, from conception through market launch, is referred to as product development. Product research makes the difference between a product's success and failure, both at launch and throughout the product lifecycle, by helping you understand the requirements and desires of your consumers and keeping an eye on the competitive landscape and environment of your product. The best tool used for product development is Rally. The foundation of value stream management is Rally. By enabling business leaders to address challenging issues like how to prioritize capabilities related to development, how capabilities relate to development outcomes, how to track capabilities progress from planning to delivery, and how to find opportunities to optimize flow, Rally's insight contributes to value stream management. Rally is used by value streams to make complicated processes transparent and enable swift business pivots based on data driven choices. The alternative to Rally for product development is Azure. Moving on, we have project management as the next functionality of product management. A project manager oversees several projects that are necessary to achieve the various goals that a product manager sets for it in terms of vision, goals, and business trajectory. The project manager is therefore more of a man of action, whereas the product manager is more of a master strategist. Making a distinction between projects and products might be helpful. Though product management and project management are two different jobs, still there would be some interactive work. No product manager can operate without zero work support of a project manager. The tool used for project management is Jira. Jira brings teams together for everything from agile software development and customer service to startups and companies. Jira assists teams in planning, assigning, tracking, reporting, and managing work. Jira software, the top solution for agile teams, helps software teams develop better. A workflow is the first step in managing projects and tasks in project management software. Workflows outline your procedure and make task tracking possible for your team. Visualize your process so that your team is aware of the status of tasks and projects. Projects frequently contain checkpoints or milestones that must be met to maintain the overall project's direction. Versions are milestones in Jira work management. After creating versions, you may group work into several versions. Other than Jira, Pivotal, Monday.com, and Diagrams.net are the tools that are used for project management. So, moving on from project management, collaboration is the next functionality of product management. Working in the product sector offers some of the most intriguing opportunities for cross functional collaboration. Although there are difficulties, which we'll discuss momentarily, it exposes everyone engaged to every step of the product development and launch process. UX designers have the chance to learn more about marketing, and engineers have the chance to learn more about UX design. The tool used for collaboration for product management is Trello. Trello is one of the more powerful project management applications that aims to improve teamwork inside and between departments. Trello allows you to manage several projects and arrange various activities by allowing you to create boards, lists, and cards. To get a clear picture of everything that is happening, you may also set up calendars, make checklists, and assign productivity indicators. Trello has built in automation for the best processes and the least amount of manual effort, like many other top products today. Trello is an essential component of your product management stack since the job of the product manager involves coordinating a lot of various moving elements. The alternatives for Trello for collaboration are GoToMeeting, Dropbox, and Zoom. The next functionality of product management is user experience and testing. In the field of product management, the phrase user testing is frequently used. Usability testing is frequently used interchangeably with user testing. During the user testing phase of the design process, you analyze your product or service using actual customers to develop user centered designs. Through this technique, you may learn how your target market behaves when using your product, giving you useful information for the development process. The best tool used for user experience and testing is Adobe Target. Adobe Target is a rule based testing and targeting tool that can be integrated with analytics and provide reports for marketing offers, customization, and UX testing. This feature enables marketers to determine which offers, experiences, and messages are engaging customers. It has a user interface, integrated best practices, and powerful features for tracking site traffic. It allows for more conversion and properly filters results according to its self learning algorithmic methodology. The tailoring of consumer interactions across all marketing channels and business contact points may also be automated. Other tools that can be used for user experience and testing are Helio, Hotjar, and UXCam. In the end, the last functionality of product management is customer feedback and survey. Getting feedback from customers involves talking to them and asking them what they think of a good or service. To properly comprehend their behavior and demands, it is crucial to pay attention to their thoughts and feelings. It is crucial for product managers because before you can offer a helpful solution, you must embrace your people and understand the suffering caused by their issues. It's helpful to have a defined goal before pursuing a certain feedback technique. Outlining your learning objectives can help you concentrate on your study and choose which potential or current clients you should contact. This is particularly important if your product or service appeals to a wide range of demographics. And this is because various client segments may experience your product in drastically different ways. Therefore, it's crucial to be specific about who you want to talk to and what you hope to discover about their needs and expectations. The tool used for customer feedback and survey is SurveyMonkey. Following are the features of SurveyMonkey that may help product managers with customer feedbacks and surveys. Obtain viewpoints and get insightful wisdom. For every audience, it is simple to build polls, quizzes, and surveys. Obtain comments using a web link, email, mobile chat, social media, and other channels. Get sophisticated analytic tools and automatically examine your data. Your data may be exported or integrated with your preferred apps. Make smarter decisions based on facts by utilizing your insights. And alternatives, Typeform, Google Forms, and FormStack. Other than SurveyMonkey, the tools that can be used for customer feedback and surveys are Typeforms, Google Forms, and FormStack. With this, we have come to the end of this session. But before winding up, let's take a look at the bonus tools for you that serves multiple purposes in terms of product management. The very first tool is Slack. To strengthen product organization, Slack has emerged as the most crucial tool. Slack is utilized to cut down on pointless meetings, facilitate teamwork, make information widely available, and involve our consumers in the creation of new products. By acting as a central communication, reporting, and file center, the software boosts efficiency for both small and big teams. Slack Connect streamlines communication by bringing everyone into your virtual headquarters to complete tasks, breaking down organizational walls. From debating the finer points of a contract to analyzing the most recent drawings from your creative agency, Slack Connect enables real time collaboration. Moving on, we have Canva. Branding image creation is as easy as dragging and dropping using Canva. It will just take a few minutes to do what used to take a lot of work, whether you decide to utilize your logo, social media accounts, or a hashtag. The transparency option in Canva also makes branding your product seem slick and unobtrusive to the viewer. You can maintain brand management with Canva for Teams while enabling anybody on your team to generate on-brand visuals, even without design skills. Your team may quickly create and distribute branded designs using the thousands of professionally created templates at your disposal. Even if you have little to no experience with graphic design, Canva enables you to generate that content fast and effortlessly. But before winding up, here's a question for you all. Which of these tools have you used before? Do let us know in the comments section below. And if you have any queries regarding tools for product management, comment down below. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you to our new session where we will discuss product management metrics and KPIs. In this video, we will discuss the top metrics and KPIs to measure the success of a product using key performance indicators. KPIs are crucial because they provide a benchmark against which to measure your performance going forward. KPIs make it obvious whether or not you are succeeding in your objectives. And by using KPIs, you may define objectives, plan a course of action to achieve them, and assess your progress as you go. But before moving ahead in our session, don't forget to subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss any updates from Simplilearn. Now, before we start our session, here's a question for you all. What, according to you, is the most important metric that defines the success of a product? Do let us know in the comments below. Today, we'll start this session by providing you with a brief introduction to the product management metrics and KPIs. And then we will be discussing product management metrics and KPIs, and stick to the end because we will be discussing product management frameworks, which are the HEART framework and the R framework. Let's start with the session and know about product management metrics and KPIs. Like other company teams, product management teams utilize key performance indicators, or KPIs, to set clear goals and natural choices, recognize success, and spot risks and problems. A lack of KPIs can cause a product management team to have a poor sense of progress, making it challenging to evaluate and learn from past work and make it difficult to prioritize amongst different activity streams when progress veers off course. The product manager often defines these KPIs, depending on what they think are the most crucial indicators to measure and report on. The product's success and the product management process are ultimately measured and improved using product KPIs. The breadth of the product manager's KPIs might vary depending on the organization's procedures and product type. The KPIs could significantly favor the design and manufacturing of the product, for instance, if the team's primary goal is product development. However, if they want to recognize the influence on the customer, the KPIs might be more broad to include use and consumer behaviors. The decision-making process about the KPIs that matter must ultimately be left to the product team leader, although it should be highly influenced by the organization's top-level goals. Let's now understand what are product management metrics. Metrics for product management give product managers the crucial information they require to monitor the performance and health of their products. Your product is more likely to offer accurate insights on what adds value to your current users and help convert potential users by setting and tracking the proper metrics. Product metrics are used by product managers to recognize which features are most used, underused, or completely ineffective, finding out how customers interact with a product, find out how frequently people return after registering, test how well your product is received by customers, identify the user cohorts that are power users, and others. There are 5 basic metrics that are used to measure the success of a product. The very first metrics of product management are growth and activation. In product management, growth refers to boosting the utility and user base of an already existing product. Product management seeks to make an existing product more successful as opposed to conventional product management, which focuses on managing all operations necessary to bring a lucrative product to the market. To maximize user retention during onboarding and the initial hours or days, the term activation is used. Onboarding customers with less friction, educating them about the benefits of your product, and gaining their early commitment are all examples of activation goals. This holds several KPIs: number of users per session, traffic, churn rate. The next metric used for product management is retention. The capacity of a business or product to keep customers over time is referred to as customer retention. If a business or product has a high customer retention rate, it implies that consumers keep utilizing or repurchasing that good or service. Low customer retention refers to the rate at which consumers discontinue utilizing or purchasing a company's goods or service. Effects of retention, total company growth, and client loyalty. When considering extra products or services, loyal clients are more inclined to stay with a reputable business. Retention as a metric holds CRR, CLTV. The next metrics we are going to discuss is engagement. Measuring user involvement enables you to determine whether customers value your offering. Logins, downloads, and the amount of time people spend on your website are all indicators of engagement. Engagement holds daily and monthly active users, session duration. Moving on, we have user happiness as the next metric used in product management. Since user happiness is a self-reported statistic, asking users to estimate their happiness rather than observing their behavior is necessary. Happiness in the context of products and services refers to a gratifying or enjoyable user experience. Contentment, joy, and delight are additional nouns that can be used to denote happiness. User happiness is a self-reported assessment. Thus, rather than observing people's actions, you need to ask them how happy they are. That also implies that prejudice and feelings are present in this situation. User happiness holds NPS rating on the App Store. And the last metric used for product management is revenue. Revenue is the cash that a firm generates via its operations. Depending on the accounting technique used, there are several ways to compute revenue. Sales made on credit will be included as revenue for products or services provided to the client under accrual accounting. Revenue may be recognized following certain standards, even though payment has not yet been made. The cash flow statement must be examined to determine how well a business collects debts. Cash accounting, on the other hand, only counts sales as revenue when payment is made. Revenue holds CAC, MRR, ARPU. Now, let's move ahead in our session and understand what are product management KPIs. The success of a team may be measured using KPIs for product management. Product management, sales, and marketing teams, as well as other business experts, use these KPIs to set objectives, track development, and address problems. Because they offer advice on setting priorities and assigning tasks, KPIs are beneficial for product managers and other team leaders. The creation and management of high-quality products for a corporation depend on these metrics. Product managers can carry out the following tasks thanks to KPIs: establish goals, track development, take notes on prior work, make sensible choices, manage competitors, resolve issues, deliver high-quality products. The very first product management KPI is monthly recurring revenue, or MRR. A company's predictable income stream from month to month is measured by its monthly recurring revenue. This metric's main objective is to compare performance between different subscription terms or packages, each with unique features and costs. For companies that provide software as a service, or SaaS, or make money by selling subscription services, this type of technology is ideal. These sales activities are recurring and simpler to predict than one-time purchases. Product managers may monitor the business's financial health and track the rise or drop of monthly revenue using MRR. This gauges a product's monthly gross sales. If you wish to compute this, you must take into account the MRR at the beginning of the month, add the income from new customers, and subtract the number of customers you lost. For subscription-based businesses like SaaS, where no further sales are made after a client becomes recurring, MRR is simple to evaluate. Monthly recurring income is calculated by multiplying the average monthly revenue per user by the overall number of users for a particular month. The next product management KPI is the customer retention rate. It is the proportion of clients who remain clients after a specific amount of time. The length of time you can keep clients will be measured using this KPI in product management. You should also check to see if steps are consistently done to keep clients if the number of customers departing starts to fall. Without a retention plan, it is common for firms to focus solely on recruiting new clients while utterly disregarding their current clientele. Asking your former clients why they choose to stop doing business with you is another strategy you may employ to lower the retention rate. Always remember that acquiring new consumers is harder than maintaining relationships with your current clientele. Older customers are more likely to spend more money with you than new ones. Additionally, it is common for current customers to test new features, upgrade plans, or offer comments. It could be more profitable for a corporation to concentrate on keeping them. The retention rate is equal to customers at the end of a period minus new customers divided by customers at the beginning of the period times 100. Moving on, the next product management KPI is the Net Promoter Score. The number of current customers who are likely to recommend your product to a friend or colleague is measured by a KPI called Net Promoter Score. It keeps track of the number of consumers that aren't interested in your goods, or detractors. Customers who give you a rating of 9 or 10 are the ones who will remain loyal to you. They sing psalms about your brand and are referred to be promoters or advocates. NPS equals the ratio of promoters to detractors. The specific definition of a good NPS score is ill-defined. The ideal NPS score does not exist. Depending on the industry, it varies. A firm in the electronics sector can have a higher NPS score than one in the telecom sector. The percentage of patrons who are inclined to suggest a product or promoters and those who disapprove of it or detractors is known as the Net Promoter Score. A high NPS promotes growth, and knowing how many customers are complaining might help a company identify a problem with the customer experience. This measure displays the most popular product features and may inspire teams to come up with fresh concepts for brand new features or improved UX design. Here's the equation. NPS is calculated as the percentage of promoters minus the percentage of detractors. The next KPI used in product management is average revenue per user. The average revenue per user is the amount of money a business may anticipate from a single client. This is an excellent technique for an SaaS business to evaluate the effects of a new strategy, a new subscription plan, or a pricing change. Which client segments provide the greatest value may be determined by running the computation for several subgroups. This can provide information to investors about profitability levels, guide investment choices, and guarantee the business's financial stability. You may calculate the amount of money each user generates each month or year using ARPU. Knowing your ARPU may help you make decisions more easily when you are unsure of how to price a new product or when you want to raise the price of an already existing product. Both new users and current users can have their ARPU calculated. For a new user, ARPU refers to metrics that are based on accounts after the price of the product or subscription plan changed. But for an existing user, it relates to figures from before the price change. ARPU is calculated as monthly recurring revenue divided by total accounts. The next product management KPI is customer acquisition cost. The anticipated cost of acquiring one customer for your firm is known as the customer acquisition cost. Understanding the necessity of measuring CAC is essential if you plan to operate a firm for the long term. CAC covers the money you spend on advertising, overhead, the effort of the sales staff, software used, and other expenses. Only after you can figure out the entire amount spent on each client will you be able to estimate how much you will need to spend moving forward on bringing in new business. The cost of luring and acquiring a new talent is known as the customer acquisition cost. This includes the time, materials, cash and effort needed to create leads and turn prospects into paying customers. The customer acquisition expenses might include the price of marketing supplies, sponsoring costs, cost of software marketing, salary levels for sales and marketing staff. CAC is the sum of all past and present cash outlays divided by the total past and present customers. The next product management KPI is customer lifetime value. You may estimate a customer's lifetime value to determine how much revenue they will provide overall. In essence, it provides you with a general sense of how much income you may expect from a client before they quit doing business with you. Customer lifetime value is a common metric for determining the potential revenue a business might derive from a client over time. The term customer lifetime refers to the typical length of time a customer supports a business. Value is the amount of money or profit that a client is worth. A firm may plan its economic stability and do financial forecasting using CLTV. Obtaining cash from investors might also be aided by it. Product managers may learn from CLTV how much money they can spend on acquiring and retaining customers. These expenses include those for lead creation, marketing, and retention tactics. They want to ensure that their expenditures are reasonable given the return on their investment. Establish the average customer lifetime and average revenue per user for your company to compute CLTV. CLTV equals average revenue per user times average customer lifetime. The next product management KPI is the number of customers acquired. The number is not reserved only for your sales and marketing staff. The quantity of customers you have obtained is a good sign that your product is successful. If the discrepancy between the amount you anticipate and the actual acquisition is significant, either your skills have been overestimated or the product hasn't yet gained much traction. You may use this to identify areas where the product may be improved. Learn more about the reasons why your product failed and then act right away to redesign it to get a broader appeal. The number of new users, new user percentage, and percentage rise in user base are a few of the product management KPIs to monitor that are connected to the acquisition. The next KPI used in product management is bounce rate. The percentage of people that visit one page on a website or app before leaving quickly is known as the bounce rate. This measure gives essential information about how users behave while interacting with a company's digital content. If a business has a high bounce rate, it should look for strategies to hold users' interest for longer. It is a statistic that assesses the proportion of people that access just one page before leaving the website or simply staying for a brief period. The bounce rate provides you a chance to improve the offering so that the visitor explores more pages and progresses farther down the sales funnel. You may boost the average user's focus on the website by using this statistic. The bounce rate should be decreased according to the product manager. The next KPI for product management is churn rate. The pace at which customers depart a business, or the churn rate, is the reverse of the retention rate. Particularly following a product modification, it provides information on client satisfaction. Two different turnover rates exist: client churn and churn in revenue. Customer churn refers to the number of users who have ceased using your services or canceling their subscriptions. The business's revenue lost as a result of client churn is measured by revenue churn. While we would suggest focusing more on customer turnover than revenue churn, the latter is still crucial because it may reveal a lot about customer happiness. Customer churn rate equals customers lost divided by total customers. Moving on, the next product management KPI is the customer satisfaction score. The level of a client's happiness with a product or service feature is known as the customer satisfaction score. Companies can identify it by conducting customer satisfaction surveys, which are typically rated on a scale of 1 to 10. This can assist managers and staff in determining how they might enhance their efforts to provide a better client experience. A leader can use it to decide whether they want to do a more in-depth qualitative examination of client happiness. CSC is a metric that assesses consumer satisfaction with a given commodity or service. Customers are asked to rate their satisfaction with a particular item or service using a rating scale in this kind of survey. This metric is calculated by adding the scores and dividing them by the total number of respondents. CSC gauges how satisfied a single feature or service is, whereas NPS gauges total satisfaction. To continually learn from the customer how they like utilizing a certain feature, use CSC frequently. Make sure you address their problems based on the feedback to provide them with compelling reasons to renew the product. The next KPI we have for product management is the number of users per session. A product manager may learn which aspects of an app are most used by monitoring the number of user activities every session. This is dependent upon the acts that a user repeats. This is particularly beneficial if a business is evaluating the use of a new website or application component. They can measure client interest in the modification to see whether it is intriguing or practical. KPIs are used to monitor if a product is still meeting client demands. This KPI monitors user activity on your website and mobile application. Any action they do and the characteristics they employ fall under this category. This is a potent KPI that may direct your approach to feature uptake. The next KPI is traffic. The volume of users who locate and assess websites are referred to as traffic. It may be organic, emerging spontaneously, or it may be paid, emerging as a result of sponsorship of content or the purchase of advertising space by a business. People that are in traffic are typically curious about a company and may eventually make a purchase. This is a useful indicator for assessing the success of your internet marketing. Additionally, it may be eye-opening to know where your traffic comes from. You will be able to identify the most effective channels for you when you measure sponsored traffic. You will be able to identify which platforms perform best and which don't, if you have a variety of channels where you post content to generate organic traffic. Analyzing this measure will be fun for your marketing team. You should ask the user why there isn't more active participation if you see that the engagement rate is low. Send your clients questionnaires to learn where you are falling short and how you can enhance their experience to encourage them to utilize more of your product. Moving ahead, the next KPI used for product management is session duration. The amount of time a person spends interacting with a website during a session. Strategies to monitor the use of digital products include this kind of measure. Although revenue is not measured, customer involvement is, and this has a big influence on sales. The more a customer engages with a business's website and digital content, the more probable it is that they will purchase anything from that business. Online resources may offer vital information to prospective customers about the goods, goals, and values of a business. Longer session times demonstrate user interest in a website, which is beneficial. The success of a marketing campaign may be measured by user interactions, which can also foster brand loyalty. These kinds of measures that are centered on the customer are great strategies to increase financial performance. The number is crucial because it lets you know how valuable the information in your offering is. In the end, it will have an impact on client loyalty and retention rate. Adding new videos and links and enhancing your website's general design are the only ways to improve it. Session duration equals the total time users spend on your product divided by the number of users. The other KPI is daily and monthly active users. How many active daily and monthly users you have is an important product consumption measure. It demonstrates whether your product is compelling enough. You must select a time frame and kind of interaction when defining active users. Users are active if they complete the interaction within the specified time frame. You can think of them as inactive users if they don't. The number of unique users that visit your digital product on a daily or monthly basis is tracked by the daily active user and monthly active user counts. Daily active users are the daily total of active users. Users who are active each month are counted as monthly active users. To get a clear picture of how engaging your product is, compare your active users, daily and monthly, to your entire user base. The last KPI used for product management is rating on the App Store. Users may give your app a star rating on a scale of 1 to 5. The summary rating of your app, which appears on your product page and in search results, is based on user ratings. When you publish a new version of your app, you have the option to reset the summary rating, which is unique to each region on the App Store. However, we advise being cautious when using this function. Having few ratings may deter potential users from installing your app, even if refreshing the summary rating might guarantee that it matches the most recent version of your program, which can be advantageous if an update answers customers' prior issues. Now let's move ahead in our session and know the frameworks used for product management. So, in this video, we will be discussing the two most important frameworks of product management, that is, HEART framework and R framework. So, let's first understand the HEART framework. An approach to enhance software user experience is called the HEART framework. According to 5 indicators focused on the user, the framework aids businesses in assessing any part of their user experience. The HEART framework, which was created for user experience designers and researchers, may be a helpful technique for product managers, since it is centered on developing a deeper understanding of user behavior and user preferences. Google UX created the HEART framework 10 years ago as a means of precisely defining product KPIs. To enable data-driven decision-making, it aids in defining and delivering user-centered product metrics. The HEART framework may be used by product managers to prioritize features, assess the performance of a product, and make more data-driven product choices. The user's experience is measured by HEART. Instead of focusing on system or technology metrics like failures, we wish to pay more attention to user data like usage frequency. These categories include happiness, engagement, adoption, retention, task success. Adoption. The rate of users who finish the trial or onboarding process and switch to regular use is known as adoption. It tracks the success of your client acquisition and activation processes and enables you to pinpoint the factors that encourage repeat usage. Task success. To determine whether users can successfully execute their tasks using your solution, look at task success. Based on the findings of these tests, you may modify your app's functionality, such as the backend, to make sure information flows through it smoothly and delivers the outcomes users are looking for. Engagement. User activity is gauged via engagement. Depending on your product, this may include the number of sessions each week, the number of likes or downloads, the length of sessions, the number of transactions, as well as other metrics. It is vital to define, track, and monitor suitable user behaviors in your app. The findings will provide you invaluable insights into how people use your app, and you will be able to observe the effects of any changes you make. Retention. The percentage of people that often utilize your product is measured by retention. It's important to keep track of who is and isn't returning to your product and why, as negative retention, also known as churn, will affect how your product performs in the market. Happiness. Users' levels of happiness reflect their opinions of your product. It is a way to gauge how satisfied users are, and methods include surveys, in-app reviews, and Net Promoter Score, or NPS. This is quite helpful when determining how customers feel about the most recent version of your product or the addition of a new feature. This may then affect the features you decide to preserve and the ones you decide to create. Now, coming toward the end of our session, let's learn about the R framework. One of the most often used frameworks for measuring growth and success in SaaS and startup businesses is the R model. The Pirate metrics, or Pirate framework, are other names for it. It was first proposed by David McClure, the founder of Practical Venture Capital. It divides your client lifecycle into 5 phases and correlates each with relevant KPIs, starting with the initial point of contact and continuing until a potential customer converts to a paying one. This will offer you a clear understanding of which stages of the client lifecycle are succeeding and where there is room for improvement in your conversion funnel. R is a startup metric approach created by entrepreneur and angel investor David McClure, often known as startup metrics for pirates. You may improve the user experience for your customers by using these metrics, which reflect all consumer activity patterns. They let you measure conversions more accurately and concentrate on the best channels. The nicest part about R is that it doesn't require any technological expertise, making it simple to comprehend for both seasoned entrepreneurs embarking on new projects and for newcomers with brand new enterprises. In short, it exists to assist you in making better data-driven decisions and achieving success by maximizing each of the 5 criteria. And if you comprehend them, you'll be able to see any issues with your startup straight away, as well as what specifically isn't working and how to correct it. By doing this, you may prevent basing choices on guesswork or on bad information. The 5 stages of your client's lifecycle are referred to as R, which are acquisition, Where do customers come from? Activation, the process of converting acquired clients into engaged ones. Retention, how to entice potential clients to return. Referral, techniques for encouraging clients to endorse your offerings. Revenue, how to convert prospective clients into paying clients. Acquisition, in essence, you want individuals to register for something. For instance, you could want someone to register for a free trial. Keep up strong traffic acquisition. You need to make sure your website is receiving qualified leads. The fact is, if you have a good amount of focused visits each month, you don't need a ton of leads to obtain clients. Save your time. Establish your target demographic and conduct a campaign to build anticipation for the launch. When customers are waiting for your product to launch, gaining new customers will be simpler. You must provide your audience with value if you want your advertising to be effective. For instance, you provide an automated email marketing service. In this situation, a smart place to start is an online network for experts in email marketing. To pique interest and discreetly promote your product to the audience, publish engaging pieces regarding email marketing growth techniques. Activation. The value and happiness a firm provides at this stage mark the beginning of a connection with a consumer. And whether or not that relationship progresses further down the funnel will depend on those factors. The number of people who do a certain action, such as seeking additional information, subscribing to a YouTube channel, or making a purchase, may be used to assess activation. The number of customers or users who have been activated would be divided by the total number of people that viewed the website, or etc., to arrive at a formula that would be helpful at this point. Retention. Retention is essential to economic success for any organization that wants to endure for a long time. This is because the most significant measure of how much people value your product or service is retention. Depending on the pricing range of your goods, attracting first-time buyers or customers may not be challenging because people make impulsive purchases every day. A subsequent purchase or engagement, however, shows that the customer was satisfied and that the item or service matched their needs. Businesses use many techniques for measuring retention, however, such as annual recurring revenue, monthly recurring revenue, customer churn, repeat purchase ratio, and time between purchases may be approaches to gauge client base retention. Referral. Referrals are one of the last components of the pirate funnel. It is crucial to remember that many graphic representations of the funnel include an arrow called acquisition that loops up from the bottom back to the top. And this is because a perfect funnel would be a loop or a customer cycle that keeps bringing in new clients while maintaining existing ones. Successful referrals may be especially crucial since they are a less expensive method of acquiring customers than traditional marketing. And because of the impact of family and friends, they are frequently predisposed to brand loyalty if individuals in their circle are already customers. There are no ideal measures for this statistic. However, several metrics, such as number of active users sharing invites, can assist a firm when they start tracking referrals. Many times, people fail to mention that they were recommended, or a user who receives an invite from a friend may take months or even years to activate. Nevertheless, a good referral program may be demonstrated by reduced customer attrition, sustained growth, and overall program success. Revenue. Although money is transferred earlier in the customer lifecycle, revenue may be unreliable if the preceding phases aren't completed and measured. For this reason, revenue is frequently shown as the last step in the pirate funnel. Rapid revenue production is less important for a company's success than effective marketing and initiatives to keep customers and get them to recommend others. The ability to track income correctly is essential for a business to succeed. And while being aware of total revenue after cost is crucial, it only represents a small portion of the full picture. To get a full view of a company's success and make informed financial decisions, it's important to evaluate income across a variety of user, product, and service categories. So far, you've learned a lot about product management metrics and KPIs. So here's a question for you all. Which metrics would you prefer to measure a product if it's good to go or not? Do let us know in the comments below. And if you have any questions regarding product management metrics or KPI, then do let us know in the comments below. Product managers and product owners are two terms that may sound quite similar, but when it comes to roles and responsibilities and the work focus, both terms are way too different from each other. So let's move ahead with this session and understand the difference between product managers and product owners. But before moving ahead, don't forget to subscribe to our channel so that you never miss an update from Simplilearn. And before we move on with our session, here's a question for all of you. Which organization are you planning to join as a product manager? Do let us know in the comments section below. Today we'll start this session by understanding who is a product manager, and then we'll understand who is a product owner. Moving ahead, we'll understand what is the focus of both roles, and then we'll know the skills necessary for a product manager and a product owner. Then we'll understand the difference between product managers and product owners. And then we'll discuss the switching in the roles. And then we'll understand, does an organization need both roles? And stick to the end, because we will wrap up this session by talking about the salaries of both product managers and product owners. Now let's start this session and understand who is a product manager. A product manager is the one who defines what success looks like for a product, articulates what that success looks like in terms of a product, and rallies a team to make that vision a reality. They do this by determining the customer need and the more significant business objectives a product or feature will accomplish. Product management is responsible for strategically directing the creation, introduction to the market, ongoing maintenance, and enhancement of a company's products. The long-term strategy, product vision, market trends, and the discovery of new opportunities are the primary responsibilities of a product manager. To ensure a product's effective launch, product managers oversee tasks and groups of people. In addition to conducting user research, this expert sets a long-term product strategy and a product roadmap and decides which features to include. Although it's frequently not clearly defined, the position of a product manager, or PM, is crucial and critical in many businesses. All product managers lead the development of products and are ultimately in charge of the success of those products, even if the duties of PMs vary quite a bit among industries and enterprises. Product managers monitor the market and conduct competitive analysis while serving as a point of contact between a company's business, its developers, and its customers. A product manager can be anyone with the right mindset who is curious and willing to learn. The manager collaborates closely with the development team and is in charge of coordinating the efforts of all groups working on a product, including the engineering, design, marketing, and sales teams. Production must be regularly tracked and managed to ensure that it meets quality standards and client specifications. Now let's understand who is a product owner. A product owner is a specialist who makes certain a development team completes duties that enhance a product. Additionally, they act in the client's and their consumers' best interest. The position is derived from SCRUM Project Management, a framework for setting up the team dynamics and duties for a project. The backlog, or list of necessary work, is likewise managed by the product owners. To help their team know what to focus on, the product owner lists each step in the backlog along with a description of what it requires. These experts, consequently, frequently possess extraordinary strategic and communication abilities. A product owner acts as the organization's point of contact when using Scrum to keep all sections of the business updated on a project's progress. A key position, called product owner, is in charge of speaking on behalf of the development team's interests to the client. Their responsibility is to guarantee that a user advocate attends development meetings. Representing the customer's interests to the development team is the responsibility of a strategic role. They ensure a user advocate is present at all development meetings. The product owner is in charge of preserving and enhancing the product roadmap to maximize the value of the goods. The primary point of contact for the design team to identify the product specs is the product owner. This product roadmap will consist of a prioritized list of client requirements. It is the responsibility and accountability of this expert to identify and prioritize user needs. Now, let's understand what both roles focus on. So let's begin with knowing what a product manager focuses on. The following categories can be used to organize some of the product manager's tasks. Number 1, by doing user research and revealing key insights, learn what users need. Number 2, develop the long-term vision and plan for the product. Number 3, bring the team together around a unified product roadmap. Number 4, choose the upcoming features to be built. Number 5, offer clients features that work and make them happy. Number 6, promote alignment concerning the overall strategy and direction of the product across the team, partners, and external stakeholders. Number 7, examining client needs. Number 8, researching a good, service, rival, or market. Number 9, collecting and evaluating customer reviews of a product or service. Now let's know, what does a product owner focus on? The only person in charge of backlog grooming is the product owner. The product owner also does the following in addition to that. Number 1, prioritizes the user stories and organizes them in the product backlog based on the user pains and problems the customers are experiencing. Number 2, to make sure that the development team knows what to work on next, the team builds and prioritizes production processes. Number 3, participates in all SCRUM and Agile meetings to make sure that the development activity is in line with the roadmap established by the product manager. Number 4, conveys to the development team the customer's voice. Number 5, input to the product manager on the validated roadmap. Number 6, transform the project manager's goals into actionable tasks. Number 7, make these jobs part of the employee's everyday obligations. Number 8, user stories should be written for the development team. Number 9, maximization of the value of the product produced by the development team's efforts. Now let's move this session toward the responsibilities of both roles. Now let's see, what are the responsibilities of a product manager. To maintain, develop, and increase the sales of current products, a product manager must communicate with several internal and external business stakeholders. They also must do research and come up with ideas for new products based on their interactions and experiences. A product manager must do market research, undertake margin analysis, and evaluate performance to analyze product demand, positioning, and profitability, as well as forecast future trends. Product managers also make pricing, branding, and other decisions. The very first responsibility of a product manager is monitoring competitors. Finding and analyzing your competitors' products, prices, and sales and marketing strategies is known as competitive monitoring, sometimes known as competitive analysis. The next responsibility of the product manager is understanding the user's needs. It is your duty as a product manager to determine the target market and to understand the people who use your service, or your users, and what they want to do to build a solution that works for them. The next responsibility is assembling market research and competition data. By conducting market research, you might meet clients for your company. Investigating your competitors may enable you to set your business apart. For a competitive edge for your small business, figure out how to combine them. To learn more about the market, product managers speak with data scientists. The next responsibility is monitoring internal stakeholders. Monitoring stakeholders is the process of looking closely at stakeholder relationships for products, tailoring engagement tactics for stakeholders through changes to engagement strategies and plans, and observing and managing the team. Translation: transferring information from the design team to the development team. The next responsibility of a product manager is to achieve the product goals and objectives. Product goals translate the product vision into specific, measurable objectives. They are quite detailed in terms of your product's performance after it is completed and how you'll measure it. The last responsibility of the product manager is depicting the parameters for product accomplishment. By providing the metrics and data, one may obtain a sense of how to position the product successfully in the market. Now let's move toward the responsibilities of a product owner. Both product owners and managers are involved in the process of developing new products, but their responsibilities are distinct in terms of how they accomplish objectives and where they are located at various stages of the process. The very first responsibility of product owners is engaging stakeholders. Product owners often collaborate with internal stakeholders inside the business. They oversee important interactions with managers, their departments, and the board of directors. To develop the goods and provide answers, these experts gather data from various parties. To enhance user stories in the backlog, a product owner may speak with end users directly. When developing a product, taking into account the viewpoints of many professionals and customers may help both roles perform their responsibilities more successfully. Moving on to the next responsibility of a product owner is taking care of obligations. Product owners concentrate more narrowly on small scale activities. Product owners are in charge of a project's day to day operations and details, while product managers focus on the project as a whole. To assure product fulfillment, these experts may, for example, oversee the manufacturing team, create a backlog, and work with warehouses. The next responsibility of a product owner is analyzing customers. Similar research is conducted by product owners to understand the needs and preferences of the target market, but they are also in charge of teaching the whole team about these topics. Product owners in Scrum teams see to it that all team members incorporate consumer perspectives while creating or updating these features. Along with the product manager, they also help the backlog be optimized based on client input and check to see if a product adequately incorporates it. Moving forward, the next responsibility of a product owner is directing group efforts. Product owners often collaborate with teams daily to make sure they correctly follow a plan and meet backlog requirements. As a consequence, they could collaborate with product managers to choose the most important features and the most suitable schedule. Additionally, these experts could let designers know what is expected of them and assist them in creating mockups or prototypes. The next responsibility of a product owner is product backlog management. The product owner must compile the backlog of items and prioritize them following the overarching strategy and corporate goals. The product owner will also need to map out project dependencies to determine the proper order of development. But the product backlog isn't just a list of things to accomplish. It's a dynamic document that has to be updated often in response to changing project requirements as it develops. And the last responsibility of a product owner is observing the stages of development. The product owner should devote a substantial amount of time to managing the actual creation of the product once the vision, strategy, and product priorities have been established. They play a significant role in all phases of the event, including planning, fine-tuning, reviewing, and sprinting. The Agile product owner collaborates with stakeholders throughout the planning phases to determine and arrange the tasks necessary for the following iteration. After that, they will get together with their team to polish the procedure, pinpoint any problems, and assist with the sprint. Now let's move on to the skills of both product managers and product owners. So let's begin with skills required by a product manager. Strategic thinking. Understanding your position in the market, concentrating on the goals, and seeing chances can help you plan and build tactics. Leadership skills. The capacity of a person to inspire and guide a team of others working together to accomplish a common objective. And time management. The capacity to effectively manage time so that the product may be delivered in the allotted time. Empathy skills. The capacity to relate to and comprehend the ideas and feelings of another person. Empathy requires placing oneself in the other person's position. Communication skills. How one interacts with others and the act of imparting knowledge. Our ability to communicate effectively allows us to provide information in a way that the audience can comprehend it. Presentation skills. The capacity to convey in an engaging, original, and visually appealing manner. Now let's move ahead and know the skills required by product owners. Design reasoning. To promote product breakthroughs, product owners must feel at ease creating hypothesis-driven development environments. Analytical skills. The management, evaluation, and approval of the product backlog should be the top priority for a product owner. For this reason, they need to be adept analysts who can review product problems and upgrades critically and come up with logical remedies rapidly. Cooperation abilities. Product owners, who act as liaisons between Scrum teams, must be at ease with continual engagement. They should prioritize cooperation and be at ease with delegating, dispute resolution, and interacting with people of all temperaments and emotions. Decision making. Another essential ability for product owners is decision making. The product owner, a senior member of a product development team, makes several choices every day, including choosing which items to add to the product backlog, how to rank them, and how to inform the team of these decisions. Resolution of disputes. The resolution of disputes is the capacity to resolve problems using established techniques or developing new ones. Because of the many parties engaged in the project, disputes may arise often for you as the product owner during the product development cycle. Aptitude for learning. One of the most crucial qualities for product owners to have is an aptitude for learning. It's crucial to be abreast of the most recent market trends, customer demands, and corporate requirements. Moving on with our session, let's understand the difference between product managers and product owners. Product managers have a greater strategic role. With broader corporate objectives in mind, they define and map out the product management process across the product lifecycle. Whereas product owners take on a more proactive role and prioritize immediate fulfillment. By creating customer stories the team can utilize to make more user-led decisions for product development, they assist in maximizing the value of the product. They concentrate on the market, corporate goals, and the product's vision. Whereas product owners collaborate with cross-functional agile teams to carry out these needs by converting the product manager's strategy into concrete activities. The why, who, and what are the responsibility of the product manager. Their roles reach might vary greatly or be very constrained based on a variety of variables. On the other hand, a product owner's scope is often smaller than a product manager's. Product owners are in charge of the how. Artifacts like a product roadmap, a product vision card, or a product requirement document are frequently the responsibility of product managers. Product backlogs, sprint backlogs, and the definition of done are just a few examples of the artifacts that product owners must create and manage. Product managers may oversee the product discovery procedure, enabling team participation. But on the other hand, many of the product ceremonies that take place throughout the product lifecycle, such as sprint planning and backlog grooming, also include product owners. The product manager is very knowledgeable about consumer goals and how to ease their problems. And the development team's customer expert is the product owner. The multidisciplinary product team is led by the product manager. They are ultimately in charge of achieving business and product objectives and also report progress to executives. Whereas the implementation activities are overseen by the product owner on the development team. To decide which features the development team will focus on next, they collaborate closely with the product manager and other product team members. Based on client feedback, the product manager fine-tunes and modifies the product strategy and vision. But product owners make sure that consumers' opinions are considered when choices about various products are made within the company. Long-term customer support and continuous product capabilities are priorities for product managers. Whereas product sprints and releases continue to get product owners short to mid-term attention. Plans and important business results are the responsibility of the product manager. Delivering value to the end users is the responsibility of the product owners. Product managers must communicate with the product teams, even if they are customer-facing. They must work on wireframes and prototypes and attend Scrum sessions. This is because it's up to PMs to determine the overarching vision, making it crucial to collaborate closely with the product teams. And product owners need to comprehend and sympathize with client needs. If they don't have this, every product they develop will continue to overlook different client pain issues. Now, the next phase is knowing the switch in the roles of a product manager and product owner. So the first question that arises is, can a product manager be a product owner? A product manager's role encompasses end to end product management, including feature functionality, product road mapping, and reacting to customer input, in addition to product development and Scrum. A product manager can also be a product owner because they have a common objective. While the two jobs have the same goal of recognizing client needs and turning those needs into technological requirements, their respective scopes and objectives differ. Leaders must thus decide which of these product specialists their company requires. And in same ways, the next question is, can a product owner be a product manager? So the answer is a product manager and owner can be the same individual. There are undoubtedly many duties and objectives that overlap with both jobs. But because of this, it makes it logical that many businesses utilize a single person to meet the requirements of both positions and use the Scrum product owner as an agile product manager, as Roman Pilcher points out. But the thing that comes next in our mind is, does an organization need both roles? Instead of the titles that will be used, the true question regarding what a firm requires must start with what the desired product outcome is. Prioritizing business value comes first, followed by evaluating the responsibilities and procedures of the product management team to support those objectives. A business system that lacks flexibility frequently has structures and processes built into it. A review of current work assignments, obstacles to be overcome, the overall decision making process, and the desired outcome are all necessary. A better understanding of the business's operations will exist once all of these issues have been evaluated, solved, and prioritized. You'll be able to identify any issues, delays, or subpar product management. You could discover that there are new ways in which you can acclimate to the product management framework. It is possible to combine product ownership and management with other tasks, such as product marketing. Now, coming to the end of our session, let's discuss the salary of product manager and product owners. The average salary of a product manager in India is 10 lakhs per annum, and in the US is 90,000 to 160,000 US dollars per annum. The average salary of a product owner in India is 13 lakhs, and in the US is approximately 1 lakh US dollars per annum.
Did you know that 75% of product launches fail due to poor market planning? A great product is only the beginning. Without a solid go-to-market strategy, even the most innovative ideas can get lost in the crowd. The good news, with the right GTM strategy, you can ensure your product reaches the right audience, stands out from competitors, and drives your business forward. Today, AI and generative AI are transforming how businesses craft and execute GTM strategies. From automating customer insights to creating targeted marketing content, AI is helping businesses launch faster and smarter. These technologies enable you to gather market insights, predict trends, and automate large parts of marketing funnel, leaving your team free to focus on more strategic moves. Take Dropbox, for example, competing with giants like Google Drive and OneDrive. They used a product-led growth strategy and a referral program to grow their user base without massive ad spend. Now imagine how faster they could have scaled with AI-powered analytics and generative AI for personalized messaging. AI is reshaping digital marketing and making GTM strategies more effective than ever. By the end of this video, you will understand key GTM strategies, how to define your market, and execute your plan like a pro. So let us first start by understanding what is a go-to-market strategy framework. In simple terms, it's a step-by-step process for bringing a product or service to market. It answers key questions like who we are selling to, how do we reach them, and how do we stand out from competitors. For example, let's say you're launching a new project management tool. Your GTM framework would help you identify your target market, maybe small business or startups. Figure out how to communicate the benefits of your tool and decide whether you'll focus on inbound marketing or outbound sales to get the word out. We will understand inbound marketing and outbound sales in the upcoming topic. The GTM framework aligns everyone on your team and gives you a clear plan to follow from start to finish. Now, first, we have to understand how to define your market. This is all about figuring out who you are selling to. A common mistake businesses make is trying to sell to everyone. But in reality, you need to narrow down your target market. Let's say you have developed a new fitness app. Instead of targeting all fitness enthusiasts, you could define your market as busy professionals who want quick, effective workouts. This helps you focus your marketing efforts and craft more tailored message. The more specific you get, the better you can target your audience and connect with their needs. So now the next step is to define your why. Your value proposition is essentially why people should choose you. It's the unique benefit your product offers that your competitors can't match. Let's go back to the fitness app example. Your value proposition might be we help busy professionals squeeze in a 15-minute workout that's just as effective as a full hour in the gym. You're not just offering fitness, but also offering convenience and time saving, which speaks directly to your audience. A well-defined value proposition makes it clear why your product matters and why your audience should care. Let's go back to the fitness app example. Your value proposition might be we help busy professionals squeeze in a 15-minute workout that's just as effective as a full hour in the gym. You're not just offering fitness, but also convenience and time saving, which speaks directly to your audience. A well-defined value proposition makes it clear why your product matters and why your audience should care. The next step is positioning. Positioning is all about figuring out where your product fits in the market and how you will differentiate from the competition. Let's say you're launching a premium skincare line. Your positioning might focus on the high-end natural ingredients you use, which differentiate you from the mass market products. Your positioning helps set the stage for your pricing, branding, and overall market strategy. So what are the 5 go-to-market strategies? When it comes to launching a product or entering a new market, there are 5 primary go-to-market strategies, which businesses typically use. The strategy allows you to choose which depends on your product, target market, and overall business goals. Let's break down each strategy with examples so that you can see how they play out in real life. The first is inbound marketing. So this marketing attracts customers by creating valuable content that addresses their needs and pain points. Over time, potential customers find your content organically through search engines or social media. For example, HubSpot mastered inbound marketing by providing free resources like blogs and webinars. Their content is optimized for search engines, leading small businesses to their site, where they eventually convert to customers. This marketing is best for companies which is investing in long-term content creation and SEO to attract organic leads. The second is outbound sales. Outbound sales involve directly reaching out to prospects through cold calls, emails, and demos. This approach is more direct and aggressive, targeting high-value clients. For example, Salesforce uses outbound sales by targeting decision makers at large enterprises with personalized outreach, scheduling demos, and closing deals through direct interaction. This type of marketing is best for B2B companies which target enterprise clients that require personalized engagement. The third is product-led growth. In product-led growth, the product itself drives growth. A freemium model lets users try the product for free, with upgrades to premium features based on the product's value. Example, Slack, which offers a free version of its platform, allowing teams to experience its benefits before upgrading to a paid version for more features. So this type of marketing is best for software as a service companies, which is focused on user experience and self-serve onboarding. The fourth is channel sales. Channel sales rely on third-party partners, resellers, distributors to sell your product, which allows you to reach market you couldn't through direct sales alone. For example, Microsoft partners with resellers to sell products like Office 365, bundling their software with other services to reach more customers. So this type of marketing is best for companies which is looking to scale quickly through third-party networks. Fifth is account-based marketing. Account-based marketing focuses on targeting high-value accounts with personalized marketing and sales efforts. It is a tailored approach designed to build deep relationship with key clients. Example, Snowflake targets large enterprises like finance and healthcare companies, crafting personalized content and outreach to address their specific needs. This type of marketing is best for B2B companies, which targets large enterprises where personalization is key to closing deals. Now that we have discussed the top 5 marketing strategies, let's now talk about important step, which is understanding the competition. Knowing your competition is crucial to understand the successful go-to-market strategy. You need to ask who else is solving the same problem and how they're doing it. Once you understand your competition, you can figure out how to differentiate yourself. For example, if you are selling a new project management tool, you might find that the competitors offer more features, but they are too complicated for small businesses. So your strategy could be offering more simpler, user-friendly tool specifically designed for startups and small businesses. The next step is messaging. Your messaging is how you communicate your value to your audience. It's important to keep your message clear and consistent across all the channels. Think of messaging as the story you tell about your product. What makes your product special? How will it improve your customer's life? This messaging needs to come across in your website, email, ads, and even in sale conversations. For example, if your value proposition is about saving time, your messaging might say, get fit in just 15 minutes a day. No gym required. This directly speaks to your audience pain point of not having enough time for long workouts. Next step is execution. Now it's time to put everything into action. You have defined your market, crafted your messaging, and figured out how to stand out from the competition. Your execution could involve inbound marketing like content, social media, and SEO. Outbound sales through cold outreach or email campaigns. Partnerships with other businesses that reach your target audience. For example, if you're using inbound marketing, you might create helpful blog posts or videos that address your audience's pain points and lead them to your product. If you're using outbound, you'll want a highly targeted email campaign that resonates with potential customers.
So guys, let's start with the first fundamental question, that why do companies conduct market research? So guys, market research is a process of gathering, analyzing, and interpreting information about a market, including its customers, competitors, and overall industry dynamics. It involves collecting data from various sources such as surveys, interviews, observations, and secondary research also, and using that data to gain insights into market trends, consumer preferences, and competitive landscape. The primary objective of market research are, first, understanding the consumer needs, preferences, and behavior. Second one we have is identifying market opportunities and potential threats. Third one we have is assessing the feasibility and viability of new product or services. Now let's move on and try to understand what are the major categories of market research. Here are top 4 major categories of market research. The first one that we have all over here is quantitative research. This category focuses on collecting numerical data from a large sample size to quantify consumer behaviors, preferences, and attitudes. It involves methods such as surveys, online polls, questionnaires, and experiments, which allows for statistical analysis and generalization of findings. Next one we have all over here is qualitative research. Qualitative research aims to gain deeper insights into consumer motivations, perceptions, and attitudes through non-numerical data collection methods. Techniques such as interviews, focus groups, ethnographic studies, and observations are commonly used to provide rich, descriptive insights into consumer behavior. Third one we have all over here is primary research. Primary research involves collecting first-hand data directly from the target market using methods such as surveys, interviews, and observations. This type of research provides customized and up-to-date information tailored to the specific research objective of the project. And finally, we have is secondary research. Secondary research involves gathering and analyzing existing data and information that has already been collected by other sources. This can include industry reports, government publications, academic studies, market intelligence reports, and data from online databases. Secondary research is often used to supplement primary research findings, provide context, or validate research hypotheses. Now let's move on and try to understand what are the benefits of using marketing techniques. So guys, using market research techniques offer numerous benefits, including few of them are, the first one that we have all over here is understanding customer needs. Market research techniques allows businessmen to gain insights into customer preferences, behaviors, and needs. By understanding what drives their target audience, businesses can develop products and services that better meet customer expectations, leading to increased customer satisfaction and loyalty. Second one we have is identifying market opportunities. Through market research, businesses can identify new market trends, niches, and opportunities for growth. By analyzing market data and consumer insights, businesses can uncover unmet needs or underserved segments, which allows them to capitalize on emerging trends and gain a competitive edge. Third one we have all over here is informed market decision. Market research techniques provide valuable feedback that can be used to inform product development efforts. By gathering insights from customers through surveys, interviews, or focus groups, businesses can identify product features, functionalities, and improvements that align with customer preferences and market demands. Next one we have all over here is measuring ROI. Market research enables businesses to measure the effectiveness of their marketing initiatives, product launches, or strategic decision by tracking the key performance indicators or KPIs and also conducting post-campaign analysis. Businesses can evaluate their return on investment and identify areas for improvement or optimization. Overall, market research techniques provide businesses with valuable insights, enabling them to make data-driven decisions, stay ahead of market trends, and maintain a competitive edge in today's dynamic business environment. Now let's move on and discuss about top marketing research techniques. Here are some of the top 8 marketing techniques. The first one that we have all over here is surveys. If I talk about surveys, guys, surveys are a research method which are used to collect data from sample of individuals by asking them questions about their attitudes, behaviors, preferences, or opinions. Surveys can be conducted through various channels such as online questionnaires, phone interviews, face-to-face interviews, or mailed questionnaires. Second one we have all over here is focus groups. Focus groups are a qualitative research method that involves gathering a small group of individuals representing a target market to participate in a guided discussion led by a moderator. Focus groups provide insights into consumer perceptions, opinions, and attitudes through group interaction and discussion. Third one we have all over here is social media listening. Social media listening, also known as social media monitoring or social media listening, involves monitoring and analyzing conversations, mentions, and trends on social media platforms to understand consumer sentiment, preferences, and behavior. Social media listening allows businesses to track brand mentions, monitor competitor activities, identify emerging trends, and engage with customers in real time. Fourth one we have all over here is experimental research. Experimental research is a method which is used to establish cause and effect relationships between variables by manipulating one or more variables, observing the effects on another variable. Experimental research involves control experiments conducted in laboratory or real-world settings to test hypotheses and draw conclusions about the effects of interventions or treatments. Next one we have all over here is data mining. Guys, you would have heard about data mining. Data mining is the process of extracting patterns, trends, and insights from large data sets using various statistical, machine learning, and data analysis techniques. Data mining allows businesses to uncover valuable insights about consumer behavior, preferences, and trends hidden within large volumes of data. Next one we have is observation. Observation is a research method used to systematically observe and record behaviors, events, or phenomena in natural or control settings without direct interaction with participants. Observation allows researchers to gather data about participant actions, interactions, and behavior as they occur in real time. Next one we have is public domain data. Public domain data refers to the information that is freely available and not subject to copyright or other legal restrictions. Public domain data can include government publications, open access research articles, historical records, and other types of data that are accessible to the public without restrictions. Next one we have all over here is competitive analysis. Competitive analysis is a process of evaluating and analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of competitors with a specific industry or market. Competitive analysis involves gathering information about competitors' product, pricing strategies, marketing efforts, and market share to identify opportunities and threats and inform strategic decision making. So guys, I hope so you would have got an idea regarding what are the top 8 marketing techniques that you can apply for your business. Now let's move on and discuss a case study of Apple, where we are going to discover how their market research made one of the most successful product, which is known as iPod. So guys, in the early 2000s, Apple revolutionized the music industry with the introduction of iPod, a portable digital music player. Apple's success with the iPod can be attributed in part to its meticulous market research and understanding of consumer needs. Before developing the iPod, Apple conducted extensive market research to identify opportunities in the digital music market. They recognized the consumers were frustrated with the existing MP3 players, which were often bulky and had limited storage capacity, and were difficult to use also. Additionally, Apple identified a growing demand for digital music downloads and recognized the potential for a device that seamlessly integrated hardware, software, and content. Apple's market research guided the design and development of the iPod, focusing on the key features that address the consumer pains, points, and preferences. These features include a sleek, portable design, a user-friendly interface with the iconic click wheel, and significant storage capacity to hold thousands of songs. Additionally, Apple partnered with the record labels to secure licensing agreements for its iTunes Music Store, offering consumers a convenient and a legal way to purchase and download digital music. The iPod was launched in October 2001 to a widespread acclaim, quickly becoming a cultural phenomenon and transforming Apple into a dominant player in the digital music industry. Apple's market research-driven approach enabled them to create a product that resonated with the customers, driving significant demand and establishing the iPod as a market leader in the portable music players for years to come. This case study highlights the importance of market research in understanding consumer needs, identifying market opportunities, and guiding product development efforts. By conducting thorough market research, companies like Apple can develop products that meet consumer demands and achieve commercial success in the competitive markets.
Look at a time in the late 90s, what was happening with software development firms. So they used to follow waterfall methodologies. So there used to be expression like, sir, you have a problem. So what happened? So our client want a new feature to the software. We are already midway creating the software. We can't add the feature. So what does it mean? So there is a scenario where the change is asked. So why change? Change may be because of adding certain features, removing certain features, modifying certain things already given. What is wrong in that? Why can't we do the change? So now point here is not about doing the change itself. It's about the effort additionally it takes. Cost, money in terms of which is going out, the effort, then the scope which is going to change. At the same time, you also need to put more efforts which will delay the project. So now is it okay? So 90s it was okay. Today is it okay? A big question mark. So why is that not okay? So we need to understand that very clearly, right? I knew we should not have used the waterfall methodology for development. So is that an issue with the waterfall methodology? So answer is no. If it is today's scenario, answer would be yes. If it is 90s, answer would be no. So what changed in this 20 years or 15 years? The dynamics of the market changed. The behavior of consumers changed. So if you look at anyone who is using any product, it may be a software product or a hardware, like if you have a mobile phone or a television or any application, mobile application or application used on your systems. The upgradation of the new features and functionality of that is improved more and more, and consumer wants it more, and you have a very less time to respond. That is one thing. Second thing, there is a lot of competition. If you do not respond quickly, competition will take over. So for you to sustain and grow, it is very essential that you understand this dynamics and you need to respond quickly, which was a bit difficult when it comes to approach what is called waterfall model. Now, how do we address this? So what is that waterfall model is all about? Why is it difficult for us? So the methodology where waterfall model is used involves teams following a series of steps and only going forward after the previous steps are completed. So there is a wait time involved. So until the previous steps are completed, only then I can move to the next. So it is a slower thing. It would take certain longer duration. So it is best used in the scenarios where the teams are small and the project is expected to move in a predictable manner. So predictability is very important. When we follow waterfall methodology, predictability, the variation should be as lesser as possible. So what is that predictability I'm speaking about? As I create this product, as a results comes up, if it takes 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, it's okay. So this is how the product would look like. The predictability, how the product would look like, how that particular output would come. So when is that going to come? Is it okay? If I bring that result after 2 years, is that okay? So if everything is okay that way, without any variations as such, very less variations, then it's fine. So because of following waterfall model, uh, what is that methodology? What is that flow? We need to understand that. So requirements gathering and documentation is the first thing what used to happen, which is true in agile methodologies also. But the main difference here is the requirements gathering and documentation happens in detail, a comprehensive one. Now once that is signed off, only then it is moved to the design. Now, based on that requirement which is gathered, which is full, comprehensive, then the design will happen based on that. The consideration of process, the products, the people, the environment, then the design happens, which is again a detailed design. Now, once the implementation starts, if you find any deviations, the correction needs to be done. Since the design is in detail, the deviation possibility is as less as possible. But the challenge comes up when the dynamics in the market, when the dynamics of customer changes. Customer asks for change, then you may require to do the change. Now, when you want to do that change, you may require to do that change only after understanding what would be the impact of this change in the entire output which you're going to create, which is very comprehensive one. So because of this, it consumes time, it consumes extra effort. So it may be a scenario where the scope of work is reduced as well. Even after that, this exercise has to be done, which will delay the project. So this was okay. So when this model, when things were done, things were taken up for changes, it was okay because the consumer behavior, as I mentioned, there is a lot of wait time for the consumers also. So there was less competition, but today it is not. I need to go quicker. So because of this, what are the disadvantages which has came up to the consumers or to the organization who actually follow waterfall methodologies in today's scenario? So what could be those? So making changes would be difficult, as I mentioned earlier. So then it doesn't focus on end user client, customer perspective value. So today I think more and more we're speaking about creating a value in the consumer perspective, customer perspective. And the time it takes for consumer to realize the value, how long it takes, the more it delays in realizing the values by the consumer, there is a delay in terms of making your product impression better in the consumer's mind. So competition will take over. So your existence will be in bigger threat. So testing phase is delayed until most of the project is completed because it has to follow step by step, wait the things to complete and then testing happen. Then measuring the progress within the stages is difficult. So why is it difficult measuring the progress within the stages? Because the deliverables or the metrics what are defined to measure at a milestone and at a end of the phase to understand whether everything is delivered as part of it. Now let us look at how Agile is going to help us to address these disadvantages mentioned in waterfall model. So what is Agile? The basic meaning of Agile is to move faster, be flexible, respond to change, etc. But to accomplish this, there are a lot of methodologies. Now, there is something called Agile Manifesto and 12 Principles of Agile, which we need to understand. So following this, accomplishing this can only help us in becoming Agile. So in 2001, Agile was introduced. So that's where the term Agile came into picture, where people start realizing what is Agile and why should we adopt that Agile methodologies. So while it was introduced, so Agile Manifesto was also released. It's a set of principles used in project management and software development. So basically there are 4 points which we need to understand very correctly, very clearly, so that we can able to understand what is Agile is all about. Right? It enables team to deliver value to their customers with ease. So Agile team deliver work in small but usable increments. Then evaluation of the requirements, plans and results takes place continuously. This allows teams to respond to changes quickly. Now change was one of the scenario what we were speaking about. Now responding to change quickly is one of the disadvantages what we spoke about, and here it is addressed. It is considered to address, that is very important. Now, when we respond to change quickly, it is not that I just quickly responded, but I did not address that problem or that scenario. It is very essential to address that scenario as well effectively and efficiently. So now agile is a concept, right? So it has a detailed manifesto based on which all the agile methodologies are created. So what is this agile manifesto is all about? So it was created during February 2001. So which details out the values and principles of agile processes, which says there are some values which is mentioned in the left, which has more weightage compared to the one which is in the right. Now, when we say this, for example, let us go one by one. Individuals and interactions over process and tools. So, are we saying we don't value the process and tools? That is not the case. Now, let us look at what were the typical issues or challenges anyone would have expressed regarding the processes. So, delay, maybe bureaucracy, and they cannot have a flexibility to move faster. So, basically, delays because of the approval which is not happening because of the processes. Now, how do we address this? So, can I eliminate the process itself? Answer is no, because in the absence of tools and processes, none of the things which we can do easily can exist. So, it should be there. Process and tool should be there. The way it should be defined, it should also ensure there is individuals and interactions, encouraged to have that individuals and interactions while having the process and tools. So, next is working products or comprehensive documentation. So when we say comprehensive documentation, as I mentioned in the waterfall methodology, during the requirement gathering, during designing, there is a detailed documentation which is made. So which take a lot of efforts in creating those. Now while delivering the challenge, what anyone was faced was the change which is coming up and making changes to these documentations, which is an additional effort. Now if we have a working products, if I have a bigger product, in that a module of that I keep creating every small modules of it and start integrating to the base model. Now I will only focus on the documentation for that particular model working piece which I am going to create in the next iterations. Then my documentation changes are less, and also the way I'm making the documentation is initially I would have a full skeleton of the entire product which I'm going to create, the roadmap, and upon that I am going to making the detailed documentation for that only for that working piece rather than the full product itself. Then these working piece documentation which I am going to create, as I create the working pieces, I am also getting the feedback because I am doing the interactions with the users, the consumers, the end users. So I get the feedback, I keep making the changes quickly, and then documentation will become accordingly. The small pieces of documentation which happens with those small working modules which are created, and those are consolidated over a period of time. By the time the product ends, you have a comprehensive documentation. The project ends, you have a comprehensive documentation. So it saves a lot of time. So documentation is important, but the way we accomplish the documentation is one by one, not in one go. Next is customer collaboration or contract negotiation. So any engagement or any relationship or any business, can it happen in the absence of contract? Answer is no. There should be a contract. Now, how this contract should be when we want to follow an agile? It should allow the customer collaboration. Why are we collaborating? To understand what customer is required, to understand what customer needs is fulfilled, right? So now this requires a lot of flexibility in the contract itself, so that commercial is one area which gets impacted, and there should be guidelines for that also in the contract. So that during the collaboration, during the change, during the effort being put, customer is also informed what is the change which is going to happen in terms of commercial as well as time and everything, so that it is documented in the contract, so there is no confusion. Responding to change or following a plan. Now I cannot have a rigid plan, as we were speaking about waterfall methodology, so that we need to go like this only. So based on the scenarios changes, so we may require to change your directions and move faster. So responding to change requires a specific flexibility which is required in the plan, so that I don't have a plan which is very rigid, and that provides some flexibility. That's how I can able to create my plan, so that I can able to move or respond to that specific scenarios which are changing. So this is called Agile Manifesto, and this Agile Manifesto has 12 principles associated with this. Now, keeping this Agile Manifesto on 12 principles, all the Agile methodologies have created their own approaches and framework. Now, let us look at what are those 12 principles, the Agile principles. So, Agile principles. So, here are some of principles that need to be followed to make a processes agile. So first principle is about customer satisfaction. So one need to satisfy the customer through early and quick delivery of the product. Now someone who is hungry, if you give them a water or a food immediately, a piece of bread, at least there is some satisfaction. There is some realization, yes, I got it what I need. So energy is back. So it is very much required to ensure seeing things in a customer perspective and customer is satisfied. So customer satisfaction is not a result of the survey what I do. It's about how I deal with the consumer, what is that impact, the perceptions I'm building with the consumer, and what do I know about my customer? Do I really understand the pulse of my customer? How associated am I? How close am I? How am I collaborating with the customer? That will help you to understand how satisfied your customer is. It is very essential to consider customer satisfaction. And the second principle would be welcome change. So changing needs need to be addressed even late in the development process. So change can happen anytime. Now these changes should not become a challenge. So there should be a flexibility in your design itself which will bring in. So that is the reason I think when you move faster, so it doesn't mean that you eliminate or you just keep introducing the defects and move faster. No, that is not allowed. So whenever there is a change in the feature, whenever there is a change to some specific product functionality, accommodating that should become easier. Whatever the methodology I follow, that should help me in terms of accommodating. So I should be welcoming changes. It's okay for me to have the change. So that is not a challenge anymore for me. So principle 3, deliver frequently. So ensure software is delivered frequently, focusing on shorter time scales. As I was mentioning while discussing the manifesto point, like I keep creating a smaller piece of product modules so that I keep putting into the base model and integrating those. And ultimately, once all the features functionalities are integrated, we have a product with all the features and functionalities. So this needs to happen more frequently. So the release of those working piece should happen more frequently, more repeatedly, so that customer is seeing those working piece and experiencing and giving their feedbacks. So quick changes to those working piece, making that will become easier. Then work together. So when I say work together, it is very essential that developers and business individuals need to work together through the course of project, which means involvement of customers, involvement of suppliers, involvement of your own team. Everyone should work together. Each one should understand each other's perspective view. If there is no proper understanding about each other's perspective view, it is quite obvious what was expected, what was delivered would not match. So there should be correct understanding. To have that correct understanding, one should work together, collaborate. So they should speak, express, which is very important. So feedback has to be given by consumers regularly. Similarly, the organization who is doing the project should also keep giving the feedbacks to the suppliers to make necessary changes. And once it works together in a unison, I think that would help in terms of bringing out the results the way it is required. That would help customer to get the value. Motivated team. So projects need to build around motivated individuals and they must be trusted to get the job done. Means when will the team get motivated? When the work what they are doing is acknowledged. When the work what they are doing, the results are seen, experienced, and then feedback is given. There is an opportunity for learning and contribution. Their contribution is acknowledged. Only then team is motivated. When there is a motivated team, when team feels there is someone with whom they can look up to, it is quite obvious team will also come up with certain set of innovation in their mind, giving their feedback as well, involving themselves in terms of getting the results what is required. So it is always essential to ensure the team which is involved in creating the products is always motivated. So I think when we say team, the conflict also come across. There may be a clash between various different thoughts and preferences. So one cannot just shy away. Being a manager, one cannot shy away from it. He or she should involve, sit with the team, resolve those, put things in a right direction. So interpersonal skills are very important here. Next, face-to-face interactions. So which helps in terms of most efficient means of communication, which helps in terms of giving a proper clarity in terms of what is required. So that I sent an email, I expect the person to do it. That is not the case what we're discussing about. So more and more interactions which should happen face to face so that each other understand what requires to be done. And there is a quick feedback which can happen when that particular interactions conversation which keeps happening. So one can understand other perspective view as well. Then working software. So it is primarily the deliverable which you're speaking about, which has to come regularly. So more and more working piece as it comes. Customer can give feedback based on their experience on this working piece, instead of just imagining something and then giving the feedback. So it should not look like an hypothesis or something which is in the dreamland. So I told something, the person who heard visualize something else. It should not end up that way. Instead of that, give the working piece, expect the consumer, the user to give the feedback, so that it helps in terms of creating that particular product ultimately which is usable and which is going to create value to the consumers. So next is constant pace. So agile process promotes sustainable development. So it should not, I did it and I sleep. I did it and then I'm waiting for something else. No. There should be frequent deliverables which is happening. So there should be constant movement from left to right, from beginning to end, so that the deliverables which are expected keeps happening, so that consumers or users are realizing the value of it. So it should be constant pace, the velocity, the speed which needs to be adopted. Then good design, agility can be improved by focusing on technical excellence and good design. So when we say technical excellence and good design, it is very essential to understand insight towards what is that product being delivered, insight towards what is the technology being used, insight towards the processes, the capabilities, skills. So when all this comes together, when people sit together and focus on creating that product or services, so they are putting the effort towards designing it appropriately so that that will fit for purpose. So since things are moved step by step in terms of creating a working piece, the detailed designing of that small working piece would happen, which can happen quicker as well. And since these are going and fitting into the architecture, which is basically open architecture kind of scenarios, what we are speaking about. So all those modules, what you create, you keep plugging into it, so that you are designing that small piece is quicker. So instead of designing the entire system as a whole in detail, you're just creating that small pieces and fitting into that architecture which is open, so pluggable. So that gives flexibility as well, and changes to the design will become easier if it's not working, and agility helps in accomplishing that. Simplicity, the amount of work that's not being done needs to be minimized. Meaning, when we say simplicity, doesn't mean less, right? So the appropriate number of tasks, the minimum number of tasks which needs to be done, and mostly I think all non-value adding activities and processes would be removed. It has to be removed. So the more optimized, more simpler in terms of handling things is always good, so that only those what is required to be done are done. So it is very clearly visible and there will be clarity. Self-organization. So when we say self-organized teams, who is not capable of everything, but when you look at a team as a whole, each one has different skills, many skills, not one or two skills, many skills which they are complementing to each other. So they come together, they discuss together, they focus on the architectures, requirements and design, and address it together. So team is also owning. The ownership is one thing when it comes to picture when we say team. So here, since team is actually taking up that ownership and organizing themselves to accomplish the results, the products, what is required, so then obviously the results will happen the way it is needed, and they will become accountable as a team. So they cannot have a blaming scenario where because of one or two members it is happening. They should collaborate better. They should be self-organizing what should happen. So next is reflect and adjust. So when are we going to reflect? Reflect upon what is that happening, learn, understand, keep learning it. Having a reflection to that what is happening means responding to that so that improvement can happen quicker. Effectiveness can be improved by the team regularly reflecting on it. So team is also understanding, team is also having that accountability to ensure that necessary adjustments, necessary actions are taken to make those changes and corrections quickly. So these are about 12 principles. So which supports, which helps that accomplishment of manifesto points, the four manifesto points what is mentioned. So keeping these four manifesto points, four values which is mentioned in manifesto, and then 12 principles. So keeping these in mind, any agile methodologies have their own approaches and they accomplish all of this. So further, let us look at some of the advantages, what would be there when following agile. So we looked at the disadvantages, what we have when we follow waterfall. So did we overcome those? The disadvantages what we had in waterfall, did we overcome that using agile? So what are the advantages of agile? So agile is helpful in terms of handling large amounts of interactions between client and project team, because it is throwing lights on it. The importance of interactions, the importance of collaboration, the what is that self-organized teams. It is spoken more and more. Then improve transparency to clients in every phase of the project. How this transparency? Because customer is seeing those products. The products with features and functionalities are seen. They're experiencing it, and based on that, they're given the feedback. There is nothing something hidden. Like when I go with waterfall, till the end of the project, customer don't know what is going to come out as a whole. But here, since the working piece is given regularly, customer is seeing it, the users are using it and giving their feedback. So interactions increased. So visibility towards what we are creating a results is more, right? Then the delivery of the output is predictable and can sometimes be earlier than expected because we know what is being delivered. More and more clarity users are obtaining. At the same time, the team which is creating is obtaining. Because of it, the pulse of the customer, the directions are clear. Accommodating changes, which was it was a big challenge in waterfall methodology, has become easier here. So then the cost of the project are predictable and follow a rigid schedule. So it is very easy to handle the schedules because more and more you interact and more iterations or in creation of small working piece of a product, working module of the product. So now as you progress in that, you understood the environment better, you understood the clients better, the customers better, the expectation better, and moving faster. So that will become easier for you. Now you have become predictable. You can predict easily what is that going to happen ultimately. So more and more visibility you start getting. So handling things will become easier. So then it allows for changes to refine and reprioritize the product backlog. So when I say product backlog, we need to understand the various different user stories what is written to deliver. So that is a list of deliverables. Product backlog, what are there? Since we already know what are the things needs to be created, so this helps in terms of prioritizing those, changing the priorities based on the change scenario, and then taking the pace, taking the speed accordingly. The client can provide the priority of features, allowing the team to ensure maximum project value. So since it is visible, what are the user stories, what are the epics written, what is that order, priorities, order of priority what we have kept. Now the change scenario obviously tells us, do we really need to change this? Priority of which feature has to be done first. So that will become easier because you have the list, only changing that order in the list and then going forward accordingly. Integration is not an issue because we have the base model which can integrate all of this together with no issues. Now then by focusing on needs of the users, the team can deliver value to the customers. So users are involved more often. So user pulse is understood, what user requires is clearly understood. So delivering that value to the customer will become more easier and simpler. So then project is broken into smaller units with high quality development, testing and collaboration because you have that flexibility. So since you have better visibility, you can able to do this and you move one by one, iteration by iterations, you progress further. So those were the advantages of adopting Agile. Now keeping that Agile manifesto and 12 principles of manifesto. So what are the types of typical Agile methodologies we would come across? So there are few which we are going to look at as part of it, which we need to know. So these Agile methodologies definitely considers the Agile manifesto points and then they demonstrate it in their own way. Now Agile methodologies perspective, let us go one by one. So some of them to look at. The first one is XP, that is extreme programming. So this is the framework that enables teams to create high quality software and improves their quality of life. So it enables software development with appropriate engineering practices. So and then when is it applicable? So it is applicable to the scenario where changing software requirements to handle risks caused due to new technology while working with a small extended development team, to use technology to allow automated unit and functional tests. So that is about extreme programming. So next let us look at Kanban. So Kanban is a methodology which is used to design, manage and improve the flow of system. It is actually called as pull system, so visual system. So everything which is actually put on a board and it is visible to everyone, what work need to be done, what is in progress, who has to do, it is very clearly visible. So organizations can visualize their flow of work and the limiting their work in progress. So what is limiting, what is stopping is clearly visible. So generally if I look at whenever, I'll just take a scenario of a meeting and minutes of meeting which always discuss about it. Now when there is a minutes of meeting shared with many people who have participated in the meeting, there are certain action items given to them. For example, Now these action items will have a target date to complete, and accordingly those needs to be closed. Now when the next meeting happens, when you look at that action item status, majority of them are not addressed. What could be the reason? Is that people are not sensitive about answering or addressing those? So more than that, the prioritization changes. So one important thing we need to understand how Kanban works here is it is a visual system compared to that minutes of meeting which is not visible to us always. The Kanban board is visible to us always. So one which is visible to us always makes us put a conscious effort to close it because our name is indicated on the board. The work need to be completed is mentioned against our name. Then we need to take it up and then close it. So it pushes it. It will put a conscious effort because it is visible. And I cannot build any stories telling that why I did not do, why did I not consider this as a priority rather than consider something else as a priority. So this Kanban straight away addresses it. And then it's also called as pull system because people pull the work from it and then complete. Right. So where is this applicable? It can be used in situations where work arrives in an unpredictable fashion. So that means it gives a lot of flexibility in terms of adapting to the changes which are happening, the dynamics environment. So it is also used to deploy work immediately without waiting for other work items. So since it is visible, I think things can go smoother, easier, so that people are owning it rather than just disowning it. So now let us look at lean. So when we say lean, it is very important for us to understand that value is always in customer perspective and elimination of waste. These are the two things mainly spoken about. So lean is a set of tools and principles that aims to identify and remove waste to increase the speed of process development. It focuses on maximizing the value to the client, ensuring waste is minimized. So when you look at visualize a processes, process interfaces and the flow. So they interface certain way. So unless the output of one process or procedures getting into another process, so that flow should be smoother, like many pipes connected together and water is flowing. So let us assume series of pipes which is of around 1 feet in terms of diameter of each of the pipes. Water is flowing in between if you have a pipe which is of half a feet. Now what happens to the downstream after that half feet pipe? The entire capacity in the downstream, even though it has 1 feet diameter pipe, it leads to the waste, underutilized capacity because this has become bottleneck. Now such bottlenecks, such the one which contributes to the waste has to be eliminated. That is very important. So value should be seen in the consumer perspective and that value would happen only through the series, value streams. Then in this value stream, the identification of the constraints and bottlenecks and elimination of waste. Now, what are the contributors of waste? So, waiting time, more often changing things, moving from one place to another place, allowing defects to flow, which leads towards a rework. So, all this, likewise, many things which actually end up in giving the waste. So, one has to visualize, understand, realize what are those non valuing activities and eliminating those is very important, right? So now when is it applicable? Lean principles apply to any sector where there is waste of any form. So it can be applied easily. So one needs to know that. So that it should be effort which needs to be put with the objective to accomplish. So your ability to move faster, your ability to create that product which is more efficient. So only you can achieve it. The effective results can happen only when there is a lesser delays or lesser waste, non-valuing activities. That needs to be understood and eliminate those. So next, one of the popular methodology would be Scrum. So Scrum is a framework that is used by teams to establish a hypothesis, trying it out, reflect on the experience and adjust. It is used to enable teams to incorporate practices from other frameworks depending on the team's requirement. It's a simple framework which speaks about a product owner, a scrum master, a self-organizing team. So some of the terminologies, what it uses is a sprint, daily scrum, product backlog, sprint backlog. So it's very essential to understand this framework. Simpler and able to adopt it is also very easy. When is it applicable? It is used when cross-functional teams are working on product development, when work is split into more than 2 to 4 week iterations. So these iterations are called as sprints, small time boxed iterations. So this will also help in terms of accomplishing the results, provides that flexibility and able to move faster. Then Crystal. So Crystal is an approach to the software development that focuses on people and their interactions rather than tools and processes. It is aimed to streamline processes and improve optimization. It works on principle that projects are unique and dynamic, each requiring its specific methods. So where is it applicable? It focuses on strengthening teams communication. It also focuses on continuous integration, active user involvement, and configurable processes. So these are the few agile methodologies which are there, which are more popular, more heard. However, we can come across many other methodologies like Safe Agile, which is a scaled scenario for more complex projects. So likewise, we have many methodologies which organizations adopt, and these are few for us to understand.
There are two main approaches to project management: the traditional waterfall approach and the agile approach. Originally, agile developed as a way to better manage software development projects. Agile emerged in the late 1990s, specifically in response to the challenges encountered when managing software development projects using the traditional waterfall approach, specifically addressing the burdens of heavy documentation and frequent changes in requirements. Agile techniques and best practices began to emerge and gain prominence in software development projects. This led to a meeting in February 2001 in Park City, Utah, where 17 leading software developers wrote what has become known as the Agile Manifesto. Let's review the Agile Manifesto for software development together. We are uncovering better ways of developing software by doing it and helping others do it. Through this work, we have come to value individuals and interactions over processes and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, responding to change over following a plan. That is, while there is value in the items on the right, we value the items on the left more. Before you take your Agile Scrum Foundation certification exam, I recommend you memorize these 4 lines. We call them the statement of value. And you can see that on the right-hand side, those are items that are more relevant for the traditional or waterfall approach. And on the left, you have those things that are more agile in nature. Let's review each of these 4 lines. Individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Clearly, any project requires processes and tools. However, individuals and their interactions deliver better results when the emphasis is not on the processes and the tools. Working software over comprehensive documentation. Documentation here refers to things like status reports, progress reports, detailed specifications, which do not really demonstrate any real progress or value. Therefore, the emphasis is on working software that can be delivered and demonstrated. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. Organizations need to be flexible and accommodating rather than following detailed definitions listed in contracts. Responding to change over following the plan. In Agile, small pieces of working software are delivered to the customer incrementally, and the customer is involved in the project from the beginning to the end. So in Agile, we are responsive to the customer and willing to make even mid-course corrections in order to deliver to the customer the value that the customer wants. Remember, you will be tested on these 4 lines. So again, I urge you to memorize them. In fact, knowing these 4 lines and having a feel for what they mean will actually help you get to the correct answer on many questions in the exam. Here we can see what it might look like to manage a project using the waterfall approach. You can see that the system and software requirements would need to be identified and documented upfront. That would be followed by the necessary analysis and program design work. Then comes the actual coding and testing. That's then followed by the handoff to the customer or to operations. As you can see, there is a heavy upfront cost of documentation, as well as the status reporting that would need to be done during the course of the project. You can also see that it would be difficult to respond to change in this kind of an approach. In fact, the Standish Group issued a study that showed that software development projects using the Agile approach succeed 3 times more often than when using the waterfall approach. The Standish Group defined project success as being on time, on budget, and delivering all of the planned features. The study summarized as follows. The Agile process is the universal remedy for software development project failure. Software applications developed through the Agile process have 3 times the success rate of the traditional waterfall method and a much lower percentage of time and cost overruns.
Now, let's talk about Scrum versus Agile. Firstly, let's have a look at methodologies. Now, Agile is a set of principles that are iterative and incremental. Agile has a number of different methodologies you can choose from. There's XP, Crystal, Kanban, even Scrum for that matter. Let's talk about Scrum now. Scrum is an implementation of the concepts of Agile. So basically, most of the important components of Agile can be applied to Scrum as well. It provides the customer with incremental builds that are delivered to the customer in the span of 2 to 4 weeks. An organization can be Agile, but not practice Scrum. However, an organization cannot practice Scrum without being Agile. Next up, let's have a look at projects. Agile is more suited towards projects that have a small development team that consists of experts. Whereas on the side of Scrum, it's usually better suited for projects that are subject to a large amount of change, and that too rapidly. Next, we have leadership. Now for Agile, a project head takes care of all the tasks and has a very important role to play in the process of Agile. A project head represents the entire team and is responsible for getting issues resolved by assigning them to the appropriate members of the team. In Scrum, there's no leader. There's a Scrum Master who can overall guide the Scrum process, but the team addresses issues by themselves. It usually involves cross-functional and self-organizing teams. Next up, we have flexibility. Agile is relatively more rigid than Scrum and cannot handle changes with ease. It also requires a lot of upfront development process and changes within the organization. With Scrum, you can enable teams delivery. Agile requires frequent deliveries so that they can get feedback from the end user. This in turn will help make the product better. The product is delivered as well as updated on a regular basis. With Scrum, after a sprint, feedback from the client for a build is provided to the team. Scrum involves daily Scrum meetings to review and get feedback to determine the next steps of the project. The next sprint is only planned by the team after the current sprint is complete. Next, we have collaboration. With Agile, collaboration involves face-to-face interactions with team members of other cross-functional teams. For Scrum, daily stand-up meetings take place with specific roles like Scrum Master, Product Owner, and the Scrum team. And finally, we have design. With Agile, the design, as well as its execution, it's relatively simple. With Scrum, the design and its execution can be innovative and experimental. So you might be wondering, which one should you choose? Now, among both these options, there's one thing that will remain common: Agile. Now, what you can decide upon is which Agile methodology you will be choosing. Is it Lean, is it Kanban, or is it Scrum? Now, if you do want to know more about how Scrum and Kanban are different from one another, you can check out our video, Scrum versus Kanban. Kanban comes from the Japanese word kanban, which literally means signboard. Like Scrum, Kanban is a popular Agile framework that is a visual system by which the work can be managed with ease as it progresses. Kanban uses something known as the Kanban board to make these things possible. With this, you can easily identify bottlenecks and then fix them cost effectively at optimal speeds. The main focus with Kanban is transparency. Since everything related to the tasks are on the board, everyone can keep themselves updated. It also ensures that teams focus on their current tasks until they're done. This limits the amount of work that's in progress. So on the Kanban board, work is divided into smaller, more manageable pieces. The work that's needed to be done is written on a note or card and placed on a board. Columns on the board help represent where each item is, with respect to the workflow. Now let's have a look at what these are in detail. Let's find out how Kanban works. Now the board consists of three major components. There's the to-do list, which represents items that need to be completed. The ongoing column, which represents items that are being currently worked on. And the completed or the done column. Now these represent tasks or items that have already been completed. Now although this is a physical representation of the board, several organizations use software versions of the board that replaces the sticky notes with cards that can be moved from one column to another as work progresses. Now an example of such a software is Trello. So if you want to learn more about Trello, you can check out the link I'll be adding to the live chat in a moment. At this point, you guys must have realized how similar these two frameworks sound. So let's run through some more of their similarities. Let's find out how they are similar. Firstly, they both have principles of lean and agile, which means reduction of waste, and both of them are time-boxed and iterative approaches that enable product delivery in an incremental manner. Both these frameworks aim to reduce the amount of work in progress. This forces the teams to ensure that they focus on a smaller set of tasks. This also makes blockers and bottlenecks a little more visible. In both cases, the work is divided into smaller, more manageable units. Both of these frameworks use pull scheduling. Now this means that products are only built based on demand rather than forecasts. Transparency plays a major role in both these frameworks by helping them drive process improvement. And in both cases, the release plan is continuously optimized. And finally, both these methods aim to deliver releasable software often and earlier than expected. So now that we've reached midway, let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys use Scrum or Kanban in your workplace? Or do you use these software for personal reasons? What exactly do you use these for? Let me know in the live chat. Now let's have a look at how these two frameworks are different from one another. Firstly, let's have a look at cadence. Cadence refers to the amount of time in a sprint or before a release. So when it comes to Scrum, the entire project is divided into time-constrained iterations. That is, into smaller, manageable units. But when it comes to Kanban, it's event-driven. The next criteria we're going to have a look at is release methodology. In Scrum, releases take place after each sprint, which usually takes 2 to 4 weeks to complete. For Kanban, releases take place in the form of continuous delivery. They happen in such a way that changes like new features, configuration changes, bug fixes, and experiments get to the users in a safe, quick, and sustainable manner. Next up, let's have a look at how changes are addressed in both these frameworks. In Scrum, no change can be made while the sprint is in progress. Once it's complete, changes can be considered in the sprint plan and then added to the sprint backlog. With Kanban, changes can be made at any time and incorporated into the workflow. Now, let's consider the metric that's being measured. In Scrum, for planning and process improvement, velocity, which is the measure of the work that can be completed by a team in a sprint, is the key metric. In Kanban, lead time is the key metric. This represents the period of time between a new task's appearance in your workflow and its final departure from the system. Next, let's have a look at how teams work in these frameworks. In Scrum, you need a cross-functional team to achieve your goals in a sprint. In Kanban, cross-functional teams are optional, but specialized teams that focus on particular aspects of the workflow are required. Now, let's talk about new additions. In Scrum, just like handling changes, you can't add any items between a sprint or an iteration. In Kanban, new items can be added to the board as long as there's capacity available for it. Now, let's have a look at the job roles within these frameworks. Scrum has three major job roles: Product Owner, Scrum Master, and Scrum Team. With Kanban, you don't have any specific job roles. Now, let's talk about representation. Or moreover, let's talk about how data can be represented. With Scrum, the board needs to be reset once a particular sprint is complete. With Kanban, the board stays persistent throughout the entirety of the project. And finally, let's have a look at project length. With Scrum, it's better suited for longer projects. And with Kanban, projects that can be completed in a shorter period of time are better. So which one should you choose? Now, selecting from these two methods is mainly based on the requirements of the team. Do you expect your project to be shorter? Do you want to make changes at any time? You don't want to set up job-specific roles? Then Kanban is the framework for you. Or do you want a long-running project with different job roles and involving cross-functional teams? Scrum is the answer for you. Based on the differences we discussed in the last topic, you can make an informed decision. Now, let's have a look at some of the popular companies around the world that employ both these frameworks. Some of the companies that have successfully implemented Scrum are Facebook, General Electronics, and Adobe. Companies that have implemented Kanban are Siemens, BBC, and SAP.
So are you interested in becoming an Agile Scrum professional? Here we have Certified Scrum Master CSM Certification Training course. So hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box.
What I want to do, team, is I want to, before we get into the user stories, I want to go to the whiteboard and I want to just give you a little bit more information that might help us in organizing our discussion that we're about to embark on here. So a word that is not in our slides is themes. Themes are epics and user stories grouped together. You know, similar epics and user stories grouped together for planning purposes. So an epic is big. You would never do an epic a theme in a sprint. It's too big. So it's used for planning purposes. Below that, I would put epics. Epics are low priority, large user stories, disaggregated into multiple user stories. The reason it would be low priority is because if an epic was higher up on the product backlog, it would have to be more detailed. That's when you would break it down. So epics are usually going to live at the lower priority levels of a product backlog, and as user stories are completed and the epic rises in priority, it will eventually be broken down into more manageable user stories. So great big low priority user stories. Then we have user stories themselves. User stories are functions or features that the product owner wants to have developed. A user story turns into working software that provides value to the customer. And the product owner is the customer voice. The product owner is the one who would accept or reject completed user stories. And then there are tasks. And a reminder, when we were talking about the sprint planning meeting, we said the sprint planning meeting is got two parts to it. The first part is selecting all of the user stories that are going to be included in the sprint, and then disaggregating each of those user stories into tasks. That's done in the sprint planning meeting, and then those tasks are the things that are actually then done when the work of the sprint begins. User stories can be estimated in story points or ideal days. Most teams favor story points. They might start with ideal days, but they will then usually end up going to story points. Tasks are estimated in ideal time, which is usually hours. Okay, so now back to our slides. So at the top left, a use case could be an example of a user story. So it's something that the user wants to do and how the system should support it. Like a use case could be select and pay for items in a catalog. Now that could actually be an epic or maybe a theme, because maybe it would get disaggregated into log on screen, catalog, shopping cart, and checkout. But so the use case could either be a standalone user story, or it could actually be a number of user stories that would result from it. Below that requirement, it could be a functional requirement, a technical task, or even a bug fix. So I'm going to go back to the whiteboard, and a product backlog is going to have a lot of user stories that come from the customer, right? Whatever the customer wants done. But the team may know that it has to do some development work in order for the user stories to even be able to work. You know, there's some system level non-functional requirements that need to be done. And so there could be tech user stories. And then, can you see this low? I can't see your chats, but then there could also be defect user stories. There could even be risk user stories. Now, what could happen is that the product owner ranks these in priority. So this one first, then that one, then that one. And the team says, well, the only thing is that we have to do some development work before we can actually do user story 2. And so what we really need to do is insert that before the second priority user story. And so the priority of the user stories in the product backlog, while it might start with just being, you know, simple functional user stories coming from the product owner, it will evolve until it includes some other things that are also considerations when it comes to priorities, because of, you know, successor, predecessor relationships, dependencies, and things like that are considerations. A user story, back to the screen, bottom left now, the user story can use a fictitious user or a persona to help the team or the team and the product owner to get an idea of, okay, who's going to be doing this function, what are they going to need in order to be able to complete the function, etc. So you try and come up with an actual, well, a fictitious, but a person who's actually doing it, to kind of get out of the realm of, you know, listing requirements and, you know, specs and things like that, and say, okay, what's the user experience need to look like? Top right, template. A portion of a user story is, let me back up. So a user story card is usually going to contain a brief description of the user story using some kind of a meta-language format, like we're suggesting right here. As a user or persona, I want this feature so that I can. So not unlike our estimating session here. As a frequent traveler, I want to eat grapes so I can be healthier. In the one that we didn't do, the inventory system, as a customer, okay, there's a user. I want to get cash back so I don't have to wait in line at the bank. Okay, here's another user story. As a consumer, I want the shopping cart functionality to easily purchase items online. And maybe that could be customer as well. As an executive, right, as a suit, I want to generate a sales report so I know which departments need to improve their productivity. As a buyer, so you can see I tried to come up with these different roles right here: executive, buyer, sales rep, etc. And that's the format. As a type of user, I want some kind of goal or feature, and so that's some kind of a reason. Below that, connect the dots by writing all of the user stories necessary to uncover the entire use case. So like we were talking about right here, if you want to be able to purchase items online from a catalog, that might be multiple user stories in order to support that use case. And so, of course, we would want to be able to connect the dots and see where all the user stories fit into the overall goal of the project or release. And the stories, excuse me, are grouped to form an epic or higher level story, so epic or theme. Stories can then be split into child stories or tasks, and so that's what we were covering before, right? So you have themes up at the top. That's the biggest grouping, if you will, used primarily for high-level planning purposes. So you have your themes, then you have your epics, which are large user stories, low priority, and they're going to have to be broken down into smaller user stories. Like in the question that we had at the end of the last section where the product owner needed something done and the team said, well, based on the size of this user story, it's going to take 3 sprints to do. Well, a user story has to be small enough to be completed within a single sprint. So a sprint can contain more than one user story, but a user story cannot span sprints. So that feature or function that was in the question was probably more like an epic. It was something that would need to be disaggregated into smaller user stories, or perhaps it was more of a use case that would need more than one user story in order to actually deliver the overall use case. Let's see, as a product supervisor, I want to see an unfinished part list at the end of the day so that I can reallocate work the next day. Great user story description. Well done, Viraj. Did you hear that, team? As a product supervisor, I want to see an unfinished part list at the end of the day so I can reallocate work the next day. That is a well-crafted description of a user story. Now, here are some things that I want you to memorize. You were hoping I was done with the memorization part. So I want you to remember that we have to invest in our user stories. And I was going over to the whiteboard and I didn't change cameras, so let me do that. I recommend figuring out how you memorize best so that you can, well, not if you wanted to. What I recommend is being able to write out all of this stuff on plain white scrap paper in about 14 minutes, because that's the amount of free time you have in the tutorial when you're at the, or when you're taking the test. Exin does it a little bit different. You maybe won't have a tutorial. The only time you'd have a tutorial is if you were at a center taking a test. Exin has other options, like you can do a paper-based test where you get a third party, a buddy or somebody who will agree to sort of proctor the test for you, or you can do it on your laptop all by yourself. And they have software that watches you while you're taking the test, and they require you to take the laptop and do like a 360 so that they can verify that you don't have any cheat sheets up on the wall or anything like that. But the point is you got to have this memorized, whether you're going to dump it out onto paper or not. When I took the test, I actually did the paper-based option. And that was because of some time constraints, and it was the quickest way to get me into the test. And so I didn't write out any of the stuff I'd memorized, but I had it memorized, and I had it memorized well enough that I could kind of recall it in my mind's eye. Okay, so we're talking about user stories, and you have to invest in your user stories. You know I like memorizing things by creating these charts that have the first letter of the word or phrase that you're memorizing in a separate column, and then I make up a story, that reminds me that I've got to have INVEST. This one is pretty easy. Probably just invest works. So let's go over that. I stands for independent. Independent, meaning that each user story stands on its own. You don't have, when we're doing Scrum, you don't do a user story that won't result in working software. We just talked about the description of user stories, right? So it's a user that needs some kind of functionality for some kind of a reason, and they're all independent. Will they work together? Of course they'll work together if that's a necessity, but if you developed a logon screen, you could demonstrate working software for the login screen. There might be another user story that is, has to do with displaying the catalog and being able to flag or select items that you want to purchase. But there'd be working software for that. Would they work together? Yes, but each user story would complete or result in some kind of working software, and they have to be independent. Negotiable. Negotiable in the way the user story is going to be implemented. The product owner doesn't dictate to the team. The team doesn't say it's only this way and we don't want to hear anything from you. So there are discussions about the size and implementation for each user story. So the product owner can't make it so detailed that there's no room for discussion and the possibility of the team coming up with solutions other than what the product owner was attempting to dictate. V stands for valuable, meaning each user story has to create value for the customer or the end user. E has to be estimable, as in estimatable, except estimatable is not really a word, it's estimable. And S is for small, has to be small enough to be done in a single sprint. If we're doing 2-week sprints, it has to be able to be done in 2 weeks or less. If we're doing 4-week sprints, it could be a larger user story, but it would still have to be done in 4 weeks or less. And then the last one, the T, is testable. Every user story needs to be testable, and it needs to be testable at 2 levels. Remember our triangle? It needs to be testable at the intrinsic quality level, unit tests, etc., and also testable at the extrinsic level, which is the customer point of view, which is acceptance. So every user story has to be testable. Okay, so that's invest, and so let's add that to our list of things to memorize. Invest. And then the next one we have here is the 3 C's of a user story. So the first C, team, is card. So user stories should be able to be written on a 4 by 6 inch index card or some media similar to that. Card. The second C is conversation. The user story card is the item that is used for the team and the product owner to talk and discuss in order to make sure that the product owner and the team are on the same page when it comes to what is actually supposed to be developed and what it's supposed to look like at the end, which leads us to the third one, which is confirmation. Each user story essentially has to have acceptance tests in it itself. So card 4x6, conversation, that's the starting point. That's where the team and the product owner discuss, and then eventually there will be acceptance tests included on the user story card in order to be used during the sprint review to assure that it's acceptable, that there's confirmation. Okay, so let's add that to the memorization list. So 3 C's. All right, now I've got an example here of a user story card. So we're looking right here. And if you were to go out on the internet and search user story cards, they would be similar. There would be some differences, of course. But typically what you're going to have is you're going to have a title or a name for the user story. And then there's going to be some kind of unique identifier, like user story 321. Then there will be the description like we just talked about. As a librarian, I want to have the facility of searching a book by different criteria so that I will save time while serving a customer. Then there might be some other descriptive words or links to other information that might be necessary. And then there would be acceptance criteria or tests. Sometimes these get included on the back of the card, but the point is that they are on the card. Then there will be an estimate of size. It could be ideal days or story points. As I mentioned, most teams do story points. That's more likely what you'll be tested on as opposed to ideal days. But we'll cover both so you understand the differences. There's probably, it's not listed here, but there's probably going to be a value point assignment. This is where the product owner kind of determines in a relative way the value of the stories. Just like we were doing in planning poker, the product owner might say, well, this story is twice as valuable as this other one, comparing them together. And this is what these value points are what's used to prioritize the user stories. That's supposed to be a V, as in value points. And then typically there's also going to be a indication. Sometimes it's just by colors. It could be words that has to do with, where the story came from. Did it come from the customer? That would be considered a functional requirement. If it came from the team, that would be from the technical domain. I'm trying to write where from. It's not me, team, it's the mouse. Clearly, it's hard to do that. That's from, where from. Here it's got customer, tech. You could also have defect. You could maybe have risk. And then there's also going to be an X factor, which would be some kind of word probably like stable, erratic, incomplete, something like that, to so that the team is designating the user story in respect to the amount of uncertainty or risk that's associated with that user story. And because all of that's a part of the story, right? The story is going to be turned into working software. There may need to be some efforts to actually figure out how to actually do that user story. So that's the X factor. Over to the right here on the same chart, we have some comments about if you are using a software package, excuse me, like Trello or Jira or something like that, excuse me, the user story cards will generally be able to contain more information using, dynamic links and things like that. Could even include things like a responsible team member, or depending on how you're doing it, you would break the user story down into tasks, and you might have team members assigned to various tasks for the user story. Okay, so that's typically what a user story card is like. Sometimes they're cards, sometimes they're like on sticky notes, and they're put up on a Kanban board if you're using Kanban to track the project. If you have a story that is too large to be completed in a sprint, it's going to have to be subdivided, or we call it disaggregation, into smaller user stories. And there's 3 ways that we're proposing here that you could go about doing that. You could split it based on operational boundaries. For example, as an operator, one needs to manage reservations, which could be split. For example, there could be one portion that is that has to do with making a reservation, another one that has to do with modifying it, and yet another one that has to do with canceling it. So that could be split into, in this construct here, 3 separate user stories. You could also separate based on exceptions or cross-cutting concerns. For example, in the beginning, develop only one main path, like accept repayment for a loan. Then address exceptions, like what if a person overpays? Then come up with a user story that recognizes that and processes a refund, and or gives the option of allocating the overpayment to a future payment or something like that. And then also adds on other concerns like the check access restrictions or record name of operator. So maybe, when you're working on accepting payments or processing refunds, it's going to check on who the operator is, or track that, so that if at a later time, who was it that gave this refund here? Well, you could look and see, okay, the operator's name was recorded. Or maybe you put some restrictions so that maybe not everybody is allowed to do a refund. And so you would have levels of users that have different privileges. Okay, and then down at the bottom, split based on data boundaries. For an example, as an accountant, one needs to enter balance sheet information, which could then be split into summary information and separately receivable details, or maybe you could have AP, so you could have different portions of the overall balance sheet activities that need to be done. So enter AR, enter AP, etc. Make sense? So just to kind of prompt you, give you some ideas about what to do in a Scrum project if you have the scenario arise where a user story is being estimated by the team and it won't fit into a sprint. It's too big. Now, when it comes to determining value for user stories, this is primarily owned by the product owner, right? And it always comes back to money, but money, the value can be looked at from different points of view. So new revenue, obviously, getting new customers and having them buy stuff. Well, below that, there's another consideration, incremental revenue. So somebody's in the process of placing an order, maybe there are some premium features that could be add-ons at that point in time, or maybe added later on. So you have an existing customer who actually buys more of or enhanced parts of the existing thing they already purchased or are in the process of purchasing. Retained value. So this is, retaining customers so that they don't go to a competitor. And then the bottom one is operational efficiency. How could things be done to speed up the process of whatever it is so that the cost of delivering the product is reduced? So this then leads us to a discussion about priorities, recognizing that there are some priority concerns that come from both the customer domain as well as the technical domain. And there are some prioritization models. If we look right here, there is value-based prioritization, and the hierarchy of that would be high value, followed by high risk, followed by high value, and then low risk, followed by low value, and then low risk. So, we might have written this a little bit differently, but that's value-based prioritization, and this is primarily the product owner with maybe some input from the team, just simply deciding what he or she wants done most, listening to the team say, well, there's some, greater risks with this user story than that. And so you'd probably want to persuade the product owner to take care of high risk stuff first, because that would have an impact on the future things that need to be done. There's the Kano model, which looks at each of the user stories and classifies them as being mandatory, linear, or exciters. And the mandatory items are those user stories that are musts. And they'll never move the customer or the end user beyond neutral. It's if they're not there, it creates dissatisfaction. If the product owner and the team has done a good job in identifying what are the mandatory or threshold items, you would see that it just gets it to neutral. That's what's expected for the product. Linear items, user stories, are those user stories that as they are implemented progressively throughout the project and added to the feature set, it will linear increase customer satisfaction. And it can be, in their absence, dissatisfaction, all the way up to high implementation, creating a great deal of satisfaction for the customer. And then the third category is exciters and delighters. And those are features or functions. Those are user stories that are not mandatory. And the absence of them will never result in satisfaction going below neutral. But by adding them, you could create excitement and delight for the customer. These would typically be things that are features that would be included in a premium version of the product, or maybe add-ons that are promoted, at the point of sale. Have you thought about this because it'll really help you, or whatever. So that's the Kano model. And then there's Uyghur's relative weighting method. And this is all using numbers. So each feature is given a value for its benefit, and its penalty, given a value for penalty, meaning what's the pain if that feature or function is not included. And then there is the cost side and the risk side. And then those are all calculated together, and that results in, a ranking or a hierarchy, which gives you the priority for the user stories. We also talked about Moscow, didn't we? Did we talk about Moscow? Moscow is another prioritization model. Must, could, I said that differently. Must, should, could, won't. Moscow, M-S-C-W. Must, should, could, won't. And we talked about that one. Thank you for that confirmation. Does it seem like a long time ago, or is it just me? I know it was just last weekend, but it's like last year. Okay, so now let's talk about velocity. Priyanka, that is exactly right. So velocity is the capacity of the team to complete work in a single iteration. So the team has estimated the user stories for size or ideal days, and the sprints are going to be 3 weeks in duration. Obviously, not all user stories can be completed in a single sprint and be done with the project. Well, I guess maybe I shouldn't say obviously. When I'm saying that, I'm thinking, well, maybe you had a very small, short duration project, so you could. But the point is that it's the team's capacity to complete work in a given sprint. And it is an observation. It's not a prediction. So if we're working on sprint 5 and we're working on determining what our velocity is, then it would be the average of the previous 4 sprints. If there were any outliers, you would disregard those. And so it's an observation. If we look over to question or box number 2 here, velocity is used to deal with determining how many user stories we are going to include in a given sprint, and also how many sprints are we going to need to create a release or a set of user stories. And here's an example. In box number 3, a team completed 5 user stories that were sized 5, 3, 8, 13, and 2. 2 user stories, each sized 5, were left half complete. What is the velocity of the team? And the answer is either going to be 31 or 36. 31 is the sum of the completed user stories. If you were 36, you were claiming half of the 2 that were 5. So that would be a total of 10. So you claim half of it, which would be 5, would take you to 36. But it's not going to be 36 because the only thing that counts towards progress is working software. So even if the team had finished 9 out of 10 story points for a user story, meaning it's almost done, and then the sprint ends, that doesn't get counted towards velocity. And you don't mess around with velocity. You can mess around with your estimating, and you can mess around with what user stories are going to be completed in a sprint, but you don't. The velocity is not variable. It is what it is based on past performance. When it comes to levels of planning, we have what's called the planning onion. And let me walk you through this here. Up at the broadest area is the vision level. So the vision level, that's the suits, right? They're the ones that have the strategy and objectives for the company and where it's going. And so they have that overall big vision for the company, which is likely going to include products. And each product should have a roadmap. My example of that website that I'm working on has 3 versions which make up the product roadmap. Version 1 is the free site, version 2 is the membership site, and version 3 is the pay referral commissions version of the site. And the product roadmap is then supported by releases. So for my project, I have 3 releases. So all of the user stories needed for the free version are in release 1. All of the additional user stories that are needed for the paid version, the subscriber version. And then also for version 3, those are all releases, 3 releases. And then for each sprint, we will be pulling user stories from the release that we're working on. A release is likely going to take multiple sprints. And then the sprints are populated by the individual user stories, which are then disaggregated into tasks. And we do the daily scrum, which is the daily level of planning and coordination. So we call that the planning onion. We already kind of talked about the release and roadmap concept here. So let's just review this quickly. Prioritize high-level epics and determine goals and releases. So we'll use epics and themes in order to group things together. You know, what should be included in what's released. So what are the goals for the releases? Then the first bullet point, establish goals of release based on market demand, regulatory needs, or customer expectations. For each release, you want to estimate the target stories. Repeat until the target stories are assigned an iteration length. It's blending some things here. Be able to estimate velocity and then assign stories to the sprints. So we keep estimating the user stories and we keep organizing that until we can do that. We can come up with an iteration length, a sprint length, and then figure out what our velocity for each sprint is, and then assign stories to the sprints. The next bullet down, iterate until the user stories and release date meets conditions of satisfaction. So that's definition of done or acceptance for the release. And try not to pack too much into a release backlog. So just like you would not want to pack too many user stories into a sprint. You want to have the timelines appropriate and what are included in the events make sense. Okay, so here's a bit more about release planning on this slide here. You've got the product backlog here on the left, and then we might come up with a release plan, which could be flipped and could be looked at horizontally. And you probably plan about 3 releases in advance, or at least you're doing more of the detailed planning on that. Because things are going to emerge when we do, sprint 1 that's going to help in sprint 2, and things that happen in sprints 1 and 2 that are going to help release 3. And then you've got, your subsequent releases where we're just doing very high-level planning. It's called rolling wave planning, where we do detailed planning for things in the future in tandem with doing high-level planning for things in the future. Did I say that right? Detailed planning for things in the near term in tandem with high-level planning for things in the future. And we talked about deciding as late as possible, I believe, meaning that it's better to actually plan the later releases for purposes of making sure we have more information, the most information available. Okay, so estimation. Let's start at the top left. The principles behind estimation. Understand the cone of uncertainty, which is an estimate or best guess to begin with and then progressively becomes more accurate. In fact, let's just take a break and look at the cone of uncertainty. So at the very beginning of a project, there's going to be a high level of uncertainty. If I were to draw this chart, I would make it a little bit more like this. So clearly, you're going to de-risk the project as early as you can, and then eventually all risk disappears when the project is done. Risk is uncertainty. Okay, below that, the only estimate that matters is the one given by the team. Supported by this comment here, nothing is impossible for the one who doesn't have to do it. So the product owner is like, team, come on, you can do this. The team's like, no, we know what our velocity is. No, the product owner says, I'm telling you, there's no way that that can't be done. I know you can do it. I trust you. I believe in you. But the product owner doesn't have to do the work. Okay, top right, overestimation and underestimation is always going to be an issue that we deal with. It's more likely that we will underestimate than overestimate. And by looking at our velocity from iteration or sprint to sprint, there could be some information that is showing us that we're underestimating, for example, meaning we're thinking the user stories are smaller than they are, and that we can get, a certain number done in a sprint, and then there's a fail. Well, that would mean then that would be discussed during the retrospective, and then we would do something different going forward, which might include doing some re-estimating. Scrum estimating is not necessarily more difficult. However, Scrum exposes bad estimates sooner, which is a good thing. When we were doing our planning poker, you could see that the first time as a team, we didn't know each other. We didn't know everybody's thoughts and concerns. And those kinds of things, get shared and absorbed as a project goes on. And so there's a higher awareness of that. So what we would say is that using estimation techniques, Scrum estimation techniques, might be more inaccurate at the beginning of a project, but they will quickly become very accurate as the project advances forward. Let's see, is there a question here? Can velocity be increased over a period of time for the project? Yes, it can. Now, it's not that it will increase if the team is learning how to work together better and better. You would expect that, if I can just use my mouse here, if we were tracking velocity, so this would be points completed over here. Let me just do PTS for points. And down here is time. And we go from sprint to sprint, right? You would expect that maybe, the first couple of sprints, the team would be learning how to work together, and there would be a steep curve, and then it would kind of flatten out and maybe have, a slow rise going forward as the team emerges as a high-performing team. They get better at their cross-functional behavior. Somebody's sick, the team just keeps chugging along. Other things, oh, sorry. There, I bumped a thing on my screen there. So the team, learns how to work better together, and their estimates become more accurate, etc. And you would expect a high-performing team to have a result like this for velocity, where there's quick improvement, and then it kind of stabilizes and then begins to tick upwards. Okay, we talked about the cone of uncertainty. Let's talk about ideal time. When we do estimating for user stories, we do it in ideal days. When we do estimating for tasks, we do it in ideal time, which means hours. I think that's on the whiteboard, or it was on the whiteboard. Oh, it was on it. So ideal time is the amount of time it takes to complete a piece of work. But that's based on the notion that the team member or members are available to do just the work with no distractions or anything at all. So assuming that Priyanka could sit down at a keyboard and code for 8 hours without taking a break for lunch, no phone calls, no discussions, no meetings of any kind, just work 8 hours, How much could be done in that 8 hours by Priyanka? That's what ideal time is. But the thing of it is that there is no such thing as somebody being able to spend every minute of every day only doing work. There will be distractions. So it has to be converted into elapsed time. Now, we don't convert it to elapsed time at the user story level, but we do convert it to elapsed time when we are dealing at the task level. And what that looks like is, for each team member, you're going to have to do it separately because some team members have more distractions than others. Some might have other duties that pull them away. Whatever the case may be, you determine how much time in a given day a team member is available to do work. So say it's 5 hours out of 8 for one. Maybe it's 6 hours out of 8 for another. Maybe it's 4 out of 8, but you figure out what it is, and then you take the average, and that average availability is used then to convert ideal time into elapsed time. I should have circled this box here because we talked about this as well. And then I already mentioned this here, only considers actual work time, not the distractions. So that's the concept of ideal time. When it comes to story points, it's different than that. They are a measure of size relative to each other. So we were doing planning poker this morning where we were looking at grapes versus apples, and then we were looking at oranges and what else do we have? Watermelons and coconuts. And we weren't trying to figure out how much time it would take to eat grapes as opposed to how much time it would take to eat a coconut. It's clear that it's going to take longer to eat a coconut because there's more effort involved. So we have a sense that it's going to take more time. But comparing the coconut to our baseline of 2, right, we came up with a baseline of 2 for the smallest user story. We compare eating coconuts to that baseline and we say, okay, you know what, it's going to take more effort to eat the coconut than it is to eat grapes or apples. So you can do it like we did. You can also triangulate. For example, when we did our planning project this morning, or this morning for me rather, at the beginning. Oh, that's not it. That is the daily stand-up. Here it is. If I had said, team, I want you to pick a small user story, a medium user story, and a large user story. And then we would then compare other stories to those 3, and so we would kind of triangulate on it. Let's say that we did, 2 was small. I'm sorry, I'm saying that wrong. Grapes was small, apples were medium, and coconuts were large. Well, if we then looked at orange and we said, well, orange is smaller than apples but bigger than grapes. So we would know this would fit in between grapes and apples. And so let's say, we had apples at 5 and grapes at 2, then we would say an orange is probably going to be 3. And the values, now I used, in our example, the modified Fibonacci series. What we do in Scrum and Agile, if we're using story points, we're going to use a nonlinear scale for the values. So down at the bottom here, there's the modified Fibonacci sequence. The way the Fibonacci sequence works, by the way, it's the value is the sum of the 2 on the right. So let me break this right here because this is a modified Fibonacci. So 13 is 5 plus 8. 8 is 3 plus 5. 5 is 2 plus 3, and 3 is 1 plus 2. If we were doing the real Fibonacci series, this wouldn't be 20. It would be 13 plus 8, which would be 21. I don't know why some use modified Fibonacci and others not, but that's just kind of a common thing to do. If you're doing planning poker, you give everybody 7 cards, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, and 20. Another nonlinear scale is doubling, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. You typically don't go too far to the left with the values because that either means that you're being too granular or you've got stories that are probably too big and they need to be disaggregated. Now, somebody just chatted here, should some buffer time be included in the actual estimates? Let me answer that question first by going back to ideal time, and then I'm going to come back to story points and answer the question. When we're estimating in ideal time, we don't add a special amount of time that we would call a buffer. We just allow for the distractions and the interruptions, which could look like a buffer, right? You're saying, Priyanka, if based on your duties in the organization and our workday of 8 hours, you're typically available to be doing your project work 5 out of those 8 hours. So when we are converting ideal time to elapsed time, we will be building in extra time based on distractions and interruptions. We would not call it a buffer, but that's essentially what we're doing. Now, when it comes to user stories that we're using story points, it is different. The points are for the entire amount of the work. And why might we need to have some extra time for a user story? Well, it's likely going to be driven by uncertainty. There might be other things that impact it, but that's the main thing. Sorry, team. So when the team is estimating the size of the user story, they will be including in their discussion and estimates any extra time or buffer time that would be needed for that user story to be completed. So do we accommodate uncertainty when we're using story points? Yes, we're looking at the X factor, and if we've got an unstable user story, then we're probably going to say, this is going to be a bigger user story than one that's similar but has a much lesser level of uncertainty. So that's the story points. Let's compare the two. Ideal time uses things like hours and days, which is easier to explain outside the team, right? The suits like things in days and hours. Everybody's estimate may be different, not a bad thing. It's easier to do at the beginning because we're oriented to think about time. And it does kind of shine a light on wasted time. Story points are harder to explain outside the team. The suit says, well, how long is it going to take to do user story 301? And our answer is, well, that's a 10 user story point user story. And the suit's saying, what does that mean? Tell me how long it's going to take. So the suits have to be converted to story points. Now, here's the thing. It's a lot easier to get consensus when we're estimating in story points. And once we get good at it, it's going to be much faster. We have to remember it's not comparable across teams. So, a team working together will have its own kind of system for sizing the stories, and another team that might even be working on the same project will have a whole different scheme. And so if the velocity of one team is 25 and the velocity of another is 50, it doesn't mean that the team with the velocity of 50 is able to do more work than the teams whose velocity is 25. And we did, when we got our day going, we started with a planning poker exercise. And so, we used all of the team members. So we selected the team. The product owner was there to answer any questions. The team discussed each of the story cards and then decided what their vote was going to be. And then everybody voted at once. If there were outliers, they were discussed. And the reasons for that, those variances, those outliers, were then part of the discussion. And then we did another round of voting. And we would keep doing that until we had our estimates converge or we reached consensus on them. Okay, so advantages of planning poker: it's fun, it's quick, it gets the whole team involved, the team understands a little bit about all of the stories, everybody contributes his or her expertise, and the discussion during the estimation provides clarity in the direction approach and even a bit of design. If we were in the same room team and we were doing a planning poker activity like we did at the beginning of our day together, we would be able to, model it a little bit better. Or if we tried to unmute everybody, but you could hear the background noise. I've tried doing it, it doesn't really work. But you get the idea that if the team's discussing and things like that, you would actually get to the point where your estimates would converge and the team would say, okay, this user story size is, whatever it is. Okay, so we need to wrap things up for the day. So we are ending right here. And that means tomorrow when we get together, we're going to be doing slide 20, or starting with that, which is affinity estimating. And let's see, affinity estimating, we go through that. We're going to talk about tracking progress using information radiators. And then we're going to talk about what we do when we find variances between the plan and the actual results. And then we'll have our quiz. So we're almost finished. I think we're good on time.
So are you interested in becoming an Agile Scrum professional? Here we have Certified Scrum Master CSM Certification Training course. So hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box.
Now let us look at a typical scenario of an organization where the need of user stories would come in. So looking at this scenario, so an organization would have a scenario where the existing products are sold very well in the market, and they may think about introducing new product, or they may think about introducing a new feature or functionality to the existing product. So the scenario what we are considering is, it says our previous product sold really well in the market. Now let's think about new products. So we'll need to make sure we can understand the requirements and fulfill the requirements. Now, how do you do this? So how are you going to understand the consumer requirements, user requirements, and how is that going to help the user to accomplish the requirement and fulfill the need, whatever it's required to be fulfilled? So user story helps. One who understands the user stories would look at the perspective of the users, and these user stories provides those insight towards what user would exist. So as we go through, we will understand in the perspective of the users, the requirements, and how user stories helps in terms of fulfilling those requirements. This requires certain amount of visualization. Let us see what it is. So what are user stories? User stories are an agile software development project management tool that provides users with simple natural language explanations of one or more features written from the end user's perspectives. So for a given product, we may have many end users. So we may develop an application within an organization and use that application for an organization. That is one scenario. Second scenario is we create a product, we sell it, and employees of our customer organization will become users of those products. These are the two scenarios. So having these scenarios, what kind of product it is, what is the objective of this product which is going to fulfill. So let me assume an HR application which is used for submission of claims from the employees. So what is that requirement? So this application should accept the claims submission from the employees of the organization, and then that needs to be processed and the claims needs to be cleared. Now what will happen now? The user community, if you visualize, there is an user as an employee of an organization who submit claims. So there is an user in the finance perspective who is going to deposit the money. Similarly, there is an user who is going to approve. So many such user interfaces, we will see the existence of the roles of users, we will see who would be using these particular applications. So in their perspective, there should be an interface provided, there should be some privileges provided through which they would do their transactions and activities. When we write the user stories, we don't write them in detail. So a user story doesn't go in detail, it just mentions how a certain type of work will bring value to end user. So what is this role specific end user would be doing at that particular role in this particular product? What is the transactions involved? So the end user in this case could mean external end user or even internal customer or colleagues within the organization. So looking at these points, if I look at the same application, HR claim processing application, who are these internal users? The employees of organization. So who are these external? Maybe the people who sold this particular application to our organization. So they have installed it, they manage it. There is an administration role for this particular product. That is a role. Similarly, another set of internal users, maybe someone who is like from finance, from HR. So in each of these roles perspective, this particular product should provide the interface, and then there should be a transaction in their perspective, which is very important. So user story should explain this in very brief so that it helps in terms of visualizing what kind of interface has to be provided and why would this particular role use it. That is very important. So user stories also form the building block of agile frameworks like epics and initiatives. So what is this epics? What is this initiatives? Let us look at it. Now epics refers to the group of user stories where the large amount of work broken down into user stories. So many user stories together forms epics, which will provide certain insight towards how these user stories are connected with each other. So similarly, initiative refers to combination of multiple epics forming that initiatives. So which is very essential to group. So managing perspective, it will become easy. And also looking at the objective, what is that particular group of user stories, group of epics are going to accomplish. So user stories can also help ensuring that team work to goals of the organization through epics and initiatives. It should be looking at that objective exactly. What is the directions we are getting into and how these combination of user stories. So as an employee, I'm submitting my claims. So what is that required in that user's perspective? There should be a story. So I, as a finance person, I'm going to clear these claims. I'm going to pay the money, deposit the money. So that particular role needs certain interfaces. And that visualization requires how this interactions happens. So user story should help in terms of understanding those. So the requirements for making user story a reality are added later after discussing with the team. So we made a user story, we created a user story. It doesn't end there. So there needs to be a discussion which happens further to decide, yes, it is a valid user story. So this will also helps in terms of prioritization, which needs to be taken up first. So user stories are recorded on post-it, notes, or an index card or a project management software. And this would help in terms of prioritization or for tracking as well. So what is the advantages of user stories? So advantages of user story involves it helps in delivering high quality content because what is required to be accomplished in the user perspective, that will be very clear. Eases collaboration with team members because finalization on the user stories and understanding of the user requirements would happen after discussing with the team members. Each one would give their own viewpoints and prioritization of particular user story or keeping a specific user story or not considering that user story would be based on the feedback which team provides. This cannot happen in terms of having team members together and speaking about it. Helps understanding users better. So user roles are discussed, users requirement is discussed, and what is that they're going to accomplish through this user interface, that is also discussed. So user role is understood, user requirement is clearly understood by writing a user story. This will also help in improving transparency because since the collaboration is happening, since the user story is not just taken just like that, the discussion happens and that will have an interaction and collaboration. So definitely improves transparency. So now it reduces risks. So when I say risk, it's obviously uncertainty. So it reduces risk because the clarity one would have about the requirement of users. So accordingly, the features functionality of the product are defined so that they can fulfill those user requirements. Then supports iterative developments. As I mentioned earlier, the collaboration, the transparency, everyone working together, and in the agile perspective, user stories, epics, and initiatives gets into the specific iterations only after this discussion with the team members and after prioritizing it. So the user story will be there in the product backlogs, which will be prioritized based on that particular scenario of requirement in agile scenario. So as when we say agile, it's quite obvious. We need to be flexible to the changing scenarios. So since we're working together, and when we go for an iterative mode of approach, it is quite obvious we're going for it to get adopting to the changing scenario, so that we can select that particular features functionality by pulling that particular epic or user story as a priority in the given list. So that prioritization making will also become easier. Focuses on vocal communications means lot of interactions happens while discussing on user stories. So since people are doing it vocally, so there is some personal touch also established. Good collaboration can get established. So user story also provides that visibility because of that people working together in a collaborative manner. Invest in user stories. So what is invest? So investing in user stories. So what does that mean? So it is a concept that helps creating meaningful user stories. So it stands for independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, sized appropriately, testable. So when I say independent, so whenever we write the user story, that should be self-contained, if at all possible, to avoid dependencies on other user stories. So it should be independent of one another so that each of them can be developed and delivered separately. So negotiable, so when we say negotiable, user stories can always be changed or rewritten. So at any given point in time, so we should be able to do that modifications required. So that should support the flexibility associated with the agile methodologies. So since requirements often evolve, changes, and these changes comes for various different reasons. So how do we change these user stories or modify this so that it can fit into the requirement, so that adaptation can happen to the changing requirements? So stories should be discussable and should be open for negotiation for any change scenarios. So next, valuable. When I say valuable, it's quite obvious. We're speaking about value, what is being created for the users or consumers. So a user story would represent the goal or an objective an end user who is going to look for. Means value is always in the consumer's perspective. So now I created certain features, functionalities, fine, but did that really create the value to the consumers? So the value realization plays an important role. So stories must ensure there is a value being added to the consumers and customers or users always. Otherwise, user story doesn't make any sense. So estimable. So when we say estimable, one should always be able to estimate the size of the user story. So sometimes developers may not have the experience required to size the particular situations or needed for a user story. Reasons may be anything. It may be not having specific insight towards it or don't know how to estimate. There may be someone specific who needs to understand that scenarios and then come and discuss. Reasons may be anything. So stories, if you cannot estimate, then it will become difficult in terms of handling it better. So it should give some visualization. So it should be estimable and can be divided into tasks. So now small means sized appropriately. So user story should not be very big or should not be too small. And then how do we decide on this size? So now when we say any user story that can be completed by a developer in single iterations, then can we call it as too big? Quite obviously that is again indicative. So user story should be subdivided into two or more small stories into multiple pieces, multiple stories, small stories, so that it can be handled better. So story should not be too big and should be completed within 40 hours or 3 to 4 days. These numbers are indicative. So not necessarily you should be fixing with this number. So just an indicative to show you that what would be the focus. When I say user story, in what is that effort it would take to accomplish that. Now testable. So when we say user story is testable, one has to ensure that development is complete and has been done correctly. So means once you create a user story, so that needs to be articulated in such a way so that it becomes measurable. When I say testable, obviously there should be metrics, a target metrics which can be created, which will help me to state, yes, this particular requirement is accomplished. So they should have an acceptance criteria that can be tested to check if they fulfill the customer's need. So then how to write user story? This is very important point to look at. So how to write the user story? So writing user stories comes up with a specific template with a simple language. So what is it? So now as a role, I want to so you keep filling it. So typically role means what? The specific user role who would be using that particular product and their requirements which are being fulfilled. So that is the role. The name of the role we are going to put it here. So the role refers to an individual that would be interfacing or interacting with the system. Now, want to, when we say want to, the want or action which represents the behavior of the systems. So what is that it's supposed to do? This action would be unique to each user stories. Now, so that this refers to the benefits or results that non-functional and external to the system. As a result, what would happen? What is that we are trying to accomplish out of it? So let us look at an example. How does it look like? As a CEO, I want to track my subordinates' progress to ensure organization's goals are met. Similarly, if we take the reference to those examples what we discussed earlier, like we took the example of HR portal, so claim processing requirement. Now this can be same user story. As an employee of an organization, what can I write? So as an employee of this organization, I want to submit my claims online so that claim processing will become smoother, easier, faster without any errors. So that can also be a user story. So it gives certain visualization. What kind of users are there and what is that they need. So the moment you write the user stories, you should visualize that role. It is very important. So there is 3 C's of user stories, which we call it as card, then conversation, and then confirmation. So when we say card provides a written description of the user story. So what do I mean by written description of the user story? So same thing, the user story what we just saw as an example. So that can be written on a card. So this will help in planning and estimating. So and that will also gives that visualization of users and their requirement so that can be articulated further and also estimated so that it can looked in the perspective of invest. What is invest? What we discussed. So it is independent, it is negotiable, it is valuable, it is estimable, it is sized appropriately, means should not be too big, too small. The examples what we saw was appropriate and testable. So now when we see this particular user story, is it fulfilling all those points what we discussed in invest? That is very important. Now this card, whatever the description is provided, should elaborate on that very clearly. So then further what happens? Conversation. After the user story is written in a card and given and it is shared with every individuals who is participating in that conversation. So then there will be discussion. So conversation represents discussion between users, team, product owners. So this helps in terms of whatever the user story is written, is it making sense? Is it in line with the user's expectation? And at the same time, whatever the understanding we have, maybe as a product owner or the team member, a developer, is my understanding correct? Then user perspective, so whatever the user story is written, is that user story is speaking about the requirement which needs to be fulfilled as they require. So this helps to build a shared understanding between all those individuals so that there is no confusion further. So once people converse together, once the stakeholders converse together, then you will confirmation. So this represents the condition that need to be satisfied to ensure that the story meets all requirements. So you are confirming. So all the stakeholders are agreeing to that. So firstly, to summarize this, 3 C's refers to card, conversation, confirmation. Card provides the user stories which actually represents, as we took an example, which will capture that, so that it also fulfills the thought of invest. Then conversation is required to understand what is this user story speaking about. Is that a real requirement? So confirmation further in terms of confirmation from users as well as all the stakeholders before you go and develop or execute that. So what is life cycle of user story? So when we say life cycle, so we may require to understand a life cycle starts when you conceptualize, when you visualize, when you say this is what we may require to accomplish. So there should be conceiving, someone should conceive that idea. So it may be related to a problem, it may be related to a specific product for an opportunity what is seen. So whatsoever the reason it is, there is a scenario where something is conceived. Trigger may be a problem, trigger may be some issues what is being faced, trigger may be an opportunity what is seen. So then the initiative, the trigger which actually push towards creation of the requirements and user stories. So the life cycle of user stories starts from there. So how does it go? So it involves right from the point pending to do, then discussion, then developing, confirming, and then finished. So when I say pending, I'm basically saying user stories in their most basic forms, where they are created after communicating with the user and the project team. These acts as the reminder for further discussion. So first level of understanding on user stories in the basic form. So which will help in terms of further discussion and taking a call on that. So will there be a possibility that this user stories will be modified as we progress? Answer is yes and no, both. So it may be modified, but discussion is further which goes on from this basic understanding of that particular user story. So further discussion is to elaborate on that, make sense out of it and confirm. So then after discussion with the stakeholders, users stories that need to be addressed are decided and put into sprints. So in between the point where we said pending to do. So in between this, there is a lot of discussion. So where decision is happening here. So decided and put into sprints means there is a prioritization also which is happening. So now discussion. At this stage, users confirms the requirement and acceptance criteria. So acceptance criteria helps in terms of once you test that particular user story after executing, you will check based on these acceptance criteria so that you can conclude the requirement is fulfilled. The end users are shown a preview of upcoming features so that they understand, yes, this is what we were expecting. They can provide their feedbacks, necessary feedbacks or insights, whatever is required to be provided. So then once the discussion is complete, the team would be able to design and implement features to fulfill user requirements. So once user concludes, yes, this is what we were expecting, and there is a sign off during the discussion, then features are developed and implemented so that it can goes to that product which can be used. So then after developing, confirming. So the end user confirms the user story, features are confirmed to testing environments, alpha versions and acceptance criteria are looked at before saying yes, it is confirmed, user is accepting. So that will happen as part of confirming, means that features or functionality what was written in user story, so that specific users are using it and concluding or acknowledging, yes, this is fulfilling our requirement and this is according to the acceptance criteria what we discussed and agreed. So that is very important. So we write a user story, fine, but users are not agreeing to it. That is not a good scenario to be with. User should accept and confirm, then finished. So the user story is completed at this stage. For new requirements or new features, a new user story must be created. Any new features or new functionality I am required to add to this particular product, then I would write another user story and the same life cycle starts, continues. And this is not an ending thing. So as I keep modifying the features, as I add new features, as I look at improving the performances, so I keep writing the user stories. Now one question keeps coming to me. So we write a user story while fulfilling the requirements. Fine, as a specific user, I want this. Easy to narrate that. So how are we going to look at a scenario where there is an improvement of something? So whenever we are going to discuss about improvement of something, it is quite obvious we need to look at it. What is that improvement user is looking at? Now when I am submitting a particular request or accessing something, it is taking some time. Means there is some delay. Now user experience can be enhanced by reducing that particular time. That is improvement. As a user, the user story, basic user story doesn't change. But in the performance perspective, you may require to visualize that. So problem statement has to come in. Accordingly, user story has to be articulated. Then once the user story is written, it is required to put the user story mapping. So user story mapping represents and arranges user stories that help with understanding the system's functionalities the systems backlog, planning releases, and providing value to the customers. So typically this involves arranging or organizing user stories based on the priority along the horizontal axis. So I will horizontally when you move, so I will say which one is the priority, which user stories are priority, first thing which I need to focus on. So vertical arrangements represents how in a given specific user story, how the activities perspective, task perspective, subtask perspective, further down how it gets elaborated to improving the levels, how it goes forward. So now let us look at an user story mapping with an example of, let me say, net banking services provided by a bank for account holders. When I say net banking service, it is quite obvious. It is also has to be provided through having a product which banking application would use. So, but here we need to visualize the user's journey while accessing the net banking portal, viewing the account details, paying bills like utility bills, doing a lot of transactions within that particular portal, net banking access the moment they do, like generating statements or transferring money to one of the beneficiaries, etc. So all these transactions, so what is being done. So in this user story map, let us see how does it look like. So few activities are considered here, like logging into the account means net banking portal will come in, then one would input their credentials and then they log in. Now that journey of the users in a specific activity, what they do is visualized. Now log into account in the sense, obviously one has to go to that portal. So go to login page, then enter credentials, login ID and password. So once that login ID and password is entered, obviously there is a process engine which runs behind to provide the necessary access. Now, if that credentials are not working, or if I don't remember it, reset password is an option immediately. Now, as I go through further from this subtask, in all the particular columns which I have given here, as you go through this, as I deep dive into it further, it goes on. So until the person gets an access to the account and then start doing the transactions, it goes up to that level. So I can keep writing the subtasks further. So manage account. So you would go to account page once you access it. Then you'll select the specific account because you may have many different account types which is there with the bank. You may be having one or many. So in the scenario you have more than one, obviously you will select that account and account details will be displayed to you. So this user will not do, but user will get that. So we are visualizing that. And further, after account details are displayed, what user would do, then further you would keep visualizing that. So some of the transaction like generating statement, transferring money, so even for that the steps are written. So going to statement page, then selecting the account for which you need a statement, then selecting the period from when to when the statement one is requiring, and then further clicking on it and downloading that particular statement, or choosing an options mentioning that I need this in an email or I need an hard copy of this. So similarly transferring money, so you will go to that specific page where you need to transfer the money. So you may have the beneficiary there in the list already added if you have added earlier, or newly you're adding a beneficiary. So there are various types of transfers, like so international transfer you will have, local domestic transfer you will have, within a bank, accounts being within a same bank. Bank A to consumers. So from me, if I am a consumer transferring money to another consumer of the same bank, and vice versa. That is one of the options. Second is a bank consumer having and transferring a money to some other bank account of someone else. That is another scenario. Or transferring money for my own account in another bank. So various different scenarios you come across. So then limitation or depending on what kind of beneficiaries are these, what is the limitations, and how are you going to authenticate them. So the moment I visualize a specific transaction and activities of user stories, what are the things an user can do, then I can keep writing, mapping this to each of those flow and see how the flow happens. So this flow helps me to bring in all those features and functionality and also prioritizing them. So can I say the beneficiary option would be the basic thing which consumer would give? I think initially, if I go back when actually net banking features were provided by the bank, the basic thing was just viewing the account. That was the given. Statement download was given. Otherwise, there was no opportunity to transfer money. There was no opportunity to do something beyond that. So now as we see today, the lot of flexibility has brought in with lot of new features, functionalities in the net banking or mobile banking options. So they evolve. So as they evolve, it is quite obvious we may require to keep adding those features, functionality by writing the user stories. This is how the enhancement happens. So overall, if you look at user story mapping helps in terms of understanding not just the user story of one transaction, associated transaction in the user story, what happens throughout the journey, that would help. So this will also support to understand and visualize what needs to be created to ultimately give that access to the user. So the end-to-end flow should be visualized, and also needs to be prioritization and has to be looked at as well. Now, what are the advantages of user story mapping? So the advantages wise helps with prioritizing work, as I explained in an example. Similarly, the focus is on user value. The moment I click on web page www.abcbank.com, now the bank page will come. I will have an interface of login. I will go and click on login. Now from the point I open a browser and input that URL and then click on login, and login page comes in. How long it takes? So there are many things which is involved. The browser things are involved. The system from which the person is accessing is involved. So removing that part, so thinking that both of them are working well, and what should be the response from the server where this particular website is hosted. That experience needs to be looked at. So that's how you look at user value in that transaction. Now once I put a credentials, now how quickly the authentication happens. What are the checks the bank portal does to ensure that the person who is logging in is a genuine user. Is it just a password? Is there any CAPTCHA codes? Is there any OTP sent, or is there any secret code the person has to put in? So likewise, many things are involved while giving that experience to the user. So and today's user, if you just put in various different checks points, they understand because they are well educated. So why all those things like CAPTCHA or OTP scenarios came in? So these are came in because more and more informed the people has become, then their ability to hack also improved. So more and more levels added to ensure that only that genuine user will enter the user account. Similarly, when you visualize any product and user journey in the user's interest, what are the things which is going to create value, that needs to be understood. So only that experience will help for the user to realize the benefit. Then roadblocks are highlighted. So as we visualize this journey, so this will tell me, so what would stop me to move forward? Is there any concerns? Is there any constraints? Like for example, if you want to activate a beneficiary, but for some limited period, you can only send the limited amount of money. Why is that done? By chance, if the beneficiary is added by that individual who is not a genuine user, so we are actually holding it, right? So by the time that freezing time, whatever is given, so by the time the message goes to the actual consumer, telling that there is a user activated like this, and if at all, if it is not a genuine user, obviously the person can call to the bank saying that this is not the beneficiary which I have added, there's something which is not correct. So they are giving that space. So how did they visualize this has to be done? So as we looked at the journey of adding a beneficiary, it's quite obvious when beneficiary is added, if by chance someone who is not authorized adds it. So who is going to disbenefit? Obviously user will be disbenefited. So that blocks, that constraints are visualized. Similarly, in making or creating that features functionality, what should be the basic features or in the product should be ready. Only then I can add this feature. Even that will be visible, right? So roadblocks will be highlighted and that those will be made visible so that easy for you to move forward, prioritizing and ensuring that it goes in the flow required to accomplish that value. So then ensuring team unity, because everyone will have a visualization, user stories and mapping reads a lot of discussion, brings the people to have a common understanding. So obviously that unity, the collaboration would come in. Focus on constant improvement. So improvement is the key, whatever you do. You have just adopted a waterfall methodology, you have just adopted an agile, you write user stories, you raise epics, you bring in that various different methods to do something, whatever you do, whether it is a product or a service or a process or a specific transactions, tasks, reports, whatever we make. So all that should help in terms of identifying the opportunities for improvement and making that improvements. That is very important.
Agile project management, as the name suggests, is a flexible approach to building a project. In Agile project management, the project is broken down into several stages or sprints. Agile does not work on the principle of delivering the final product at the end of the project. It works on delivering sections of a project or mini projects. The process of project management in the case of Agile is Agile based. So there won't be any central control of project manager as it was there in the traditional way of working. Before we move forward, let's have a look at the Agile development cycle. Agile methodologies consist of several small cycles or sprints. At the end of each stage, we get a mini project. There's a product backlog that explains new features, changes in the existing features, and several other improvements in the project. Then we have a sprint backlog, which has a list of tasks that are to be completed during each sprint. The sprint consists of planning, designing, execution, testing, and deployment stages. And at the end of each sprint, a mini project is delivered. With every sprint, new features are added to the product, which plays a significant role in the overall project growth. After all the sprints and early validation in the development, the final deliverable has a fewer chances of failure. Let's now have a look at some reasons why industries have started moving towards Agile project management. The first reason is high product quality. When we talk about high product quality, we refer to the build of the product as per stakeholders' demands. Testing is performed at short intervals of time wherever needed to ensure high quality of the product. Then another reason is customer satisfaction. Whatever is done in the project is known by the customer. The deliveries don't take longer durations as they used to take in the case of traditional ways. The changes may be provided by the customer in the execution phase of the project. Third reason is reduced risk. Since the project is divided into sprints, so if the risk affects one sprint, it doesn't mean whole of the project will be at risk. The process of risk analysis continues to take place with all the other processes. Another significant reason for Agile project management is better and faster return on investment. The project is now developed in several sprints and each sprint has its own version. Therefore, the project becomes market ready after a few sprints only. Since the projects can now be released with ease and in shorter duration, this helps the organization to stay ahead in competition with respect to other organizations which have still not moved to Agile methodology. Now we shall check the principles of Agile project management. There are 10 principles for successful Agile project management. The first principle is the satisfaction of the customer by delivering the project fast and with least number of errors. The next principle refers to decreasing the amount of time between the phase of planning and delivery. The third principle states that the team of managers and developers work together and increase the productivity of their work. The next principle states that the changes requested by the stakeholders can be taken into consideration and worked upon during the development phase as well. The fifth principle pays attention to the factor of coordination among the team members. Then the sixth principle refers to the process of monitoring and tracking the progress of the project at the end of each sprint and making amendments wherever needed. Moving on, the next principle states that there must be a feeling of trust and support towards the team to complete the project's objectives. The next principle emphasizes on face-to-face conversations with the development team. The face-to-face conversation helps in both solving problems and easy knowledge sharing. Then the ninth principle emphasizes on finding solutions and maximizing the amount of work done with simplicity. This ensures timely completion of tasks by all the team members. The last principle states that Scrum tools like Monday.com or Zoho Sprints must be used to simplify the complicated codes, which further helps in saving time.
Introduction to Agile Manifesto. The Agile Manifesto is a seminal document in the field of software development, created in 2001 by 17 software developers who sought to outline a more flexible and efficient approach to project management and development. It emphasizes individuals and interactions, working software, customer collaboration, and responding to change over traditional processes, documentation, contract negotiation, and plan following.
This manifesto has since become the foundation for Agile methodologies, promoting a flexible, team-oriented approach that values adaptability and customer satisfaction above rigid adherence to plans. With the manifesto in mind, let's start exploring the 4 core values of Agile. The 4 core values of Agile focus on people and results rather than rigid processes, individuals and interactions over processes and tools, prioritizing teamwork and communication above strict adherence to tools and processes. Imagine a team deciding together how to solve a problem instead of just following a manual. It's like choosing a group discussion over filling out forms. Working software over comprehensive documentation. Valuing functional software that meets user needs over detailed paperwork. Think of it as cooking a meal that tastes good and serves its purpose, rather than writing a detailed recipe book before the meal is even made. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation, emphasizing ongoing engagement with customers rather than sticking strictly to initial agreements. It's like working with a home builder who listens and adapts to your changing needs during construction instead of sticking strictly to the original plan. Responding to change over following a plan, being open to change and adapting plans as needed instead of rigidly following a set path. Picture a road trip where you're open to taking a more scenic route based on new information rather than sticking to the fastest route Google Maps suggested initially. These values guide the Agile methodology towards flexibility, efficiency, and customer satisfaction. The 12 Principles of Agile Software Development. The 12 Principles of Agile Software Development, as outlined in the Agile Manifesto, advocate for customer satisfaction through early and continuous software delivery. Prioritizes getting a functional product to the customer as soon as possible, then updating it regularly. Example, a team releases a basic version of an app to meet initial user needs, then adds new features based on feedback. Welcoming changing requirements even late in development. It is time consuming to handle large and complicated work while managing project activities. Therefore, a better strategy is to break the task into manageable, sizable chunks. In addition, it would be simpler for the team members to see possible bottlenecks and deal with delays if the clients were always kept informed. For example, if users need a new feature because their needs have changed, the development team works to incorporate it, even if it wasn't in the original plan. Frequent delivery of working software. According to the Agile methodology, working software is frequently delivered in a shorter amount of time. Team members must consistently raise their performance standards as a result of this iterative process. For example, delivering updates every 2 weeks to continuously improve and adjust the software based on user input. Business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. In order to ensure that the business and development sides of the project can communicate effectively and, more importantly, collaborate, a bridge between them must be built. To facilitate an intellectual exchange that both parties can agree on, make use of the same tools you would have used in managing remote teams. For example, regular meetings between the client and the team to discuss the project's direction and adapt as necessary. Build projects around motivated individuals. Give them the environment and support they need and trust them to get the job done. The project manager must establish a supportive and stimulating environment where team members are free to express their ideas and make recommendations for enhancing the output of the group. This results in a massive improvement in their general performance, eventually aiding the project. For example, allowing a developer to choose their tools or method of working to solve a problem can lead to more innovative and effective solutions. The most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. Efficient communication among the parties concerned is stressed strongly in the Agile Manifesto. Thanks to improvements in communication technologies, it's now simpler. Instead of having a quick conference in the office, all participants can now meet via video conferencing. For example, solving misunderstandings or clarifying requirements through direct discussion rather than through emails or reports. Working software is the primary measure of progress. Delivering a functional product that pleases the consumer is the single determinant that can guarantee success. Before Agile, numerous success metrics decreased the quality of the finished product. For example, a team focuses on delivering a basic but operational piece of software first, rather than ensuring every document is perfect. Agile processes promote sustainable development. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. Burnout will occur if you work on a project for a long time. It's inevitable. Avoid placing too much of a workload on your employees. The value of your project will be affected. So, assemble the best team for the job that will work hard but refrain from overworking themselves and endangering the project's quality. For example, pushing for long hours to meet an unrealistic deadline, the team sets a realistic timeline that allows for steady progress without overtime. Continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. Any Agile team's main goal should be to provide value to the client. Therefore, a multi-skilled team that can manage all the project's technical components and offers the chance for continual improvement is crucial. For example, regularly refactoring code to improve its structure without changing its external behavior. Simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done, is essential. You should avoid adding extraneous complexity to a project if you want to complete it swiftly. You can accomplish this in various ways, including by using agile tools, which eliminate busy work and offer you more significant influence over all project related decisions. For example, developers decide not to add a feature that only a few users would use, keeping the system more straightforward and easier to maintain. The best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self organizing teams. Simply said, a self organized workforce with decision making autonomy would function better since each team member would be responsible for meeting client expectations rather than a lone project manager. For example, a team decides who will work on what tasks based on each member's strengths and current workload rather than having a manager assign tasks. At regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. Agile techniques are constructed on the notion of iteration, where teams consistently enhance their game by learning from their previous wrongdoings. Project managers should inspire team meetings where everyone evaluates their work and discusses how to develop their management and technical skills. For example, at the end of each development cycle, the team needs to discuss what they can change to work more efficiently in the next cycle. With core values and principles in mind, let's have a look at implications of Agile values and principles. The implications of Agile values and principles revolve around fostering a culture of flexibility, collaboration, and continuous improvement. They lead to enhanced adaptability to change, allowing teams and businesses to respond swiftly to market shifts and customer needs. Increased customer satisfaction by prioritizing customer feedback and delivering value early and often. Improved product quality through iterative development and a focus on technical excellence. More efficient and motivated teams due to empowerment and a focus on individuals and interactions. These points underline how adopting Agile can transform organizational workflows and outcomes. Now, let's see some real-world applications of Agile. Innovation in tech. Companies like Spotify utilize Agile to foster innovation, rapidly testing and deploying new features. Adapting to market changes. Netflix applies Agile principles to quickly adapt to user preferences and technological advancements, maintaining its market leader position. Banking sector agility. Banks have adopted Agile to improve their digital services, making customer transactions smoother and more secure. Healthcare efficiency. Agile methodologies help healthcare providers streamline operations and improve patient care through faster, more responsive services. Manufacturing flexibility. Even in manufacturing, Agile enables companies to respond swiftly to market demands and supply chain challenges. And there you have it, folks.
Picture this. There's a team working hard on a cool new tech product. They are excited, but when they launch it, something's off. People aren't connecting with it like they hoped. That's where user personas come in. By really understanding who their users are, the team turned things around. Suddenly, the product wasn't just liked, it was loved. Here's the kicker. Studies show that using these user personas can make designing stuff way easier, like over 130% easier. But get this, most companies aren't using them. It's like having a secret weapon and not even knowing it. Our story, inspired by real events, shows just how important it is to understand the people using your tech. Crafting these user personas isn't just about being creative, it's about making sure your product speaks directly to the folks who will use it. It's a journey that can turn a dud into a hit. So as we dive into the world of user persona creation, remember, it's all about putting a human touch on technology, one persona at a time. Have you ever been curious about how tech giants like Spotify, Amazon, or Netflix seem to intuitively know your preferences, offering up songs, products, or TV shows that perfectly match your taste? The secret behind this almost psychic ability isn't a result of mystical foresight. It's the strategic use of user personas. If you want to know what user persona is, so user persona are semi-fictional characters that businesses create based on real data and insights from their actual or potential customers. These personas are crafted to represent key segments of a product's audience, including detailed profiles that encompass not just basic demographic information, but also behaviors, goals, needs, and pain points. For instance, consider Fitness Fiona. Now we'll see a persona for a health and wellness app. That is, Fiona, age 30, is an outdoor activity enthusiast who seeks motivation and tools to track her fitness progress. So the creation of such persona is driven by a desire for empathy and a deep understanding of users' needs, allowing designers to create products, services, and experience that truly resonate. So you could see the example of a persona here, and this is for the Fitness Fiona. That's a quick overview. We'll have it. So first we have the age and occupation. So the age is 30 and the occupation is digital marketing specialist. And then we have the lifestyle and interest. So the lifestyle is she leads an active lifestyle with a keen interest in outdoor activities like running and hiking, and value health, community, and personal growth. And then the goals. She seeks to maintain a healthy, balanced lifestyle despite a busy schedule and aims to stay fit and participate in community fitness events. And the challenges she was facing was struggles to find time for regular workouts and to stay motivated, and overwhelmed by the vast amounts of fitness information available. And if we talk about her app usage, so she prefers using fitness tracking apps and engaging with health and wellness content online. Looks for apps that provide personalized workout plans, nutritional guidance, and community support. And the tech savviness, that is high, integrates technology seamlessly into her fitness journey. Fiona represents the target user for a health and wellness app, guiding the development towards features that addresses her specific needs and challenges. So this was about a user persona of a lady, that is Fitness Fiona. Now moving to the role of user persona in the company or any role you want. So user persona play a pivotal role in guiding the development and marketing of products and services. Their impact is far-reaching, influencing decisions across various stages of project development and execution. So let's see the points. The number one is enhances user-centered design. So user personas keep the focus on the user's need, preferences, and behaviors, ensuring that product design and functionality are tailored to meet the actual requirements of the target audience. The next is improved product development efficiency. By understanding the specific needs and challenges of the personas, teams can prioritize features and functionalities that offer the most value, thereby streamlining the development processes. Then we have facilitate better marketing strategies. Knowing the personas help in crafting targeted marketing campaigns that speak directly to the interest, needs, and pain points of potential users, improving engagement and conversation rates. Then we have aids in content creation and personalization. Content can be designed to resonate with the personas, whether it's blog post, social media content, or email marketing, ensuring higher relevance and engagement. Then the point is enhance user experience. With insights into the personas, preferences, and behaviors, UX designers can create more intuitive interfaces and interactions that enhance satisfaction and usability. And then the point is guide product customization and innovation. Understanding the evolving needs of your personas can lead to innovations or customizations that keep your product or service competitive and aligned with user expectations. And then we have supports decision making. When faced with decisions about feature inclusion, design changes, or market positioning, user personas provide a preference point that reflects the user's base collective needs and desires. So these are the role of user personas, and the creation and utilization of user personas are foundational elements in crafting products and experiences that truly meet and exceed user expectations, driving satisfaction, loyalty, and ultimately business success. Now we'll see the process of creating user personas. So creating user persona is a structured process that combines research, analysis, and creative synthesis. The goal is to generate actionable insights that guide product development, design, and marketing strategies. So we'll have an overview of the steps involved in creating effective user personas. So the number one step is conduct research. Start by gathering data about your potential or existing users. This can include qualitative methods like interviews, focus groups, and ethnographic observation, as well as quantitative methods such as surveys and analysis of user behavior data from analytics platforms. So let's understand this with an example. So let's consider a scenario. The development team for the EcoStay app starts by collecting data. They conduct online surveys targeting travelers interested in sustainable living. They also analyze forum discussion on ecotourism websites and interview frequent travelers to understand their preferences and concerns. So the next step or the process would be analyze the data. Look for patterns and commonalities in the data collected. This might involve segmenting users based on demographics, behaviors, preferences, or goals. The aim is to identify meaningful groups of users who share specific characteristics or needs. And the findings we have from here is from the research, the team notices, like we are again back to the example. So from the research that was done, that was the conducting the research. So the team notices patterns. Many respondents prioritize sustainability but also express concerns about cost and the authenticity of eco-friendly claims. They identify three main segments: budget eco travelers, luxury eco tourists, and eco conscious families. So these were the findings, analyzing the data. And then we have create draft personas, the next step. So based on your analysis, start drafting your personas. Each persona should represent a significant segment of your audience. Include demographic details, behaviors, needs, goals, challenges, and any other relevant information that defines the persona. So you could start drafting the persona. That could be for the budget eco traveler and any name Beth. Then you can have her age, occupation, goals, what challenges she is facing, and then the next step that would be refine and validate personas. Refine your personas by gathering feedback from stakeholders and comparing the personas against actual user data when available. So this step may involve revisiting your research to fill in gaps or clarify aspects of the personas. And for example, the team that was the app team that shares Beth's persona with ecotourism experts and real travelers fitting Beth's profile for feedback. Adjustments are made based on suggestions such as emphasizing the importance of community reviews in Beth's decision-making process. So this was about the refine and validate personas. Now moving to the next step, that is develop scenarios and goals. For each persona, outline key scenario or task they need to accomplish with your product or service. This helps in understanding the context in which your personas will interact with your offerings. So let's consider a scenario with an example only. So Beth, for which the persona was created. So Beth is planning a 2-week backpacking trip across Costa Rica. So she uses EcoStay, that app person was making. So she uses EcoStay to find budget-friendly, verified eco lodges and hostels. So key features she looks for include sustainability certifications, user reviews, and easy booking options. So this was about her. So now moving to the next step, that is apply personas. So use the persona to guide decision making in product development, design, and content strategy and marketing. Personas should inform features, user interface design, and the overall user experience, as well as targeting and messaging in marketing campaign. And if we talk about the example, so the EcoStay app, so that development focuses on features like a verification badge for accommodations with authentic eco certifications, a budget filter with a sustainability rating, and a community review section. So this was about apply personas. Now moving to the next one, or the marketing campaign highlights stories from budget travelers like Beth, showcasing the app's ability to combine affordability with sustainability. Now moving to the next, that is review and iterate. So user persona should not be static. As your product evolves and you gather more data about your user, revisit and update your persona to ensure they remain accurate and relevant. And about the iteration, so after the app's launch, user feedback and usage data are analyzed. The team finds that eco-conscious families are also using features designed for budget travelers. So the personas are updated to reflect their crossover, leading to the development of family-friendly features and content. So throughout this process, it's crucial to remember that personas are tools for empathy and understanding, designed to keep the user at the heart of product development decisions. While the exact details and depth of each persona can vary depending on people's scope and the available data, the fundamental goal remains the same: to create a product that resonates with and meets the needs of your target users. So now moving to the next topic, that is applying persona to product development and marketing. Certainly, applying user personas effectively streamline both product development and marketing, ensuring efforts are closely aligned with user needs. So now we'll see a condensed overview. So starting with the product development, number 1 point would be feature focus. Use personas to pinpoint essential features that truly matter to your target users, enhancing the product's value. And then design decision. Tailor design elements to match the preferences and tech proficiency of your persona, improving usability and user satisfaction. And then we have personalized experience. Leverage insights from personas to customize user experience, meeting diverse needs within your user base. Now, coming to the marketing team, so the points are tailored messaging. Craft messages that resonate deeply with each persona, addressing their specific interest and pain point for more effective communication. And then we have content strategy. Develop content that speaks directly to the concerns and goals of your personas, ensuring greater engagement. Then we have channel selection. Choose marketing channels based on your persona's preferences, optimizing reach and impact. So let's see a simplified application example. For a fitness app aimed at users like Fitness Fiona, the development team might focus on personalized workout plans and social sharing features, while marketing efforts would highlight success stories and tips for busy lifestyles, directly catering to Fiona's interest and needs. So by focusing on these streamlined points, both product development and marketing can more effectively align with user expectations, driving engagement and satisfaction. So this was about the process of creating user personas. And now moving to the real world success stories. So real world success stories serve as powerful illustrations of the tangible impact user personas can have on product development and marketing strategies. So we'll see two examples showcasing how companies have leveraged personas to achieving significant results. So the number one example would be Spotify's personalized recommendation. So the challenge Spotify faced was Spotify sought to enhance user engagement by delivering personalized music recommendations tailored to individual taste and preferences. And the solution they got was by analyzing user data and behavior patterns. Spotify created user personas representing different music preferences, listening habits, and discovery preferences. These personas informed the development of algorithms that powered personalized playlists such as Discover Weekly and Daily Mix, providing users with a customized music experience. And the outcome it generated was Spotify's use of personas and personalized recommendations led to a significant increase in user engagement and satisfaction. Discover Weekly alone reached over 40 million users within its first year, driving longer listening sessions and boosting user retention rates. Now moving to the next example, that is Airbnb's host and guest personas. So the challenge was Airbnb aimed to enhance the experience for both host and guest by understanding their distinct needs and pain points. And the solution they output or the outcome was detailed personas for both host and guest, encompassing demographic information, motivations, and behaviors. So these personas guided product development decisions, informing the design of features such as host profiles, guest reviews, and search filters tailored to specific preferences. And the outcome that got was by aligning product features with the needs of their user persona. Airbnb achieved significant growth and improved user satisfaction. Hosts felt more empowered to showcase their properties effectively, while guests enjoyed a more personalized and seamless booking experience, resulting in increased bookings and positive reviews. So these real-world success stories highlight the transformative impact that user personas can have on product development and marketing strategies. So by understanding their users on a deeper level and tailoring their offerings accordingly, companies can drive engagement, retention, and ultimately business success. Now, talking about the common pitfalls and tips. So navigating the creation and application of user persona comes with its share of challenges. So here we will see some common pitfalls to avoid and tips to ensure effective use of persona. So the common pitfalls are overgeneralization, creating personas that are too broad or stereotypical that can lead to inaccurate representations of your user base, resulting in ineffective strategies. And then comes the point, lack of data validation. Relying solely on assumptions or anecdotal evidence without validating personas with real user data can lead to misleading insights and misguided decisions. And then comes the static personas. Treating personas as static representations of users can result in outdated or irrelevant profiles. User needs and behaviors evolve over time. Personas should be regularly reviewed and updated. Ignoring negative personas. Focusing only on positive personas can lead to neglecting important segments of your user base with different needs or pain points. So these were the common pitfalls. Now the tips for success. So the number one is conduct thorough research. Invest time and resources into collecting both qualitative and quantitative data to ensure your personas are based on accurate and comprehensive insights. Then comes the point, validate persona with real users. Use surveys, interviews, and user testing to validate personas and ensure they accurately represent your target audience. Then comes the iterate and update regularly. Continuously revisit and refine your personas based on new data and insights to keep them relevant and aligned with evolving user needs. Then comes the point, focus on key personas. Prioritize personas that represent the most significant segments of your user base, focusing your efforts on addressing their needs and preferences. And then comes involve cross-functional teams. Collaborate with stakeholders from different departments, including marketing, design, and product management, to ensure alignment and buy-in for persona-driven strategies. And then comes user personas as decision-making tools. Integrate personas into your decision-making processes for product development, marketing, and content strategy to ensure user-centric outcomes. So by avoiding common pitfalls and following these tips, you can harness the power of user personas to drive informed decision-making, improve user experiences, and ultimately achieve greater success with your products and services. And in summary, user personas are an invaluable tool for understanding and empathizing with your target audience. By creating detailed profiles based on real data, you can inform product development, design, and marketing strategies effectively. Avoid common pitfalls like overgeneralization and static personas by continuously validating and updating them. With user personas, you can prioritize features, make informed decisions, and tailor experiences that resonate with users, ultimately driving engagement and business success.
Hey there, fellow entrepreneurs. So picture this. You have got this killer product idea, right? And naturally, you want it to be like totally flawless before you launch it out into the world. But here's the thing, no matter how much you sweat over it, there's always going to be some hiccup or snag along the way. It's just the way the cookie crumbles, you know. But fear not, my friend, because there's a game changer known as MVP. But what exactly is MVP and why does it matter? Well, let's start with numbers. Did you know that 42% of startups fail because there's no market need for their product? Shocking, right? That's where MVP swoops in as a game changer. By focusing on the core features and functionalities, MVP allows companies to bring a product to the market quickly and test its viability with real users. And get this, companies that prioritize MVP development are 3 times more likely to experience success with their product launches. In fact, 78% of businesses say that MVP helped them learn what customer really wanted, leading to more successful iterations down the road. So whether you're brainstorming your next big idea or fine-tuning an existing project, stick around as we unravel the mysteries of MVP. Also, if you are interested in advancing your career, consider SP Jain's Professional Product Management course, led by industry experts. This comprehensive program equips you with essential skills and insights to excel as a product manager. Dive deep into the latest industry trends and advancements through live sessions, from strategic planning to product development and marketing. Gain a thorough understanding of the field. Receive practical guidance and certification to stand out in the competitive market. Take the next step towards success and enroll now to unlock endless opportunities in the dynamic world of product management. So without further ado, let's start. So what is MVP? A minimal viable product or MVP is a strategy used in product development where a new product is launched with basic features enough to attract consumers' attention. It's the simplest version of the product a company aims to bring to the market, whether it's a car, website, TV or laptop. By offering the basic version, companies can gather feedback from the potential user to improve the final product before its full release. An MVP typically includes 3 key elements. Firstly, it offers enough features for consumers to consider purchasing it, making it easier for the company to market. Secondly, it includes a feedback mechanism allowing users to provide input on the product. Lastly, it provides future benefits to early adopters, encouraging them to try out the product ahead of others. Some of the fine examples of MVP is Amazon. Believe it or not, Amazon began by selling used college textbooks. Their first version of the product was a basic website for delivering books to students. As time passed, they grew their business to become the huge online store we see today. Similarly, another fine example is Airbnb. Airbnb's journey began with a bold idea: renting out air mattresses. Yes, you heard it right. They kicked off with a simple website connecting travelers with hosts offering makeshift accommodations. This quirky start was their MVP, that is minimal viable product. Slowly but surely, they listened to user feedback, fine-tuned their problem, and expanded their horizons. It's a tale of humble beginnings turned into a global phenomenon. Who knew an air mattress could spark a revolution in travel? And there are many more examples like that. But implementing the minimal viable product approach requires more than just having an idea, doing the basics and launching it. It involves strategic planning to ensure its effectiveness and value. Now let's understand the benefits that companies get from MVPs. Creating a minimal viable product can assist you in avoiding many potential mistakes that you might overlook when deeply passionate about your product. Understand the preferences of your target audience. When a company builds a minimal viable product, they make a basic version of their product to see what people like. By doing this, they can learn what features or things their consumers prefer. It's like trying out different flavors of ice cream to see which one people like the most. Helps create a better product. Yes, making an MVP lets companies test their ideas quickly and see what works and what does not. This helps them make improvements and build a better final product. It's similar to making a rough sketch of a drawing before making the final detailed version. Next is it helps to analyze the demand. With an MVP, companies can see how many people are interested in their product. If lots of people like it, they know there's a big demand. If not many people are interested, they might need to change their plans. It's a bit like testing the waters to see if people want what you're offering. Next is ensures quick release. Instead of spending a long time making a perfect product, an MVP lets companies release something quickly. This means they can start getting feedback and making improvements sooner. It's like serving a simple version of a dish at a restaurant first and then making it fancier based on the customer's say. So this was about the benefits. Now let's talk about how to develop a minimal viable product. So first is understand your goals. Before starting to develop your minimal viable product, it's important to know what you want to achieve. Think about what problem your product will solve or what benefit it will provide to the people. Understanding your goals helps you stay focused and build a product that meets your objectives. The next is study your market. Take some time to reach and understand the market where your product will compete. Look at similar products already available and see what makes them successful or what could be improved. By studying the market, you can identify opportunities and challenges, helping you tailor your MVP to better meet the needs of your target audience. Next is consider the product features. Think about essential features your product needs to have in order to address the problem or provide the benefit you identify. Keep the features simple, focused on solving the core problem or delivering the main benefit. Avoid adding too many features at this stage, as the goal of an MVP is to create something basic that you can test and iterate upon based on the user feedback. The next is gather feedback early and often. Once you have developed your MVP, don't wait too long before sharing it with the potential customers. Gather feedback as early as possible by letting people try out your product and asking for their thoughts. This feedback will help you understand the aspects of your MVP and are working well what areas need improvement, allowing you to make adjustments and iterate quickly. The next is iterate based on feedback. Use the feedback you receive to make improvements to your MVP. This might involve adding new features, refining existing ones, or even pivoting in a different direction based on what you learn from the users. The key is to be flexible and open to making changes based on the feedback you receive, as this will help you create a better final product that meets the needs of your target audience. By following these steps, you can develop a minimal viable product that efficiently addresses a specific problem or need in the market, while also allowing you to gather valuable feedback and iterate towards a more refined and more successful product over time.
Why do we need Scrum Meeting? Alignment ensures everyone is on the same page regarding project goals and progress. Transparency promotes transparency by sharing individual accomplishments, plans, and obstacles. Collaboration fosters collaboration among team members by identifying dependencies and opportunities for assistance. Adaptation allows teams to adapt and adjust their plans based on daily progress and emerging challenges. Efficiency helps in identifying and addressing issues early, preventing delays, and ensuring smooth project flow. Moving forward, let's dive into advantages of Scrum Meeting. Improved communication enhances communication among team members by providing a dedicated forum for updates and discussions. Enhanced collaboration promotes collaboration and knowledge sharing among team members, leading to better problem solving and decision making. Increased productivity enables teams to stay focused and accountable for daily tasks, leading to improved productivity and progress. Quick issue resolution facilitates early identification and resolution of obstacles, preventing them from becoming significant impediments to progress. Iterative improvement supports iterative improvement by providing regular opportunities for reflection and adaptation. Next, let's see standard questions of Scrum Meeting. Question 1. What did you do yesterday? Question 2. What will you do today? Question 3. Are there any obstacles or impediments in your way? Moving forward, let's see. Facilitation and execution in Scrum. Scrum Master's role facilitates the meeting, ensuring it stays focused and on track. Time boxing keeps the meeting short and concise, typically around 15 minutes or less. Adapting format allows teams to modify the format or questions to better suit their needs and context. Staying standing encourages participants to stand during the meeting to maintain focus and keep it brief. Let's conclude this video. Conclusion. Value proposition. The daily Scrum meeting is a valuable tool for Agile teams, promoting alignment, transparency, collaboration, and continuous improvement. Integration with Agile Principles. It aligns closely with Agile principles of frequent communication, adaptation, and collaboration, making it an essential practice within Agile methodologies like Scrum. By incorporating these, teams can gain a comprehensive understanding of the purpose, benefits, execution, and continuous improvement aspects of the daily Scrum meeting within the Agile development framework.
Do you remember when the first iPhone came out in 2007? It was a game changer. But if you try to use the same iPhone today, you might feel outdated. That's because technology moves fast and customer demands keep evolving. So tech giants like Apple must keep innovating and investing heavily in research and development to stay ahead. Keeping track of the entire process from ideathon to product launch is a massive task, especially for companies dealing with complex manufacturing and global distribution. This is where the Product Lifecycle Management (PLM) comes in. Before Product Lifecycle Management, companies had a really tough time. Different teams didn't always talk to each other, and it was hard to keep track of all the information about a product, causing problems like delays and products that didn't quite hit the mark. Apple saw this and knew they needed a better way to manage their products from start to finish. So they came up with PLM strategies, that is Product Lifecycle Management strategies, and special computer programs to help everyone work together better. With Product Lifecycle Management, everyone involved in making and selling the product could share information and work together very smoothly. So this was how Apple keeps launching new innovative products like the latest iPhone or the Apple Watch while phasing out the older models. So if you have ever wondered how companies like Apple keeps delivering such cutting-edge products, it's all about managing the entire life cycle effectively. In this video, we will explore what PLM is, that is Product Lifecycle Management, the various phases and steps involved, its benefit through a simple example. Let us now understand what is Product Lifecycle Management. Product Lifecycle Management is like the blueprint that guides companies through the entire journey of a product, from its birth to its retirement. Take, for instance, the evolution of smartphones. In the development stage, companies like Apple or Samsung spend months designing and perfecting the new phones, deciding on features like camera quality, battery life, and screen size. Once the design is locked in, they move on to the introduction stage, where the new phone is launched with much fanfare and marketing buzz. As people start buying the new phone, it enters into the growth stage. Sales skyrocket, and the company may even release updated versions with a better feature like enhanced cameras or faster processors to keep up with the demand and stay ahead of the competition. But eventually, every phone reaches to the maturity stage. Competitors catch up and sales starts to level off. That's when companies might offer discounts or bundle deals to keep customers interested, but inevitably, sales begin to decline as newer models hit the mark. And that's where the PLM shines. Throughout the entire process, it helps companies to make critical decisions like when to release updates, how much inventory to keep, and when to discontinue the product altogether. By effectively managing the product life cycle, companies can stay agile, maximize profit, and always offer their customers the best products. Now that we have discussed what product lifecycle management is, we will now understand the different phases of product development. When it comes to products, we go through a journey from just being an idea to becoming a real tangible thing that customers can buy and use. This journey is what we call the product lifecycle, and it has several phases. Let's use the example of a new smartphone to illustrate these phases. It all starts with the concept concept and design phase, this is where the magic happens. The initial ideathon research on what customers want, studying competitor products, and defining the smartphone's core features and requirements. Once the concept is locked in, we move on to the development phase. Here, the detailed designs and prototypes are created, tested, and refined based on the real-world feedback. Imagine engineers tinkering with different models, running all sorts of validation tests, and making sure the smartphone is ready for the prime time. With all that hard work done, it's time for the production and the launch phase. This is where the final market-ready version of the smartphone is produced and rolled out to the stores and online outlets for customers to get their hands on it. But the journey doesn't end here. After launch comes in the service and support phase, where the company provides assistance, updates, and resources to help customers get the most out of their new smartphone purchases. Eventually, even the best product reach out to the end of their road. That's when the retirement phase, where the company figures out the best way to phase out an aging product. Maybe offer incentives for upgrades and potentially recycle or repurpose components for future innovations. So there you have it, the 5 key phases that product typically go through in the product lifecycle management. Let me walk you through the stages of product lifecycle management. Every product goes through different stages during the lifetime, known as the product lifecycle. This cycle starts when the product hits the mark after development and ends when it's taken off the shelves or discontinued. Learning the product lifecycle management can help improve your chances of success in product management. While it's just a model and not perfect, it provides a useful approximation to understand the stages what a product goes through. The 4 main stages are introduction, growth, maturity, decline. We will now learn about the different stages in detail. So let's talk about the stage 1, which is introduction. In this stage, a new product is launched into the market after development. Companies typically spend a lot on promotional efforts like advertising and getting the product onto shelves and in front of the customers. Example, when Apple launches a new iPhone model, they heavily market and advertise it across the channel. They also work to get it stocked at mobile carriers and retail stores worldwide for the release date. This is usually little to no profit made at this stage as the cost of the launch are so high. The first buyers tend to be innovators and the early adopters, excited to try the new offering despite potential issues. Let us now talk about the stage 2, which is the growth stage. In this stage, the product moves to the growth stage where the consumer demands accelerates. The primary objectives are to rapidly gain as much as market share as possible and bring aboard new customer segments. Your focus shifts to aggressive marketing, promotions, and added product features and models to appeal to different customer groups. For example, Apple markets the new iPhone to different audiences like professionals, gamers, photographers, etc. They add new color options and storage capacities to give buyers more choices. Retail channels and online ordering systems have to handle the huge surge in demand. It's critical to capture as much as market share as possible in this phase while optimizing pricing for both growth and profitability before too many competitors emerge. Let us now move on to stage number 3, which is the maturity stage. After an initial growth spurt, the product life cycle reaches to its maturity stage, where the market becomes saturated and sales growth starts flattening. The main goals transition to maximizing profitability, defending market share, and differentiating the product from increasing competition. Companies may introduce product variations and new models while leveraging lower prices, promotions, and revamped marketing, we can say. For example, Apple continues releasing updated iPhone models like 11, 12, 13, etc. every year, with adding new designs, features like better camera, and prices spanning different segments. Older models get discounted. Marketing emphasizes what differentiates them from the latest Android rivals. As a product manager, your focus is on continuously improving production and operational efficiency to cut cost and maximize profit during this extended maturity stage of the product line. We will now talk about the stage 4, which is the decline. Eventually, even the most successful products enter an inevitable decline stage as the market becomes saturated and innovations start making the product obsolete, or you can say unappealing. Companies may try to resegment the market with new models or versions, promote different usage occasions, cut prices dramatically to flush out remaining inventory, or ultimately discontinue the product. For example, Apple could release an ultra-affordable iPhone for emerging markets or focus on just core basic functions, or they could use transition customers to a new generation of foldable AR-enabled devices once smartphone sales bottoms out. As a product manager, your role is to determine if anything can be done to breathe out new life into the product line or just oversee the cost-effective wind down and transition customers to replacement offerings. For product managers, understanding and planning for each product life cycle stage is very important to make the product a big success. We have now discussed all the details. Let us now delve into how this tracking is achieved by measuring product life cycles. Companies must make more than just the same products forever. They must continually innovate and launch new offerings. But how do they know when it's time to move on to something new? The answer lies in carefully measuring and tracking key performance indicators, which is KPIs, across the product life cycle. Here are some of the crucial metrics companies use. In the development stage, the main work is on prioritizing user problems and building viable solutions. Key metrics here are on-time delivery and team velocity. During the launch phase, your goal is to achieve product market fit. User engagement, conversion rates, feature adoption, net promoter score NPS, and customer satisfaction score, we can say CSAT, are crucial metrics to measure product market fit. You can also use methods like the Scene Ellis survey, cohort retention rate, NPS over 30, or the 30% referral method. Now in the growth phase, your focus is on gaining market share through the product differentiation and growth experiments. Track user engagement, NPS, referral rates, customer acquisition rates, market share, and even churn rate. In the maturity phase, aim to retain customers by creating product distinctions and reducing cost. Monitor ARPU, retention rates, new feature development, and adoption rates of new features. Finally, in the decline phase, you can either pivot to find new areas for growth or gracefully sunset the product. Track burn rates, monthly recurring revenue, and annual recurring revenue. Remember, qualitative data is also important throughout these phases to understand user experiences and sentiments. So that was all for measuring product lifecycle. Let us now talk about the future of the product lifecycle management. Product lifecycle management isn't just a passing trend. It's the future of how companies will manage their products. With rapid advancements in technology and shifting consumer preferences, PLM is poised to undergo significant change. With new technologies like AI, better teamwork tools, companies can crunch data and collaborate better, making products faster and smarter than ever before. Plus, there's a big focus on being eco-friendly. Product lifecycle management is the key to making sure everything from design to disposal is green as possible. Furthermore, as global connectivity increases, PLM system will also become more interconnected, allowing for seamless collaboration between teams regardless of the location. Real-time data sharing and analysis will enable agile decision-making, ensuring companies stay ahead of the curve in today's fast-paced market. Let me ask, have you ever been in an interview where they threw a tough question at you? Like, how would you solve this product problem? It can feel pretty overwhelming. Well, don't worry. Today, I'm going to help you out to figure how to answer these product management case study questions easily. These are the kinds of questions where you have to solve real business problems, like deciding what features an app should have or how to launch a new product. Let's say you're asked to improve the onboarding process of a food delivery app. Sounds tricky, not if you want to know how to break it down. In this video, I'm going to show you how to handle these kinds of questions step by step. First, I'll explain you how to listen carefully and ask the right questions, like what's the biggest issue users are facing or what's the main goal here. Understanding the problem is the first step. Next, I'll show you how to organize your answer. You'll break the problem into small parts, think about the solution, and explain why it's a good idea. For example, if you're asked to improve a grocery delivery app, you would think about making it easy to use, keeping customers happy, and standing out from the competition. Finally, I'll teach you how to explain your thinking process. The interviewer wants to see how you can think and make decisions, not just the final answer. So by the end of this video, you'll know how to confidently solve these case study questions and show the interviewer that you are ready for the job. So let's get started. So the first thing you want to do is to listen carefully and take notes. When you're given a case study question, it often includes a lot of information, sometimes too much. Your goal here is to understand the key details, whether the case is about prioritizing features for a new app or creating a go-to-market strategy. It's crucial to capture the most important points. Let's say the interviewer asks, how would you prioritize features for a new music streaming app? Right away, you want to note down things like the target audience, who will be using this app, is it designed for a casual listeners or music professionals? Then we have business goal. Is the company looking to grow its user base or increase engagement or something else? You'll also look into the challenges. What are the key problems, what they are facing? Maybe users are dropping off after the first month or aren't spending much time in the app. So writing these points will help you break down the problem and make sure you don't miss anything when you're ready to give your answer. Remember, case studies can have multiple layers of information, so taking good notes help you organize your thoughts and approach the question logically. The second step is to ask clarifying questions. Don't hesitate to ask clarifying questions. Interviewers want to see how well you dig into the problem. If something is unclear, ask. It shows how you're thinking critically and want to fully understand the challenge before you jump into solving it. For example, let's say you are asked to improve a product features for a food delivery app. You could ask questions like, what are the main points for users during the delivery process? Is it related to the speed, user interface, or something else? What's the company goal with this feature improvement? Are we focusing on reducing order time, increasing customer satisfaction, or something else? Asking questions like these will not only help you gather more details, but also demonstrate the interviewer that you have a thoughtful and precise in your approach. It's not just about solving the problem, it's about solving the right problem. The next step is to pause and think. Now, take a moment to pause and think. Don't rush your answer. It's tempting to jump right in, but giving yourself time to process everything will help you approach the case study with a clear mind. Reflect on the problem and consider how it ties into the broader goals of the company. For example, if you're tasked with designing a feature for a food delivery app, think beyond the feature itself. Consider the user experience, market positioning, and the long-term impact on the business. Let's say you're asked to improve the sign-up process for a food delivery app. You don't want to just think about making the process shorter. You also want to consider how the sign-up flows into the overall experience. Is it simple and intuitive for the users? Does it create a seamless transition into the rest of the app or not? Also encouraging users to place an order right away. Taking a moment to pause allows you to think through different aspects of the case and gives you a chance to identify any connections that might not be immediately obvious. The next step is to structure your answer. Now that you have gathered your information and asked clarifying questions, it's time to structure your answer. A clear and well-organized response will show the interviewer that you can handle complex problems in a logical way. Here's a framework that works well. The problem. Start by clearly relating the business challenges or opportunity. For example, the food delivery app is facing high cart abandonment rates during checkout, which is impacting conversation. Your approach should be explaining how you would approach the problem. This might involve analyzing user behavior, conducting market research, or benchmarking against competitors. For instance, you could say, I would start by analyzing data or user behavior to identify the exact point where customers are dropping off during checkout. I would also look at competitors' app to see how they streamline their checkout process. Then propose a solution. For example, to solve the cart issue, I would simplify the checkout process by introducing one-click checkout option for returning users and offering payment options that are most popular in the target region. Finally, mention the key metrics you would track to measure success. For example, you would track the cart completion rate and the average time spent in the checkout flow as key indicators of success. Additionally, you would monitor customer satisfaction rates post-purchase. This structured approach helps you provide a comprehensive answer without missing any important details. Let's say the case study asks you how you would enter a new market for a rideshare app. You could structure your answer like this. Problem: entering a new city and competing with established players. Your approach should be studying the city's public transport habits and competitors' offerings, identifying what users in the city value most, the price, speed, or convenience. Your solution should be like launching a pilot program with ride incentives for early adopters and offering personalized ride suggestions based on their previous trips. For metrics, you should know how to track customer acquisition, ride frequency, and average ride distance to measure success. The next step is explaining your thought process. As you explain your answer, don't just jump into the final solution. Walk the interviewer through your thoughts step by step. This helps the interviewer understand how you would arrive at your solution and what factors you consider along the way. For example, if you're designing a feature for an e-commerce platform, you might say, I start by analyzing the customer journey and finding out that many users abandon their carts during the payment stage. Based on user feedback, you would learn the customers want more payment option. So you decide to implement PayPal or one-click checkout feature for logged-in users. So this approach not only shows that you're thinking critically, but also demonstrates that your solution is grounded in user needs and business goals. Remember, interviewers want to see how you think, so explaining your process step by step gives them insight into your problem-solving abilities. Now the next step is to pivot and check in with the interviewer. Here's an important step: pivot and check in with the interviewer after you have explained your approach. It's a good idea to pause and ask, does this align with what the company is aiming for? Or would you like me to dive deeper into any of the specific area? This shows that you're open to feedback and willing to adjust your approach based on the input, which is crucial skill for any product manager. Flexibility is the key in this role, and checking in with the interviewer demonstrates that you can adapt your strategy as needed. Let's say you're discussing a product launch strategy. After explaining your approach, you could ask, do you think this timeline works for your team, or should we consider a phased launch or test the market first? This kind of back and forth creates more interactive discussion, allowing the interviewer to give you feedback and potentially guide you toward the direction they are looking for. The next step is to summarize your answer. Before wrapping up, it's important to summarize your answer. Quickly restate the problem, your approach, the solution, and the success metrics. For example, to summarize, my solution for improving the onboarding process involves simplifying the sign-up flow by offering social media login options and displaying a progress bar to give user a sense of completion. Success would be measured by tracking the number of completed sign-up and the time users spend during the process. This final recap reinforces the key points you have made and leaves a strong impression on the interviewer. It also shows you that you can clearly, concisely communicate complex ideas. So what are the type of questions asked in the product management interview? Product management interview typically covers a range of questions designed to test your problem-solving strategy and communication skills. Here are the 5 types of questions you might encounter. First, you have product design questions. These questions ask, for example, how would you design an app for grocery delivery that provides a better user experience? The goal is to access your ability to think from the user's perspective and create intuitive solution. The second question is the go-to-market strategy questions. These questions focus on how you would launch a product into the market. For instance, how would you create a go-to-market strategy for a new streaming service? They access your understanding of market analysis, competitive benchmarking, and customer needs. Feature prioritized questions. These are the questions about how would you decide the features to build first. For example, if you're managing a project management tool, how would you prioritize adding new features like task scheduling, integration with email, or reporting tools? Then we have metrics and data analysis questions. These questions ask you to define which metrics matters the most and how would you use user data to guide your decisions. For example, what metrics would you track to measure the success of a new product launch? Then we have behavioral questions. These assess you how to handle certain situations, just conflict resolution or leadership. For instance, tell me about a time when you disagreed with a team member about a product decision. How did you resolve it? So understanding these type of questions help you to prepare for a variety of challenges in product management interview and shows the interviewer that you're equipped to tackle the diverse responsibilities of the role. There's no right answer. What matters is showing your thought process and decision-making skills.
So that's a wrap on a full course. If you have any doubts or questions, you can ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital marketing. Designed in collaboration with leading universities and top corporations, and delivered by industry experts, choose any of our programs and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.